Section 19 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Ray Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. Laut. From 1686 to 1698. Part 2. Such a seigneury was Verchères, some 20 miles from Montreal, on the south side of the St. Lawrence. Monsieur de Verchères was an officer in one of the regiments, and chanced to be absent from home during October of 1696, doing duty at Quebec. Madame de Verchères was visiting in Montreal. Strange as it may seem, the fort and the family had been left in charge of the daughter, Madeline, at this time only 14 years of age. At 8 o'clock in the morning of October 22nd, she had gone 400 paces outside the fort gates when she heard the report of musket firing. The rest of the story may be told in her own words. I at once saw that the Iroquois were firing at our settlers, who lived near the fort. One of our servants called out, "Fly, mademoiselle, fly! The Iroquois are upon us." Instantly I saw some 45 Iroquois running towards me, already within pistol shot. Determined to die rather than fall in their hands, I ran for the fort, praying to the Blessed Virgin, "Holy Mother, save me! Let me perish rather than fall in their hands." Meanwhile my pursuers paused to fire their guns. Bullets whistled past my ears. Once within hearing of the fort, I shouted, "To arms! To arms!" There were but 2 soldiers in the fort, and they were so overcome by fear that they ran to hide in the bastion. At the gates I found 2 women wailing for the loss of their husbands. Then I saw several stakes had fallen from the palisades where enemies could gain entrance. So I seized the fallen planks and urged the women to give a hand putting them back in their places. Then I ran to the bastion where I found 2 of the soldiers lighting a fuse. "What are you going to do?" I demanded. "Blow up the fort," answered one cowardly wretch. "Begone, you rascals!" I commanded, putting on a soldier's helmet and seizing a musket. Then to my little brothers, "Let us fight to the death. Remember what father has always said, that gentlemen are born to shed their blood in the service of God and their King." My brothers and the 2 soldiers kept up a steady fire from the loopholes. I ordered the cannon fired to call in our soldiers, who were hunting, but the grief-stricken women inside kept wailing so loud that I had to warn them their shrieks would betray our weakness to the enemy. While I was speaking I caught sight of a canoe on the river. It was Seigneur Pierre Fontaine, with his family, coming to visit us. I asked the soldiers to go out and protect their landing, but they refused. Then ordering Laviette, our servant, to stand sentry at the gate, I went out myself, wearing a soldier's helmet and carrying a musket. I left orders if I were killed the gates were to be kept shut and the fort defended. I hoped the Iroquois would think this a ruse on my part to draw them within gunshot of our walls. That was just what happened, and I got Pierre Fontaine and his family safely inside by putting a bold face on. Our whole garrison consisted of my 2 little brothers aged 12, 1 servant, 2 soldiers, 1 habitant aged 80, and a few women servants. Strengthened by the Fontaines, we began firing. When the sun went down, the night set in with a fearful storm of northeast wind and snow. I expected the Iroquois under cover of the storm. Gathering our people together, I said, "God has saved us during the day. Now we must be careful for the night. To show you I am not afraid to take my part, I undertake to defend the fort with the old man and a soldier." who has never fired a gun. You, Pierre Fontaine and Labonte and Galette, the two soldiers, go to the bastion with the women and children. If I am taken, never surrender, though I am burnt and cut to pieces before your eyes. You have nothing to fear if you will make some show of fight. I posted two of my young brothers on one of the bastions, the man of 80 on the third, and myself took the fourth. Despite the whistling of the wind, we kept the cry, all is well, echoing and re echoing from corner to corner. One would have imagined the fort was crowded with soldiers, and the Iroquois afterwards confessed they had been completely deceived, that the vigilance of the guard kept them from attempting to scale the walls. About midnight the sentinel at the gate bastion called out, "Mademoiselle, I hear something." I saw it was our cattle. "Let me open the gates," urged the sentry. "God forbid," said I. "The savages are likely behind, driving the animals in." Nevertheless, I did open the gates and let the cattle in, my brothers standing on each side, ready to shoot if an Indian appeared. At last came daylight, and we were hopeful for aid from Montreal. But Marguerite Fontaine, being timorous, as all Parisian women are, begged her husband to try and escape. The poor husband was almost distracted as she insisted, and he told her he would set her out in the canoe with her two sons, who can paddle it, but he would not abandon Mademoiselle de Verchères. I had been 24 hours without rest or food, and had not once gone from the bastion. On the 8th day of the siege, Lieutenant de la Montmeri reached the fort during the night with 40 men. One of our sentries had called out, "Who goes?" I was dozing with my head on a table and musket across my arm. The sentry said there were voices in the water. I called, "Who are you?" They answered, "French, come to your aid." I went down to the bank, saying, "Sir, but you are welcome. I surrender my arms to you." "Mademoiselle," he answered, "they are in good hands." I forgot one incident. On the day of the attack I remembered about 1 in the afternoon that our linen was outside the fort, but the soldiers refused to go out for it. Armed with our guns, my brothers made 2 trips outside the walls for our linen. The Iroquois must have thought it a trick to lure them closer, for they did not approach. It need scarcely be added that the brave mothers made brave sons, and it is not surprising that 25 years later, when Madeleine Verchères had become the wife of Monsieur de la Nautière, her own life was saved from Abenaki Indians by her little son, aged 12. But to return to Count Frontenac marching up the steep streets of Quebec to Château St. Louis that October evening of 1689, amid the jubilant shouts of friends and enemies, Jesuit and Récollet, fur trader and councillor, the haughty governor set himself to the task of not only crushing the Iroquois, but invading and conquering the land of the English, whom he believed had furnished the arms to the Iroquois. Now that war had been openly declared between England and France, Frontenac was determined on a campaign of aggression. He would keep the English so busy defending their own borders they would have no time to tamper with the Indian allies of the French on the Mississippi. This is one of the darkest pages of Canada's past. War is not a pretty thing at any time, but war that lets loose the bloodhounds of Indian ferocity leaves the blackest scar of all. There were to be 3 war parties, one from Quebec to attack the English settlements around what is now Portland, Maine, a second from 3 Rivers to lay waste the border lands of New Hampshire, a third from Montreal to assault the English and Dutch of the upper Hudson. The Montrealers set out midwinter of 1690, a few months after Frontenac's arrival, led by the Le Moyne brothers, St. Helene and Maricourt and Iberville, with one of the Lebiers and d'Ailleboust, nephew of the first d'Ailleboust at Montreal. The raiders consisted of some 250 men, 100 Indian converts, and 150 bushrovers, hardy, supple, inured to the wilderness as to native air. Whites and Indians dressed alike in blanket coat, hoods hanging down the back, buckskin trousers, beaded moccasins, snowshoes of short length for forest travel, cased musket on shoulder, knife, hatchet, pistols, bullet pouch hanging from the sashed belt, and provisions in a blanket, knapsack fashion, carried on the shoulders. The woods lay snow padded, silent, somber. Up the river of Richelieu, over the rolling drifts, glided the bushrovers. Somewhere on the headwaters of the Hudson the Indians demanded what place they were to attack. Iberville answered, Albany. Humph! Grunted the Indians with dry smile at the camp fire. Since when have the French become so brave? A midwinter thaw now turned the snowy levels to swimming lagoons, where snowshoes were useless, and men had to wade knee-deep day after day through swamps of ice water. Then came one of those sudden changes, hard frost with a blinding snowstorm. Where the trail forked for Albany and Schenectady, it was decided to follow the latter, and about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, on the 8th of February, the bushrovers reached a hut, where there chanced to be several Mohawk squaws. Crowding round the chimney place to dry their clothes, now stiff with ice, the bushrangers learned from the Indian women Schenectady lay completely unguarded. There had been some village festival that day among the Dutch settlers. The gates at both ends of the town lay wide open, as if in derision of danger from the far distant French. A snowman had been mockingly rolled up to the western gate as sentry, with a sham pipe stuck in his mouth. The Indian rangers harangued their braves, urging them to wash out all wrongs in the blood of the enemy, and the Le Moyne brothers moved from man to man, giving orders for utter silence. At 11 that night, shrouded by snowfall, the bushrovers reached the palisades of Schenectady. They intended to defer the assault till dawn, but the cold hastened action, and uncasing their muskets, they filed silently past the snowman in the middle of the open gate and encircled the little village of 50 houses. When the lines met at the far gate, completely investing the town, a wild yell rent the air. Doors were hacked down. Indians with tomahawks stood guard outside the windows, and the dastardly work began, as gratuitous as butchery of innocent people as ever the Iroquois perpetrated in their worst raids. 2 hours the massacre lasted, and when it was over, the French had, to their everlasting discredit, murdered in cold blood 38 men, among them the poor inoffensive Dominie, 10 women, 12 children, and the victors held 90 captives. To the credit of Iberville, he offered life to one Glenn and his family, who had aided in ransoming many French from the Iroquois, and he permitted this man to name so many friends that the bloodthirsty Indians wanted to know if all Schenectady were related to this white man. One other house in town was spared, that of a widow with 5 children, under whose roof a wounded Frenchman lay. For the rest, Schenectady was reduced to ashes, the victors harnessing the Dutch farmers' horses to carry off the plunder. Of all the captives, 27 men and boys were carried back to Quebec. The other captives, mainly women and children, were given to the Indians. 40 livres for every human scalp were paid by the Sovereign Council of Quebec to the raiders. The record of the raiders led from 3 Rivers by Francis Hertel was almost the same. Setting out in January, he was followed by 25 French and 25 Indians to the border lands between Maine and New Hampshire. The end of March saw the bushrovers outside the little village of Salmon Falls. 30 inhabitants were tomahawked on the spot, the houses burned, and 100 prisoners carried off. But the news had gone like wildfire to neighboring settlements, and Hertel was pursued by 200 Englishmen. He placed his bushrovers on a small bridge across Wooster River and here held the pursuers at bay till darkness enabled him to escape. But the darkest deed of infamy was perpetrated by the third band of raiders, a deed that reveals the glories of war as they exist, stripped of pageantry. Portneuf had led the raiders from Quebec, and he was joined by the famous leader of the Abenaki Indians, Baron de Saint Castin, from the border lands between Acadia and Maine. Later, when Hertel struck through the woods with some of his followers, Portneuf's men numbered 500. With these he attacked Fort Loyal, or what now is Portland, Maine, in the month of June. The fort boasted 8 great guns and 100 soldiers. Under cover of the guns, Lieutenant Clark and 30 men sallied out to reconnoiter the attacking forces ambushed in woods round a pasturage. At a musket crack the English were literally cut to pieces, 4 men only escaping back to the fort. The French then demanded unconditional surrender. The English asked 6 days to consider. In 6 days, English vessels would have come to the rescue. Secure under a bluff of the ocean cliff from the cannon fire of the fort, the French began to trench an approach to the palisades. Combustibles had been placed against the walls, when the English again asked a parley, offering to surrender if the French would swear by the living God to conduct them in safety to the nearest English post. To these conditions the French agreed. Whether they could not control their Indian allies, or had not intended to keep the terms, matters little. The English had no sooner marched from the fort than, with a wild whoop, the Indians fell on men, women, and children. Some were killed by a single blow, others reserved for the torture stake. Only 4 Englishmen survived the onslaught to be carried prisoners to Quebec. The French had been victorious on all 3 raids, but they were victories over which posterity will never boast, which no writer dare describe in all the detail of their horrors, and which leave a black blot on the escutcheon of Canada. End of section 19. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section number 20 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. Laut. From 1686 to 1698, Part 3. It was hardly to be expected that the New England colonies would let such raids pass unpunished. The destruction of Schenectady had been bad enough. The massacre of Salmon Falls caused the New Englanders to forget their jealousies for once and to unite in a common cause. All the colonies agreed to contribute men, ships, and money to invade New France by land and sea. The land forces were placed under Winthrop and Schuyler, but as smallpox disorganized the expeditions before it reached Lake Champlain, the attack by land had little other effect than to draw Frontenac from Quebec down to Montreal, where Captain Schuyler, with Dutch bushmen, succeeded in ravaging the settlements and killing at least 20 French. The expedition by sea was placed under Sir William Phips of Massachusetts, a man who was the very antipodes of Frontenac. One of a poor family of 26 children, Phips had risen from being a shepherd boy in Maine to the position of ship's carpenter in Boston. Here, among the harbor folk, he got wind of a Spanish treasure ship containing $1.5 million worth of gold, which had been sunk off the West Indies. Going to England, Phips succeeded in interesting that same clique of courtiers who had helped Radisson to establish the Hudson's Bay Company, Albemarle and Prince Rupert and the King; and when, with funds which they had advanced, Phips succeeded in raising the treasure vessel, he received, in addition to his share of the booty, a title and the appointment as governor of Massachusetts. Here then was the daring leader chosen to invade New France. Phips sailed first for Port Royal, which had in late years become infested with French pirates preying on Boston commerce. Word had just come from the fearful massacres of colonists at Portland. Boston was inflamed with a spirit of vengeance. The people had appointed days of fasting and prayer to invoke heaven's blessing on their war. When Phips sailed into Annapolis Basin with his vessels and 700 men in the month of May, he found the French commander, Menneval, ill of the gout, with garrison of about 80 soldiers, but all the cannon chanced to be dismounted. The odds against the French did not permit resistance. Menneval stipulated for an honorable surrender, all property to be respected, and the garrison to be sent to some French port. But no sooner were the English in possession than, like the French at Portland, they broke the pledge. There was no massacre as in Maine, but plunderers ran riot, seizing everything on which hands could be laid, ransacking houses and desecrating the churches, and 60 of the leading people, including Menneval and the priests, were carried off as prisoners. Leaving one English flag flying, Philipps sailed home. Indignation at Boston had been fanned to fury, for now all the details of the butchery at Portland were known, and Phips found the colony mustering a monster expedition to attack the very stronghold of French power, Quebec itself. England could afford no aid to her colonies, but 32 merchant vessels and frigates had been impressed into the service, some of them carrying as many as 44 cannon. Artisans, sailors, soldiers, clerks, all classes had volunteered as fighters, to the number of 2,500 men, but there was one thing lacking. They had no pilot who knew the St. Lawrence. Full of confidence born of inexperience, the fleet set sail on the 9th of August, commanded again by Phips. Time was wasted ravaging the coasts of Gaspé, holding long-winded councils of war, arguing in the commander's stateroom instead of drilling on deck. 3 more weeks were wasted poking about the lower St. Lawrence, picking up chance vessels off Tadoussac and Anticosti. Among the prize vessels taken near Anticosti was one of Jolliet's, bearing his wife and mother-in-law. The ladies delighted the hearts of the Puritans by the news that not more than 100 men garrisoned Quebec. But Phips was reckoning without his host, and his host was Frontenac. Besides, it was late in the season, the middle of October, before the English fleet rounded the island of Orleans and faced the citadel of Quebec. Indians had carried word to the city that an Englishwoman, taken prisoner in their raids, had told him more than 30 vessels had sailed from Boston to invade New France. Frontenac was absent in Montreal. Quickly the commander at Quebec sent couriers with warning to Frontenac, and then set about casting up barricades in the narrow streets that led from Lower to Upper Town. Frontenac could not credit the news. He had not heard here in Montreal from Indian couriers how the English overland expedition lay rotting of smallpox near Lake Champlain. such pitiable objects that the Iroquois refused to join them against the French? New France now numbered a population of 12,000 and could muster 3,000 fighting men, and though the English colonies numbered 20,000 people, how could they, divided by jealousies, send an invading army of 2,700, as the rumors stated? Frontenac, grizzled old warrior, did not credit the news, but all the same he set out amid pelting rains by boat for Quebec. Halfway to Three Rivers, more messengers brought him word that the English fleet were now advancing from Tadoussac. He sent back orders for the commander at Montreal to rush the bushrovers down to Quebec, and he himself arrived at the citadel just as Le Moyne brothers anchored below Cape Diamond from a voyage to Hudson Bay. Méricourt Le Moyne reported how he had escaped past the English fleet by night, and it would certainly be at Quebec by daybreak. Scouts rallied the bushrangers on both sides of the St. Lawrence to Quebec's aid. Frontenac bade them guard the outposts and not desert their hamlets, while St. Helene and the other Le Moynes took command of the sharpshooters in Lower Town, scattering them in hiding along the banks of the St. Charles and among the houses facing the St. Lawrence below Castle St. Louis. Sure enough, at daybreak on Monday, October 16th, sail after sail, 34 in all, rounded the end of Orleans Island and took up position directly opposite Quebec City. It was a cold, wet autumn morning. Fog and rain alternately chased in gray shadows across the far hills, and above the mists of the river loomed ominous the red-gray fort which the English had come to capture. Castle St. Louis stood where Château Frontenac stands today, and what is now the promenade of a magnificent terrace was at that time a breastwork of cannon extending on down the sloping hill to the left as far as the ramparts. In fact, the cannon of that period were more dangerous than they are today, for long-range missiles have rendered old-time fortifications adapted for close-range fighting almost useless, and the cannon of Upper Town, Quebec, that October morning swept the approach to three sides of the fort, facing the St. Charles, opposite Point Levis and the St. Lawrence, where it curves back on itself, and the fourth side was sheer wall, invulnerable. With a rattling of anchor chains and a creaking of masts, the great sails of the English fleet were lowered, and a little boat put out at 10 o'clock under flag of truce to meet a boat halfway from Lower Town. Phips' messenger was conducted blindfold up the barricaded streets leading to Castle St. Louis, and the gunners have been instructed to clang their muskets on the stones to give the impression of great numbers. Suddenly the bandage was taken from the man's eyes, and he found himself in a great hall, standing before the august presence of Frontenac, surrounded by a circle of magnificently dressed officers. The New Englander delivered his message, Phips' letter demanding surrender. Your prisoners, your persons, your estates, and should you refuse, I am resolved by the help of God in whom I trust, to revenge by force of arms all wrongs. As the reading of the letter was finished, the man looked up to see an insolent smile pass round the faces of Frontenac's officers, one of whom superciliously advised hanging the bearer of such insolence without waste of time. The New Englander pulled out his watch and signaled that he must have Frontenac's answer within an hour. The haughty old governor pretended not to see the motion, and then, with a smile like ice, made answer in words that have become renowned. I shall not keep you waiting so long. Tell your general I do not recognize King William. I know no king of England but King James. Does your general suppose that these brave gentlemen, pointing to his officers, will consent to trust a man who broke his word at Port Royal? As the shout of applause died away, the trembling New Englander asked Frontenac if he would put his answer in writing. "No," thundered the old Governor, never happier than when fighting. "I will answer your general with my cannon. I shall teach him that a man of my rank," with a covert sneer at Phips' origin, "is not to be summoned in such rude fashion. Let him do his best. I shall do mine." It was now the turn of the English to be amazed. This was not the answer they had expected from a fort weakly garrisoned by 100 men. If they had struck and struck quickly, they might yet have won the day. But all Monday passed in futile arguments and councils of war, and on Tuesday, the 17th, towards night, was heard wild shouting within Quebec walls. "My faith, messieurs," exclaimed one of the French prisoners aboard Phips' ship, "now you have lost your chance. Those are the coureurs de bois from Montreal and the bushrovers of the Pays de Haut, 800 strong." The news at last spurred Phips to action. All that night the people of Quebec could hear the English drilling and shouting, "God save King William," with beat of drum and trumpet calls that set the echoes rolling from Cape Diamond, and on the 18th small boats landed 1,400 men to cross the St. Charles River and assault the Lower Town, while the 4 largest ships took up position to cannonade the city. It was 4 in the afternoon before the soldiers had been landed among peppering bullets from the Le Moyne bushrovers. Only a few cannon shots were fired, and they did not damage but to kill an urchin of the Upper Town. Firing began in earnest on the morning of October 19th. The river was churned to fury, and the reverberating echoes set the rocks crashing from Cape Diamond. But it was almost impossible for the English to shoot high enough to damage the upper fort. It was easy for the French to shoot down, and great wounds gaped from the hull of Phips' ship, while his masts went over decks in flame, flag and all. The tide drifted the admiral's flag on shore. The French rowed out, secured the prize, and jubilant shout roared from Lower Town, to be taken up and echoed and re-echoed from the castle. For 2 more days bombs roared in midair, plunging through the roofs of houses in Lower Town, or ricocheting back harmless from the rock wall below Castle St. Louis. At the St. Charles, the land forces were fighting blindly to effect a crossing, but the Le Moyne bushrovers lying in ambush repelled every advance, though St. Helena had fallen mortally wounded. On the morning of the 21st the French could hardly believe their senses. The land forces had vanished during the darkness of a rainy night, and ship after ship, sail after sail, was drifting downstream. Was it possible? In retreat. Another week's bombarding would have reduced Quebec to flame and starvation, but another week would have exposed Phips' fleet to wreckage from winter weather, and he had drifted down to Isle Orleans, where the dismantled fleet paused to rig up fresh masts. It was Madame Jolliet who suggested to the Puritan commander, in exchange of the prisoners captured at Port Royal with the English from Maine and New Hampshire held in Quebec. She was sent ashore by Phips, and the exchange was arranged. Winter gales assailed the English fleet as it passed Anticosti, and what with the wrecked and wounded, Phips' loss totaled not less than 1,000 men. Frontenac had been back in Canada only a year, and in that time he had restored the prestige of French power in America. The Iroquois were glad to sue for peace, and his bitterest enemies, the Jesuits, joined the merrymakers round the bonfires of acclaim kindled in the old governor's honor as the English retreated, and the joy bells pealed out, and the procession surged shouting through the streets of Quebec. From Hudson Bay to the Mississippi, From the St. Lawrence to Lake Superior and the land of the Sioux, French power reigned supreme. Only Port Nelson, high up on the west coast of Hudson Bay, remained subdued, draining the furs of the prairie tribes to England away from Quebec. Iberville had captured it in the fall of 1694 at the cost of his brother Chattanooga's life, but when Iberville departed from Hudson Bay, English men of war had come out in 1696 and wrested back this most valuable of all the fur posts. It was now determined to drive the English forever from Hudson Bay. Le Moyne d'Iberville was chosen for the task. April 1697, Seigneurie Le Moyne was dispatched from France with 5 men of war to be placed under the command of Iberville at Placentia, Newfoundland, whence he was to proceed to Hudson Bay and to leave not a vestige of the English in the north. The frigates left Newfoundland July 8th. 3 weeks later they were crushing through the ice jam of Hudson Straits. Iberville commanded the Pelican with 250 men. Bienville, a brother, was on the same ship. Seigneur commanded the Palmier, and there were 3 other frigates, the Profound, the Violent, the Wasp. Ice locked round the fleet at the west end of Hudson Straits, and fog lay so thick there was nothing visible of any ship but the masthead. For 18 days they lay, crunched and rammed and separated by the ice drive till August 25th, early in the morning. The fog suddenly lifted. Iberville saw that Sergny's ship had been carried back in the straits. The Wasp and Violent were not to be seen, but straight ahead, locked in ice, stood the Profound, and beside the French vessel 3 English frigates, the Hampshire, the Deering, the Hudson Bay, on their annual voyage to Nelson. A lane of water opened before Iberville. Like a bird, the Pelican spread her wings to the wind and fled. September 3rd, Iberville sighted Port Nelson, and for 2 days cruised the offing, scanning the sea for the rest of his fleet. Early on September 5th, the sails of 3 vessels heaved and rose above the watery horizon. Never doubting these were his own ships, Iberville signaled. There was no answer. A sailor scrambled to the masthead and shouted down terrified warning. These were not the French ships. These were the English frigates bearing straight down on the single French vessel commanded by Iberville. On one side was the enemy's fort, on the other the enemy's fleet, coming over the waves before a clipping wind, all sails set. Of Iberville's crew, 40 men were ill of scurvy. 25 had gone ashore to reconnoiter. He had left 150 fighting men. Amid a rush of orders, ropes were strewn across decks for handhold. Cannon was unplugged, and the batterymen below decks stripped themselves for the hot work ahead. The soldiers assembled on decks, sword in hand, and the Canadian bushrovers stood to the fore, ready to leap across the enemy's decks. By 9 in the morning the ships were abreast, and roaring cannonades from the English cut the decks of the Pelican to kindling wood and set the masts in flame. At the same instant one fell blast of musketry mowed down 40 French, but Iberville's batterymen below decks had now ceased to pour a stream of fire into the English hulls. The odds were 3 to 1, and for 4 hours the battle raged, the English shifting and sheering to lock in death grapple, Iberville's sharpshooters peppering the decks of the foe. It had turned bitterly cold. The blood on the decks became ice, and each roll of the sea sent wounded and dead weltering from rail to rail. Such holes had been torn in the hulls of both English and French ships that the gunners below decks were literally looking into each other's smoke-grim faces. Suddenly all hands paused. A frantic scream cleft the air. The vessels were careening in a tempestuous sea. for the great ship Hampshire had refused to answer to the wheel, had lurched, had sunk swift as lead among hiss of flames in the roaring sea. Not a soul of her 250 men escaped. The frigate Hudson's Bay surrendered and the Deering fled. Iberville was the victor. But a storm now broke in hurricane gusts over the sea. Iberville steered for land, but the waves drenched the wheel at every wash, and driving before the storm, the Pelican floundered in the sands a few miles from Nelson. All lifeboats had been shot away. In such a sea the Canadian canoes were useless. The shattered masts were tied in four-sided racks. To these Iberville had the wounded bound, and the crew plunged for the shore. 18 men perished going ashore in the darkness. On land were 2 feet of snow. No sooner did the French castaways build fires to warm their benumbed limbs than bullets whistled into camp. Governor Bailey of Port Nelson had sent out his sharpshooters. Luckily, Iberville's other ships now joined him, and mustering his forces, the dauntless French leader marched against the fort. Storm had permitted the French to land their cannon undetected. Trenches were cast up, and 3 times Sieur Le Moyne was set to demand surrender. The French are desperate, he urged. They must take the fort or perish of want, and if you continue the fight there will be no mercy given. The Hudson's Bay people capitulated and were permitted to march out with arms, bag, and baggage. An English ship carried the refugees home to the Thames. The rest of Iberville's career is the story of colonizing the Mississippi. He was granted a vast seigniory on the Bay of Chaleur, and in 1699 given a title. On his way from the Louisiana colony to France, his ship had paused at Havana. Here Iberville contracted yellow fever and died while yet in the prime of his manhood, July 9, 1706. After the victory on Hudson Bay, the French were supreme in America, and Frontenac supreme in New France. The old white-haired veteran of 100 wars became the idol of Quebec. Friends and enemies, Jesuits and Recollets, paid tribute to his worth. In November of 1698 the governor passed from this life in Castle St. Louis at the good old age of 78. He had demonstrated in action so that his enemies acknowledged the fact that the sterner virtues of the military chieftain go farther towards the making of a great nationhood than soft sentiments and religious emotionalism. End of section 20. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section 21. Of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North, by Agnes C. Laut. From 1698 to 1713, Part 1. While Frontenac was striking terror into the heart of New England with his French-Canadian bushrovers, the life of the people went on in the same grooves. Spite of a dozen raids on the Iroquois cantons, there was still danger from the warriors of the Mohawk, but the Iroquois braves had found a new stamping ground. Instead of attacking Canada, they now crossed westward to war on the allies of the French, the tribes of the Illinois and the Mississippi, and with them traveled their liege friends, English traders from New York and Pennsylvania and Virginia. The government of Canada continued to be a despotism, pure and simple. The Supreme Council consisting of the governor, the intendant, the bishop, and at different times from 3 to 12 councillors stood between the people and the King of France, transmitting the king's will to the people and the people's wants to the king, and the laws enacted by the council ranged all the way from criminal decrees to such petty regulations as a modern city wardman might pass. Laws enacted to meet local needs, but subject to the veto of an absent ruler who knew absolutely nothing of the local needs, exhibited all the absurdities to be expected. The King of France desires the Sovereign Council to discourage the people from using horses, which are supposed to cause laziness, as it is needful the inhabitants keep up their snowshoe travel so necessary in their wars. If in 2 years the numbers of horses do not decrease, they are to be killed for meat. Then comes a law that reflects the presence of the bishop at the governing board. Horses have become the pride of the country beau, and the gay to be ribboned carrioles are the distraction of the village curé. Men are forbidden to gallop their horses within a third of a mile from the church on Sundays. New laws, regulations, arrests are promulgated by the public crier, crying up and down the highway to sound of trumpet and drum. Chest puffed out with self-importance, gold braid enough on the red-coated regalia to overawe the simple habitants. Though the companies holding monopoly over trade yearly change, monopoly is still all-powerful in New France, so all-persuasive that in 1741, in order to prevent smuggling to defraud the Company of the Indies, it enacted that people using chintz-covered furniture must upholster their chairs so that the stamp Laissez d'Indies will be visible to the inspector. The matter of money is a great trouble to New France. Beaver is coin of the realm on the St. Lawrence, and though this beaver is paid for in French gold, the precious metal almost at once finds its way back to France for goods, so that the colony is without coin. Government cards are issued as coin, but as Europe will not accept card money, the result is that gold still flows from New France, and the colony is flooded with paper money worthless away from Quebec. As of old, the people may still plead their own cases in lawsuits before the Sovereign Council, but now the privilege of caste and class and feudalism begin to be felt, and it is enacted that gentlemen may plead their own cases before the council only when wearing their swords. Young men are urged to qualify as notaries. In addition to the title of Sieur, baronies are created in Canada, foremost among them that of Le Moyne of Montreal. The feudal seigneur now has his coat of arms emblazoned on the church pew where he worships, on his coach door, and on the stone entrance to his mansion. The habitants are compelled to grind their wheat at his mill, to use his great bake oven, to patronize his tannery. The seigneurial mansion itself is taken on more of pomp. Cherry and mahogany furniture have replaced homemade, and the rough cast walls are now covered with imported tapestries. Not gently does the Sovereign Council deal with delinquents. In 1735 it is enacted of a man who suicided that the corpse be tied to a cart, dragged on a hurdle, head down, face to ground, through the streets of the town, to be hung up by the feet, an object of derision, then cast into the river in default of a cesspool. Criminals who evade punishment by flight are to be hanged in effigy. Montreal citizens are ordered to have their chimneys cleaned every month and their houses provided with ladders. Also, The inhabitants of Montreal must not allow their pigs to run in the street, and they are forbidden to throw snowballs at each other, and a regulation which people who know Montreal winters will appreciate, they are ordered to make paths through the snow before their houses, to all of which petty regulations did royalty subscribe sign manual. The Treaty of Ryswick closed the war between France and England the year before Frontenac died, but it was not known in Canada till 1698. As far as Canada was concerned, it was no peace, barely a truce. Each side was to remain in possession of what it held at the time of the treaty, which meant that France retained all Hudson Bay but one small fort. Though the English of Boston had captured Port Royal, they had left no sign of possession but their flag flying over the tenantless barracks. The French returned from the woods, tore the flag down, and again took possession, so that, by the Treaty of Ryswick, Acadia too went back under French rule. Indeed, matters were worse than before the treaty, for there could be no open war. But while English settlers were spreading up from Maine, met French traders wandering down from Acadia, there was the inevitable collision, and it was an easy trick for the rivals to stir up the Indians to raid and massacre and indiscriminate butchery. For Indian raids neither country would be responsible to the other. The story belongs to the history of the New England frontier rather than to the record of Canada. It is part of Canada's past which few French writers tell, and all Canadians would fain blot out, but which the government records prove beyond dispute. Indian warfare is not a thing of grandeur at its best, but when it degenerates into the braining of children, the bayoneting of women, the mutilation of old men, it is a horror without parallel. And the amazing thing is that the white men who painted themselves as Indians and helped to wage this war were so sure they were doing God's work that they used to kneel and pray before the beginning of the butchery. To understand it, one has to go back to the Middle Ages in imagination. New France was violently Catholic, New England violently Protestant. Bigotry ever looks out through eyes of jaundiced hatred, and in destroying what they thought was a false faith, each side thought itself instrument of God. As for the French governors behind the scenes, who pulled the strings that let loose the hell-dogs of Indian war, they were but obeying the kingcraft of royal master, who would use Indian warfare to add to his domain. The English have sent us presents to drive the black gowns away, declared the Iroquois in 1702, regarding the French Jesuits. You did well, writes the King of France to his viceroy in Quebec, to urge the Abenakis of Acadia to raid the English of Boston. The Treaty of Ryswick became known as Quebec towards the end of 1698. The border warfare of ravage and butchery had begun by 1701, the English giving presents to the Iroquois to attack the French of the Illinois, the French giving presents to the Abenakis to raid the New England borders. Quebec offers a reward of 20 crowns for the scalp of every white man brought from the English settlements. New England retaliates by offering 20 pounds for every Indian prisoner under 10 years of age, 40 pounds for every scalp of full-grown Indian. Presently the young noblesse of New France are off to the woods, painted like Indians, leading crews of wild bushrovers on ambuscade and midnight raid and border foray. We must keep things stirring towards Boston, declared Vaudreuil, the French governor. Midwinter of 1704, Hertel de Rouville and his 4 brothers set out on snowshoes with 51 bushrovers and 200 Indians for Massachusetts. Dressed in buckskin, with musket over shoulder and dagger in belt, the forest rangers course up the frozen river beds southward of the St. Lawrence and on over the height of land towards the Hudson, 250 miles through pine woods and snow padded and silent as death. 2 miles from Deerfield the marchers run short of food. It is the last day of February, and the sun goes down over rolling snowdrifts high as the slab stockades of the little frontier town, where hearth fire smoke hangs low in the frosty air, curling and clouding and lighting to rainbow colors as the ambushed raiders watch from their forest lairs. Snowshoes are laid aside, packs unstrapped, muskets uncased and primed, belts reefed tighter. Twilight gives place to starlight. Candles on the supper tables of the settlement send long gleams across the snow. Then the villagers hold their family prayers, all unconscious that out there in the woods are still bushrovers on bended knees, uttering prayers of another sort. Lights are put out. The village lies wrapped in sleep. Still Rouville's raiders lie waiting, shivering in the snow, till starlight fades to the gray darkness that precedes dawn. Then the bushrovers rise, and at moccasin pace, noiseless as tigers, skim across the snow, over the drifts, over the tops of the palisades, and have dropped into the town before a soul has awakened. There is no need to tell the rest. It was not war, it was butchery. Children were torn from their mother's breast to be brained on the hearthstone. Women were hacked to pieces. Houses were set on fire. And before the sun had risen, 38 persons had been slaughtered, and the French rovers were back on the forest trail, homeward bound with 106 prisoners. Old and young, women of frail health, and children barely able to toddle, were hurried along the trail at bayonet point. Those whose strength was unequal to the pace were summarily knocked on the head as they fagged or failed to ford the ice streams. 24 perished by the way. Of the 106 prisoners scattered as captives among the Indians, not half were ever heard of again. The others were either bought from the Indians by Quebec people whose pity was touched, or placed round in the convents to be converted to the Catholic faith. These were ultimately redeemed by the government of Massachusetts. New England's fury over such a raid in time of peace knew no bounds. Yet how were the English to retaliate? To pursue an ambushed Indian along a forest trail was to follow a vanishing phantom. From earliest times Boston had kept up trade with Port Royal, and of late years Port Royal had been infested with French pirates, who raided Boston shipping. Colonel Ben Church of Long Island, a noted bushfighter of gunpowder temper and form so stout that his men had always to hoist him over logs in their forest marches, went storming from New York to Boston with a plan to be revenged by raiding Acadia. Rouville's bushrovers had burned Deerfield the 1st of March. By May, Church had sailed from Boston with 600 men on 2 frigates and half a hundred whaleboats on vengeance bent. First he stopped at Baron St. Castin's fort in Maine. St. Castin it was who led the Indians against the English of Maine. The Baron was absent, but his daughter was captured with all the servants, and the fort was burned to the ground. Then up Fundy Bay sailed Church, pausing at Passamaquoddy to knock 4 Frenchmen on the head, pausing at Port Royal to take 8 men prisoners, kill cattle, ravage fields, pausing at Basin of Mines to capture 40 habitants, burn the church, and cut the dikes, letting the sea in on the crops, pausing at Beaubassin, the head of Fundy Bay, in August, to set the yellow wheat fields in flames. Then he sailed back to Boston with French prisoners enough to ensure an exchange for the English held at Quebec. No sooner had English sails disappeared over the sea than the French came out of the woods. St. Castin rebuilt his fort in Maine. The local governor, who had held on with his gates shut and cannon pointed while Church ravaged Port Royal village, now strengthened his walls. Acadia took a breath and went on as before, a little world in itself, with the pirate ships slipping in and out, loaded to the waterline with Boston booty, with the buccaneer Bassett throwing his gold round like dust, with the brave soldier Bonaventure losing his head and losing his heart to the Painted Lady. Widow Freneuse, who came from nobody knew where and lived nobody knew how, and plied her mischief of winning the hearts of other women's husbands. She must be sent away, thundered the priest from the pulpit straight at the garrison officer whose heart she dangled as her trophy. She must be sent away, thundered the king's mandate, but the king was in France, and Madame Freneuse wound her charms the tighter round the hearts of the garrison officers, and bid her time, to the scandal of the parish and in impotent rage of the priest. Was she vixen or fool, this fair snake woman with the beautiful face, for whose smile the officers risked death and disgrace? Was she spy or adventuress? She signed herself as Widow Freneuse, and had applied to the king for a pension as having grown sons fighting in the Indian wars. She will come into this story again, snake-like and soft-spoken, and appealing for pity, and fair to look upon, but leaving a trail of blood and treachery and disgrace where she goes. The fur trade of Port Royal at this time was controlled by a family ring of La Tours and Charnaises, descendants of the ancient foes, and they lived a life of reckless gaiety, spiced with all the excitement of war and privateering and matrimonial intrigue. Such was the life inside Port Royal. Outside was the quiet peace of a home-loving, home-staying peasantry. Few of the farmers could read or write. The houses were little square Norman cottages, wood boxes, the commandant called them, with the inevitable porch shaded by the fruit trees now grown into splendid orchards. By diking out the sea, the peasants farmed the marshlands and saved themselves the trouble of clearing the forests. Trade was carried on with Boston and the West Indies. No card money here. The farmers of Acadia demanded coin in gold from the privateers who called for cargo, and it is said that in time of such raids as Colonel Church's, great quantities of this gold were carried out by night and buried in huge pots, as much as 5,000 louis d'ors pounds in one pot, to be dug up after the raiders had departed. Naturally, as raids grew frequent, men sometimes made the mistake of digging up other men's pots, and one officer lost his reputation over it. All his knowledge of the outside world, of politics, of religion, the Acadian farmer obtained from his parish priest, and the word of the curé was law. End of section 21. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section 22 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North, by Agnes C. Laut. From 1698 to 1713, Part 2. Encouraged by Church's success and stung by the raids of French corsairs from Port Royal, New England set herself seriously to the task of conquering Acadia. Colonel March sailed from Boston with 1,000 men and 23 transports, and on June 6, 1707, came into Port Royal. Misfortunes began from the first. March's men were the rawest of recruits. Fishermen, farmers, carpenters turned into soldiers. Unused to military discipline, they resisted command. A French guardhouse stood at the entrance to Port Royal Basin, and 15 men at once fled to the fort with warning of the English invasion. Consequently, when Colonel March and Colonel Appleton attempted to land their men, they were serenaded by the shots of an ambushed foe. Also, French soldiers deserted to the English camp with fabulous stories about the strength of the French under Subercase. These yarns ought to have discredited themselves, but they struck terror to the hearts of March's green fighters. Then came St. Castin from St. John River with bushrovers to help Subercase. To the amazement of the French, the English hoisted sail and returned on June 16th without having fired more than a round of shot. The truth is, March's carpenters and fishermen refused to fight, though reinforcements joined them halfway home, and they made a second attempt on Port Royal in August. March returned to Boston heartbroken, for his name had become a byword to the mob, and he was greeted in the streets with shouts of "Old Wooden Sword." While Boston was attempting to wreak vengeance on Acadia for the raiders of Quebec, the bushrovers from the St. Lawrence continued to scourge the outlying settlements of New England. To post soldiers on the frontier was useless. Wherever there were guards, the raiders simply passed on to some unprotected village, and to have kept soldiers along the line of the whole frontier would have required a standing army. Massachusetts, Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, northern New York, on the frontier of each reigned perpetual terror, and the fiendish work was a paying business to the pagan Indian, for the Christian white men paid well for all scalps, and ransom money could always be extorted for captives. Barely had the Boston raid on Port Royal failed when Governor de Vaudreuil of Quebec retaliated by turning his raiders loose on Haverhill. The English fleet failed at Port Royal in June. By dawn of Sunday, August 29th, Hertel de Rouville had swooped on the English village of Haverhill with 100 Canadian bushrovers and 150 Indians. The story of one raid is the story of all, so this one need not be told. As the raiders were discovered at daylight, the people had a chance to defend themselves, and some of the villagers escaped, the family of one being hidden by a negro nurse under tubs in the cellar. Alarm had been carried to the surrounding settlements, and men rode hot haste in pursuit of the 40 prisoners. Hertel de Rouville coolly sent back word, if the pursuers did not desist, all of the prisoners would be scalped and left on the roadside. Some 50 English had fallen in the fight, but the French lost 15, among them young Jared of Verchay, brother of the heroine. The only peace for Massachusetts was the peace that would be a victory, and again New England girded herself to the task of capturing Acadia. It was open war now, for the crowns of England and France were at odds. The troops were commanded by General Francis Nicholson, an English officer who brought out 4 warships and 400 trained marines. They were, besides 36 transports and 3,000 provincial troops, clothed and outfitted by Queen Anne of England. Sunday, September 24th, 1710. The fleet glides majestically into Port Royal Basin. That night the wind blew a hurricane, and the transport Caesar went aground with a crash that smashed her timbers to kindling wood and sent 24 men to a watery grave. But General Nicholson gave the raw provincials no time for panic fright. Day dawned Monday, drums rolling a martial tread, trumpets blowing, bugles setting the echoes flying, flags blowing to the wind in the morning sun. He commanded Colonel Vetch to lead the men ashore. Inside Port Royal's palisades, Subercase, the French commander, had less than 300 men, half that number absolutely naked of clothing, and all short of powder. They were not provisions to last a month, but game to his soul's marrow, as all the warriors of those early days. Subercase put up a brave fight, sending his bombs singing over the heads of the English troops in vain attempt to baffle the landing. Nicholson retaliated by moving his bomb ship, light of draught, close to the French fort and pouring a shower of bombs through the roofs of the French fort. Spite of the wreck the night before, by 4 o'clock Monday afternoon all the English had landed in perfect order and high spirits. Slowly the English forces swung in a circle completely round the fort. Again and again, by daylight and dark, Subercase's naked soldiers rushed, screeching the war whoop, to ambush and stampede the English line. But Nicholson's regulars stood the fire like rocks, and the desperate sortie of the French ended in 50 of Subercase's soldiers deserting en masse to the English. By Friday Nicholson's guns were all mounted in place to bombard the little wooden fort. Subercase was desperate. Women and children from the settlement had crowded into the fort for protection, and were now crazed with fear by the bursting bombs, while the naked soldiers could be kept on the walls only at the sword point of their commanding officers. For 200 French to have held out longer against 3,500 English would have been madness. Subercase made the presence of the women in Port Royal an excuse to send a messenger with flag of truce across to Nicholson, asking the English to take the women under their protection. Nicholson might well have asked what protection the French raiders had accorded the women of the New England frontiers, but he sent back polite answer that, as he was not warring on women and children, he would receive them in the English camp, meanwhile holding Subercase's messenger prisoner as he had entered the English camp without warning. Eyes abound. Sunday, October 1st. The English bombs again began singing overhead. Subercase sends word he will capitulate if given honorable terms. For a month the parleying continues. Then November 13th the terms are signed on both sides, the English promising to furnish ships to carry the garrison to some French port, and pledging protection to the people of the settlement. November 14th the French officers and their ladies come across to the English camp and breakfast in pomp with the English commanders. 17 New England captives are haled forth from Port Royal dungeons, all in rags, without shirts, shoes, or stockings. On the 16th Nicholson draws his men up in two lines, one on each side of Port Royal gates, and the 200 French soldiers marched out, saluting Nicholson as they passed to the transports. On the bridge, halfway out, French officers meet the English officers, doff helmets, and present the keys to the fort. For the last time Port Royal changes hands. Henceforth it is English, and in gratitude for the Queen's help, Nicholson renamed the place as it is known today, Annapolis. Among the raiders capitulating is the famous bushrover Baron St. Castine of Maine. When Nicholson returned to Boston, all New England went mad with delight. Thanksgiving services were held, joy bells rang day and night for a week, and bonfires blazed on village commons, to the gleeful shoutings of rustic soldiers returned to the home settlements glorified heroes. At Annapolis, Port Royal, Paul Mascarin, a French Huguenot of Boston, has mounted guard with 250 New England volunteers. Colonel Vetch is nominally the English governor, but Vetch is in Boston the most of the time, and is on Mascarin the burden of governing falls. His duties are not light. Palisades have been broken down and must be repaired. Bombs have torn holes in the fort roofs, and all that winter the rain leaks in as though a sieve. The soldier volunteers grumble and mope and sicken, and these are not the least of Paul Mascaren's troubles. French priests minister to the Acadian farmers outside the fort, to the sinister Indians ever lying in ambush, to the French bushrovers under young St. Castin across Fundy Bay on St. John River. Not for love or money can Mascarin buy provisions from the Acadians. Not by threats can he compel them to help mend the breaches in the palisades. The young commandant was only 27 years of age, but he must have guessed whence came the unspoken hostility. The first miserable winter wears slowly past, and the winter of 1711 is setting in, with the English garrison even more poverty-stricken than the year before, when there drifts into Annapolis Basin, in a birch canoe paddled by a New Brunswick Indian, a white woman with her little son. She has come, she says, from the north side of Fundy Bay, because the French on St. John River are starving. Whether the story be true or false matters little. It was the widow Freneuse, the snake woman of mischief-making witchery, who had woven her spells round the officers in the days of the French at Port Royal. True or false, her story, added to her smile, excited sympathy, and she was welcomed to the shelter of the fort. It had been almost impossible for the English to obtain trees to repair the walls of the fort, and 70 English soldiers were sent out secretly by night to paddle up the river in a whaleboat for timber. Who conveyed secret warning of this expedition to the French bushraiders outside? No doubt the fair spy, Widow Freneuse, could have told if she would, but 5 miles from Port Royal, where the river narrowed to a place ever since known as Bloody Brook, a crash of musket shots flared from the woods on each side. Painted Indians and Frenchmen dressed as Indians, among whom was a son of Widow Freneuse, dashed out. 16 English were killed, 9 wounded, the rest to a man captured, to be held for ransoms ranging from £10 to £50. Oddly enough, the very night after the attack, before news of it had come to Annapolis, the widow Freneuse disappears from the fort. Henceforth, Paul Mascarin's men kept guard night and day and slept in their boots. Even like a sinister shadow of evil moved St. Castin and his raiders through the Acadian wildwoods. Only one thing prevented the French recapturing Port Royal at this time. All troops were required to defend Quebec itself from invasion. Nicholson's success at Port Royal spurred England and her American colonies to a more ambitious project, to capture Quebec and subjugate Canada. This time Nicholson was to head 2,500 provincial troops by way of Lake Champlain to the St. Lawrence, while a British army of 12,000 half soldiers, half marines, on 15 frigates and 46 transports, was to sail from Boston for Quebec. The navy was under command of Sir Hovender Walker, the army of General Jack Hill, a court favorite of Queen Anne's, more noted for his graces than his prowess. The whole expedition is one of the most disgraceful in the annals of English war. The fleet left Boston on July 30th, 1711, Nicholson meanwhile waiting encamped on Lake Champlain. Early in August the immense fleet had rounded Sable Island and was off the shores of Anticosti. Though there was no good pilot on board, the two commanders nightly went to bed and slept the sleep of the just. Off Egg Islands, on the night of August 22nd, there was fog and a strong east wind. Walker evidently thought he was near the south shore, ignorant of the strong undertow of the tide here, which had carried his ships 30 miles off course. The water was rolling in the lumpy masses of a choppy cross sea when a young captain of the regulars dashed breathlessly into Walker's stateroom and begged him, for the Lord's sake, to come on deck, for there are reefs ahead and we shall all be lost. With a seaman's laugh and a landsman's fears, the admiral donned dressing gown and slippers and shuffled up to the decks. A pale moon had broken through the ragged fog wrack, and through the white light they plainly saw mountainous breakers straight ahead. Walker shouted to let anchor go and drive to the wind. Above the roar of breakers and trample of panic-stricken seamen over deck could be heard the minute guns of the other ships firing for help. Then pitch darkness fell with slant rains in a deluge. The storm abated, but all night long, above the boom of an angry sea, could be heard shrieks and shoutings for help, and by the light of the admiral's ship could be seen the faces of the dead cast up by the moil of the sea. Before dawn 8 transports had suffered shipwreck, and 1,000 lives were lost. It was a night to put fear in the hearts of all but very brave men, and neither Walker nor Hill proved man enough to stand firm to the shock. Walker ascribed the loss to the storm and the storm to Providence, and when war council was held 3 days later, Jack Hill, the court dandy, was only too glad of excuse to turn tail and flee to England without firing a gun. Poor old Nicholson, waiting with his provincials up on Lake Champlain, goes into apoplexy with tempests of rage and chagrin when he hears the news, stamping the ground, tearing off his wig, and shouting, "Rogues! Rogues!" He burns his fort and disbands his men. The Peace of Utrecht in 1713 for the time closed the war. France had been hopelessly defeated in Europe, and the terms were favorable to England. All the Hudson Bay was to be restored to the English, but, note well, it was not specified where the boundaries were to be between Hudson Bay and Quebec. That boundary dispute came down as a heritage to modern days, thanks to the incompetency and ignorance of the statesmen who arranged the treaty. Acadia was given to England, but Cape Breton was retained by the French, and, note well, it was not stated whether Acadia included New Brunswick and Maine, as the French formerly contended, or included only the peninsula south of the Bay of Fundy. That boundary dispute, too, came down. Newfoundland was acknowledged as an English possession, but the French retained the islands of St. Pierre and Miquelon, with fishing privileges on the shores of Newfoundland. That concession, too, has come down to trouble modern days, thanks to the same defenders of colonial interests. The Iroquois were acknowledged to be subjects of England, but it was not stated whether that concession included the lands of the Ohio raided and subjugated by the Iroquois, and the vagueness was destined to cost both New France and New England some of its best blood. It has been stated, and stated many times without dispute, that when England sacrificed the interests of her colonies in boundary settlements, she did so because she was in honor bound to observe the terms of treaties. One is constrained to ask whose ignorance was responsible for the terms of those treaties. Looking back on the record so far, both of France and England, which has spent the more both of substance and of life for defense, the mother countries or the colonies. End of section 22. Recording by Linda Ray Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section number 23 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Ray Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. Laut. From 1713 to 1755, Part 1. What with clandestine raids and open wars, it might be thought that the little nation of New France had vent enough for the buoyant energy of its youth. While the population of the English colonies was nearing the million mark, New France had not 60,000 inhabitants by 1759. Yet what had the little nation, whose mainspring was at Quebec, accomplished? Look at the map. Her bushrovers had gone overland to Hudson Bay, far north as Nelson. Before 1700, Duluth had forts at Kaministiquia, near modern Fort Williams, on Lake Superior. Radisson, Marquette, Joliet, and La Salle had blazed a trail to the Mississippi from what is now Minnesota to the Gulf of Mexico. By 1701, La Motte Cadillac had built what is now Detroit in order to stop the progress of the English traders up the lakes to Michilimackinac, and by 1727 the Company of the Sioux had forts far west as Lake Pepin. With Quebec as the hub of the wheel, draw spokes across the map of North America. Where do they reach? From Quebec to the Gulf of Mexico, to the Missouri, to the upper Mississippi, to Lake Superior, to Hudson Bay. Who blazed the way through these far pathless wilds? Nameless wanderers dressed in rags and tatters, outcasts of society, forest rovers lured by the unknown as by a siren, soldiers of fortune, penniless, in debt, heartbroken, slandered, persecuted, driven by the demon of their own genius to earth's ends, and to ruin. Spite of clandestine raids and open wars, New France was now setting herself to stretch the lines of her discoveries farther westward. It will be remembered it was at Three Rivers that the Indians of the up-country paused on their way down the St. Lawrence. From the days of Radisson in 1660, the passion for discovery had been in the very air of Three Rivers. In this little fort was born in 1686 Pierre Gaultier Varennes de la Vérendrye, son of a French officer. From childhood the boy's ear must have been accustomed to the uncouth babblings of the half-naked Indians, whose canoes came swarming down the river soon as ice broke up in the spring. One can guess that in his play the boy many a time simulated Indian voyageur, bushrover, coming home clad in furs, the envy of the villagers. At 14, young Pierre had decided that he would be a great explorer, but destiny for the time ruled otherwise. At 18, he was among the bush raiders of New England. 19 found him fighting the English in Newfoundland. Then came the honor coveted by all Canadian boys, an appointment to the king's army in Europe. Young La Vérendrye was among the French forces defeated by the great Marlborough, but the Peace of the Utrecht sent him back to Canada, aged 27, to serve in the far northern fur post of Nepigon, eating his heart out with ambition. It was here the dreams of his childhood emerged like a commanding destiny. Old Indian chief Ochagah drew maps on birch bark of a trail to the Western Sea. La Vérendrye took canoe for Quebec, and with heart beating to the passion of a secret ambition, laid the drawings before the governor Beauharnois. He came just in the nick of time. English traders were pressing westward. New France lent ready ear for schemes of wider empire. The court could grant no money for discoveries, but it gave La Vérendrye permission for a voyage and monopoly in furs over the lands he might discover. But the lands must be found before there would be furs, and here began the mundane worries of La Vérendrye's glory. Montreal merchants outfitted him, but that meant debt, and his little party of 50 grizzled wood rovers set out with their 90-foot birch canoes from Montreal on June 8, 1731. 3 sons were in his party, and a nephew, Jemmeraie, from the Sioux country of the west. Every foot westward had been consecrated by heroism to set the pulse of red-blooded men jumping. There was the seigneury of La Chine, named in the decision of La Salle's project to find a path to China. There was the Long Sault, where Dollard had fought the Iroquois. There were the pink granite islands of Georgian Bay, where the Jesuits had led their harried Hurons. There was Michilimackinac, with the brawl of its vice and brandy and lawless traders from the woods, where La Motte Cadillac ruled before going to found Detroit. 78 days from Montreal, there were the pictured rocks of Lake Superior, purple and silent and deep as ocean, which Radisson had coasted on his way to the Mississippi. Then the Vérendrye came to Duluth's old stamping ground, Kaministiquia. The homebound boats were just leaving the fur posts for the St. Lawrence. Frost had already stripped the trees of foliage, and winter would presently lock all avenues of retreat in 6 months' ice. La Vérendrye's men began to doubt the wisdom of chasing a will-o'-the-wisp to an unknown western sea. The explorer sent half the party forward with his nephew Jemmeraie and his son Jean, while he himself remained at Kaministiquia with the mutineers to forage for provisions. Winter found Jemmeraie's men on the Minnesota side of Rainy Lake, where they built Fort Pierre and drove a rich trade in furs with the encamped Crees. In summer of 1732 came La Vérendrye, his men in grayest apparel marching before the awestruck Crees with bugle blowing and flags flying. Then white men and Crees advanced in canoes to the Lake of the Woods, coasting from island to island through the shadowy defiles of the sylvan rocks along the Minnesota shore to the northwest angle. Here a second winter witnessed the building of a second post, Fort St. Charles, with 4 rows of 15-foot palisades and thatched-roofed log cabins. The western sea seemed far as ever, like the rainbow of the child, ever fleeing as pursued, and La Vérendrye's merchant partners were beginning to curse him for a rainbow chaser. He had been away 3 years, and there were no profits. Suspicious that he may be defrauding them by private trade or sacrificing their interests to his own ambitions, they failed to send forward provisions for this year. La Vérendrye was in debt to his men for 3 years' wages, in debt to his partners for 3 years' provisions. To fail now he dared not. Go forward he could not, so he hurried down to Montreal, where he prevailed on the merchants to continue supplies by the simple argument that, if they stopped now, there would be total loss. Young Jean La Vérendrye and Jemmeraie have meanwhile descended Winnipeg River's white fret of waterfalls to Winnipeg Lake, where they build Fort Maurepas near modern Alexander, and wait. Fishing failed. The hunt failed. The winter of 1735 to 1736 proved of such terrible severity that famine stalked through the western woods. La Vérendrye's 3 forts were reduced to diet of skins, moccasin soup, and dog meat. In desperation Jemmeraie set out with a few voyageurs to meet the returning commander, but privation had undermined his strength. He died on the way and was buried in his hunter's blanket beside an unknown stream between Lake Winnipeg and Lake of the Woods. Accompanied by the priest Aulneau, young Jean de La Vérendrye decided to rush canoes down from the Lake of the Woods to Michilimackinac for food and powder. A furious pace was to be kept all the way to Lake Superior. The voyageurs had risen early one morning in June, and after paddling some miles through the mist, had landed to breakfast, when a band of marauding Sioux fell on them with a shout. The priest Aulneau fell pierced in the head by a stone-pointed arrow. Young Jean La Vérendrye was literally hacked to pieces. Not a man of the 17 French escaped, and Massacre Island became a place of ill omen to the French from that day. At last came the belated supplies, and by February of 1737 La Vérendrye had moved his main forces west to Lake Winnipeg. This was no western sea, though the wind whipped the lake like a tide, which explained the Indian legend of an inland ocean. Though it was no western sea, it was a new empire for France. The bourne of the unknown still fled like the rainbow, and La Vérendrye still pursued. Down to Quebec for more supplies, with tales of a vast beyond land. Back to Lake Winnipeg by September 1738, with canoes gliding up the muddy current of the Red River for the unknown land of the Assiniboine, past Nettie Creek, then known as Massacre Creek, or Murderer's River, from the Sioux having slain the encamped wives and children of the Cree who had gone to Hudson Bay with their furs, between the wooded banks of what are now East and West Selkirk, flat to left, high to right, tracking up the rapids of St. Andrews, thick oak woods to east, rippling prairie russet in the autumn rolling to the west. La Vérendrye and his voyageurs came to the forks of Red River and the Assiniboine, or what is now known as the city of Winnipeg, where the two rivers met. On the flats to the west were the high scaffoldings of an ancient Cree graveyard, bizarre and eerie and ghostlike between the voyageurs and the setting sun. On the high river bank of what is now known as Assiniboine Avenue gleamed the white skin of 10 Cree teepees, where 2 war chiefs waited to meet La Vérendrye. Drawing up their canoes near where the bridge now spans between St. Boniface and Winnipeg, the voyageurs came ashore. It was a fair scene that greeted them, such a scene as any Westerner may witness today of a warm September night when the sun hangs low like a blood-red shield, and the evening breeze touches the rustling grasses of the prairie beyond the city to the waves of an ocean. It was not the Western Sea, but it was a sea of prairie. It was a new world, unbounded by hill or forest, spacious as the very airs of heaven, fenced only by the blue dip of a shimmering horizon. It was a world through La Vérendrye knew it not, 5 times larger than New France, half as big as all Europe. He had discovered the Canadian Northwest. One can guess how the tired wanderers at rest beneath the uptilted canoes that night wondered whither their quest would lead them over the fire-dyed horizon where the sun was sinking as over a sea. The Cree chiefs told them of other lands and other peoples to the south who trade with a people who dwell on the great waters beyond the mountains of the setting sun, the Spaniards. Leaving men to knock up a trading post near the suburb now known as Fort Rouge, La Vérendrye on September 26 steers his canoes up the shallow Assiniboine as far as what is now known as Portage la Prairie, where a trail leads overland to the Saskatchewan and so down to the English traders of Hudson Bay. But this is not the trail to the Western Sea. La Vérendrye's quest is set towards those people who live on the great waters to the south. Fort de la Reine is built at the portage of the prairie, and October 18th, to beat of drum, with flag flying, La Vérendrye marches forth with 52 men towards Sorey River for the land of the Mandanes on the Missouri. December 3rd he is welcomed to the Mandane villages, but here is no western sea, only the broad current of the Missouri rolling turbulent and muddy southward toward the Mississippi. But the Mandanes tell of a people to the far west who live on the great waters bitter for drinking, who dress in armor and dwell in stone houses. These must be the Spaniards. La Vérendrye's quest has become a receding phantom. Leaving men to learn the Missouri dialects, La Vérendrye marched in the teeth of midwinter storms back to the portage of the prairie on the Assiniboine. Of that march, space forbids to tell. A blizzard raged, driving the fine snows into eyes and skin like hot salt. When the marchers camped at night, they had to bury themselves in snow to keep from freezing. Drifts covered all landmarks. The men lost their bearings, doubled back on their own tracks, were frostbitten, buffeted by the storm, and short of food. Christmas was passed in the camps of wandering Assiniboines, and February 10th, 1739, the 50 men staggered, weak and starving, back to Portage of the Prairie. The wanderings of La Vérendrye and his sons for the next few years led southwestward as far as the Rockies in the region of Montana, northwestward for as the Bow River branch of the Saskatchewan. Meanwhile, all La Vérendrye's property had been seized by his creditors. Jealous rivals were clamoring for possession of his fur posts. The king had conferred on him the Order of the Cross of St. Louis, but 18 years of exposure and worry had broken the explorer's health. On the eve of setting out again for the west, he died suddenly on the 6th of December, 1749, at Montreal. Look again at the map. The spokes of the wheel running out from Quebec extend to the Gulf of Mexico on the south, to the Rockies on the west, to Hudson Bay on the north, and the population of New France does not yet number 60,000 people. Is it any wonder French Canadians look back on these days as the Golden Age? And while the bushrovers of Canada are pushing their way through the wilderness westward, there come slashing, tramping, swearing, stamping through the mountainous wilds of West and East Siberia the Cossack soldiers of Peter the Great, led by the Dane, Vitus Bering, bound on discovery to the west coast of America. La Vérendrye's men have crossed only half a continent. Bering's Russians crossed the width of two continents, 7,000 miles, then launched their crazily planked ships over unknown northern seas for America. From 1729 to August 1742 toiled the Russian sea voyagers. Their story is not part of Canada's history. Suffice to say, December 1741 finds the Russian crews cast away on two desert islands of Bering Sea, west of Alaska, now known as the Commander Islands. Half the crew of 77 perish of starvation and scurvy. Bering himself lies dying in a sandpit, with the earth spread over him for warmth. Outside the sand holes where the Russians crouch scream hurricane gales and white billows and myriad seabirds. The ships have been wrecked. The Russians are on an unknown island. Day dawn. December 8th, lying half buried in the sand, Bering breathes his last. On rafts made of wreckage the remnant of his crew find way back to Asia, but they have discovered a trail across the sea to a new land. Fur hunters are moving from the east, westward. Fur hunters are moving from the west, eastward. These two tides will meet and clash at a later era. The Treaty of Utrecht had stopped open war, but that did not prevent the bushrovers from raiding the border lands of Maine, of Massachusetts, of New York. The story of one raid is the story of all, and several have already been related. Now comes a half century of petty war that raged on the borderlands from Saratoga and Northfield to Maine and New Brunswick. The story of these little wars, as the French called them, belongs more to the history of the United States than Canada. Nor did the Peace of Utrecht stop the double dealing and intrigue by which European rulers sought to use bigoted missionaries and ignorant Indians as pawns in the game of statecraft. Sentiments of opposition to the English in Acadia must be secretly fostered, commanded the King of France in 1715, 2 years after Acadia had been deeded over to England. The king is pleased with the efforts of Père Rascal to induce the Indians not to allow the English to settle on their lands, runs the royal dispatch of 1721 regarding the border massacres of Maine. Advise the missionaries in Acadia to do nothing that may serve as a pretext for sending them out of the country, but have them induce the Indians to organize enterprises against the English. Command the royal instructions of 1744. The Indians, writes the Canadian governor, can be depended on to bring in the scalps of the English as long as we furnish ammunition. This is the opinion of the missionary Monsieur Le Loutre. Again, from the governor of New France, if the settlers of Acadia hesitate to rise against their English masters, we can employ threats of the Indians and force. It is inconceivable that the English would try to remove these people. Letters from Monsieur Le Loutre report that his Indians have intercepted dispatches of the English officers. Monsieur Le Loutre will keep us informed of everything in Acadia. We have furnished him with secret signals to our ships, which will tell us of every movement on the part of the enemy. Of all the hotbeds of intrigue, Acadia, from its position, had become the worst. Here was a population of French farmers which in half a century had increased to 12,000, held in subjection by an English garrison at Annapolis of less than 200 soldiers, so destitute they had neither shoes nor stockings, coats nor bedding. The French were guaranteed in the Treaty of Utrecht the freedom and privileges of their religion by the English, but in matters temporal as well as spiritual they were absolutely subject to priests, acting as spies for the Quebec plotters. France, as has been told, retained Cape Breton, Isle Royal, and Prince Edward Island, Isle St. Jean, and the Treaty of Utrecht had hardly been signed before plans were drawn on magnificent scale for a French fort on Cape Breton to effect threefold purpose: to command the sea towards Boston, to regain Acadia, to protect the approach to the river St. Lawrence. The island of Cape Breton is like a hand with its fingers stuck out in the sea. The very tip of a long promontory commanding one of the southern arms of the sea was chosen for the fort that was to be the strongest in all America. On three sides were the sea, with outlying islands suitable for powerful batteries, and a harbor entrance that was both narrow and deep. To the rear was impassable muskeg, quaking moss above water-soaked bog. Two weaknesses only had the fort. There were hills to the right and left from which an enemy might pour destruction inside the walls, but the Royal Engineers of France depended on the outlying island batteries preventing any enemy gaining possession of these hills. By 1720 walls 36 feet thick had encircled an area of over 100 acres. Outside the rear wall had been excavated a ditch 40 feet deep and 80 wide. Bristling from the six bastions of the walls were more than 180 heavy cannon. Beside the two batteries commanding the entrance to the harbor was an outer royal battery of 40 cannon directly across the water from the fort, on the next finger of the island. 20 years was the fort in building, costing what in those days was regarded as an enormous sum of money, equal to $10,000,000. Such was Louisburg, impregnable as far as human foresight could judge, the refuge of corsairs that preyed on Boston commerce, the haven of the schemers who intrigued to wean away the Acadians from English rule, the guardian sentinel of all approach to the St. Lawrence. It would be well, wrote the King the very next year after the treaty was signed, to attract the Acadians to Cape Breton, but act with caution. And now 20 years had passed. Some Acadians had gone to Cape Breton and others to Prince Edward Island, but statecraft judged the simple Acadian farmer would be more useful where he was, on the spot in Acadia, ready to rebel when open war would give the French of Louisburg a chance to invade. End of section 23. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section number 24 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. Laut, from 1713 to 1755, Part 2. Late in 1744, Europe breaks into that flame of war known as the Austrian Succession. Before either Quebec or Boston knows of open war, Louisburg has word of it and sends her rangers burning fishing towns and battering at the rotten palisades of Annapolis, Port Royal. Port Royal is commanded by that same Paul Mascarene of former wars, grown old in service. The French bid him save himself by surrender before their fleet comes. Though Mascarene has less than 100 men, the weather is in his favor. It is September. Winter will drive the invaders home, so he sends back word that he will bide his time till the hostile fleet comes. As for the Abbé Lolotre, let the treacherous priest beware how he brings his murderous Indians within range of the fort guns. Meanwhile the Acadian habitants are threatened with death if they do not rise to aid the French; but they too bide their time, for if they rebel and fail, that too means death, and the "neutrals" refuse to stir till the invaders, from lack of provisions, are forced to decamp, and the Abbé Le Loutre, with his black hat drawn down over his eyes, vanishes into forest with his crew of painted warriors. News of the war and of the ravaging of Acadian fishing towns sets Massachusetts in flame. To Boston, above all New England towns, was Louisburg a constant danger. The thing seemed absolute stark madness, the thoughtless daring of foolhardy enthusiasts; but it is ever enthusiasm which accomplishes the impossible, and April 30, 1745, after only 7 weeks of preparation, an English fleet of 68 ships, some accounts say 90, including the whalers and transports gathered along the coast towns, sails into Gabernus Bay behind Louisburg, where the waters have barely cleared of ice. William Pepperrell, a merchant, commands the 4,000 raw levies of provincial troops. The most of them have never stepped to martial music before in their lives. Admiral Warren has come up from West India waters with his men of war to command the united fleets. Early Monday morning, against a shore wind, the boats are tacking to land, when the alarm bells begin ringing and ringing at Louisburg, and a force of 150 men dashes downshore for Flat Cove to prevent the landing. Pepperrell outtricks the enemy by leaving only a few boats to make a feint of landing at the cove, while he swings his main fleet inshore round a bend in the coast a mile away. Here, with prodigious rattling of lowered sails and anchor chains, the crews plunge over the rolling waves, pontooning a bridge of small boats ashore. By nightfall most of the English have landed, and spies report the harbor of Louisburg alive with torches, where the French are sinking ships to obstruct the entrance and setting fire to fishing stages that might interfere with cannon aim. The next night, May 1st, Vaughan's New Hampshire boys, raw farmers, shambling in their gait, singing as they march, swing through the woods along the marsh behind the fort, and take up a position on a hill to the far side of Louisburg, creating an enormous bonfire with the French tar and ship's tackling stored here. The result of this harmless maneuver was simply astounding. It will be recalled that Louisburg had an outer battery of 40 cannon on this side. The French soldiers holding this battery mistook the bonfire for the English attacking forces, and under cover of darkness abandoned the position, battery, guns, powder, and all, which the English promptly seized. This was the Royal Battery, which commanded the harbor and could shell into the very heart of the fort. The next thing for the English was to get their heavy guns ashore through a rolling surf of ice-cold water. For 2 weeks the men stood by turns to their necks in the surf, steadying the pontoon gangway as the great cannon were trundled ashore, and this was the least of their difficulties. The next question was how to get their cannon across the marsh behind the fort to the hill on the far side. The cannon would sink from their own weight in such a bog, and either horses or oxen would flounder to death in a few minutes. Again, the foolhardy enthusiasm of the raw levies overcame the difficulty. They built large stone boats, raft-shaped, such as are used on farms to haul stones over ground too rough for wagons. Hitching to these teams of 200 men stripped to midwaist, they laboriously hauled the cannon across the quaking moss to the hills commanding the rear of the fort, bombs and balls whizzing overhead all the while. fired from the fort bastions. It was cold, damp spring weather. The men who were not soaked to their necks in surf and bog were doing picket duty along shore, sleeping in their boots. Consequently, in 3 weeks, half of Pepperrell's force became deadly ill. At this time, within 2 days, occurred both a cheering success and a disheartening rebuff. A French man of war with 70 cannon and 600 men was seen entering Louisburg. As if in panic fright, one of the small English ships fled. The French ship pursued. In a trice she was surrounded by the English fleet and captured. The flight of the little vessel had been a trick. A few days later, 400 English in whaleboats attempted the mad project of attacking the island battery at the harbor entrance. The boats set out about midnight with muffled oars, but a wind rose, setting a tremendous surf lashing the rocks, and yet the invaders might have succeeded but for a piece of rashness. 100 men had gained the shore when, with the thoughtlessness of schoolboys, they uttered a jubilant yell. Instantly, porthole, platform, galley belched death through the darkness. The story is told that a raw New England lad was in the act of climbing the French flagstaff to hang out his own red coat as English flag when a Swiss guard hacked him to pieces. The boats not yet ashore were sunk by the blaze of cannon. A few escaped back in the darkness, but by daylight over 100 English had been captured. Cannon, mortars, and musketoons were mounted to command the fort inside the walls, and a continuous rain of fire began from the hills. In vain Dutch Chamblon, the French commander, waited for reinforcements from Canada. Convent, hospital, barracks, all the houses of the town were peppered by bombs till there was not a roof intact in the place. The soldiers, of whom there were barely 2,000, were ready to mutiny. The citizens besought Duchambon to surrender. Provisions ran out. Looking down from the tops of the walls, cracking jokes with the English across the ditch, the French soldiers counted more than 1,000 scaling ladders ready for hand-to-hand assault, and a host of barrels filled with mud behind which the English sharpshooters crouched. It had just been arranged between Warren and Pepperrell that the former should attack by sea, while the latter assaulted by land, when on June 16th the French capitulated. How the New England enthusiasts ran rampant through the abandoned French fort need not be told. How Parson Moody, famous for his long prayers, hewed down images in the Catholic chapel till he was breathless, and then came to the officers' state dinner so exhausted that when he was asked to pronounce blessing he could only mutter, "Good Lord, we have seen so much to thank thee for. Time is too short. We must leave it to eternity. Amen." How the New Englanders, unused to French wines, drank themselves torpid on the stores of the fort cellar. How the French the next year made superhuman effort to regain Louisburg, only to have a magnificent fleet of 150 sail wrecked on Sable Island. Duke d'Anville, the commander, dying of heartbreak on his ship anchored near Halifax, his successor killing himself with his own sword, cannot be told here. Louisburg was the prize of the war, and England threw the prize away by giving it back to France in the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle in 1748. The English government paid back the colonies for their outlay, but of all the rich French pirate ships loaded with booty captured at Louisburg by leaving the French flag flying, not a penny's worth went to the provincial troops. Warren's seamen received all the loot. Like all preceding treaties, the Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle left unsettled the boundaries between New France and New England. In Acadia, in New York, on the Ohio, collisions were bound to come. In Acadia, the English sent their officers to the Isthmus of Chignecto to establish a fort near the bounds of what are now Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. The priestly spy, Louis Joseph Le Loutre, led his wild Micmac savages through the farm settlement round the English fort, setting fire to houses, putting a torch even to the church, and so compelling the habitants of the boundary to come over to the French and take sides. The treaty has restored Louisburg to the French, but the very next year England sends out Edward Cornwallis with 2,000 settlers to establish the English fort now known as Halifax. By 1752 there are 4,000 people at the new fort, though the Indian raiders miss no occasion to shoot down wayfarers and farmers, and the French governor at Quebec continues his bribes, as many as $800 a year to a man, to stir up hostility to the English and prevent the Acadian farmers taking oath of fidelity to England. So much for the peace treaty in Acadia. It was not peace. It was farce. In New York, state matters were worse. The Iroquois had been acknowledged allies of the English, and before 1730 the English fort at Oswego had been built at the southeast corner of Lake Ontario to catch the fur trade of the northern tribes coming down the lakes to New France, and to hold the Iroquois friendship. Also, as French traders pass up the lake to Fort Frontenac, Kingston, and Niagara with their national flag flying from the prow of canoe and flatboat, chance bullets from the English fort ricochet across the advancing prows, and soldiers on the galleries inside Fort Oswego take bets on whether they can hit the French flag. Prompt as a gamester, New France checkmates this move. Peter Schuyler has been setting English farmers round Lake Champlain. At Crown Point, long known as Scalp Point, where the lake narrows and a portage runs across Lake George and the Mohawk land, the French in 1731 erect a strong fort. As for the English traders at Fort Oswego, catching the tribes from the north, New France counterchecks that by sending Portneuf in April of 1749, only a year after the peace, to the Toronto portage where the Indians come from the upper lakes by way of Lake Simcoe. What is now known as Toronto is named Rouelle, after a French minister, and if this were not checkmate enough to the English advancing westward, the Sulpician priest from Montreal, Abbé Piquet, zealously builds a fort straight north of Oswego on the south side of the St. Lawrence to keep the Iroquois loyal to France. Piquet calls his fort Presentation. His enemies call it Piquet's Folly. It is known today as Ogdensburg. Look at the map. France's frontier line is guarded by forts that stand like sentinels at the gateways to all waters leading to the interior. Ogdensburg, Kingston, Toronto, Niagara, Detroit, Michilimackinac, and La Vérendrye's string of forts far west as the Rockies. New York's frontier line is guarded by one fort only, Oswego. Here, too, as in Acadia, the peace is a farce. But it was in the valley of the Ohio where the greatest struggle over boundaries took place. 1 year after the peace, Céloron de Bienville is sent in July 1749 to take possession of the Ohio for France. France claims right to this region by virtue of La Salle's explorations 60 years previously, and all those bush rangers who have roved the wilds from Great Lakes to Louisiana. Small token did France take of La Salle's exploits while he lived, but the great store do her statesman set by his voyages now that he has been 60 years dead. But pause, commands the English governor of Virginia. Since time immemorial have our traders wandered over the Great Smoky Mountains, over the Cumberlands, over the Alleghenies, down the Tennessee and the Kanawha and the Monongahela and the Ohio to the Mississippi. As a matter of fact, one Major General Wood had in 1670 and 1674 sent his men overland, if not far as the Mississippi, then certainly as far as the Ohio and the valley of the Mississippi. But Wood was a private adventurer. For years his exploit had been forgotten. No record of it remained but an account written by his men, Batts and Hallam. The French declared the record was a myth, and it has, in fact, been so regarded by the most of historians. Yet, curiously enough, ranging through some old family papers of the Hudson Bay Company in the public records, London, I found, with Wood's own signature, his record of the trip across the mountains to the Indians of the Ohio and Mississippi. It is probable that the English cared quite as much for claims founded on La Salle's voyage as the French cared for claims founded on the horseback trip of Major General Wood's men. The fact remained, here were the English traders from Virginia pressing northward by way of the Ohio. Here were the French adventurers pressing south by way of the Ohio. As in Acadia and New York, peace or no peace, a clash was inevitable. Duquesne has come out governor of Canada, and by 1753 has dispatched 1,000 men into the Ohio Valley, who blaze a trail through the wilderness and string a line of forts from Presqu'Isle, Erie, on Lake Erie southward to Fort Duquesne at the junction of the Allegheny and Monongahela, where Pittsburg stands today. One December night at Fort Le Boeuf, on the trail to the Ohio, the French commandant was surprised to see a slim youth of 20 years ride out of the rain-drenched leafless woods, followed by 4 or 5 whites and Indians with a string of belled pack horses. The young gentleman introduces himself with great formality, though he must use an interpreter, for he does not speak French. He is Major George Washington, sent by Governor Dinwiddie of Virginia to know why the French have been seizing the fur posts of English traders in this region. The French commander, St. Pierre, receives the young Virginian courteously, plies master and men with such lavish hospitality that Washington has much trouble to keep his drunken Indians from deserting, and dismisses his visitor with the smooth but bootless response that as France and England are at peace he cannot answer Governor Dinwiddie's message till he has heard from the Governor of Canada, Marquis de Duquesne. Not much satisfaction for emissaries who had forded ice-rafted rivers and had tramped the drifted forests for 300 miles. By January 1754, Washington is back in Virginia. By May he is on the trail again, blazing a path through the wilderness down the Monongahela towards the French fort. For what purpose one may guess, though these were times of piping peace. Come an old Indian chief, an English bushwhacker, one morning with word that 50 French raiders are on the trail 10 miles away. For what purpose one may guess, spite of peace. Instantly Washington sends 100 Virginia frontiersmen out scouting. They find no trace of raiders, but the old chief picks up the trail of the ambushed French. Here they had broken branches going through the woods. Then a moccasin track punctures the spongy mold. Here leaves have been scattered to hide camp ashes. At midnight, with the rain slashing through the forest black as pitch, Washington sets out with 40 men, following his Indian guide. Through the dark they feel rather than follow the trail, and it is a slow but easy trick to those acquainted with wildwood travel. Leave the path by as much as the foot length and the foliage lashes you back, or the windfall trips you up, or the punky path becomes punctured beneath moccasin tread. By day dawn, misty and gray in the May woods, the English are at the Indian camp and march forward escorted by the redskins, single file, silent as ghosts, alert as tigers. Rain drip washes on the buckskin coats. Muskets are loaded and carefully cased from the wet. The old chief stops suddenly and points. There lie the French in a rock ravine sheltered by the woods like a cave. The next instant the French had leaped up with a whoop. Washington shouted, "Fire!" When the smoke of the musket crash cleared, 10 French lay dead, among them their officer, Jumonville, and 22 others surrendered. No need to dispute whether Washington was justified in firing on 30 bushrovers in time of peace. The bushrovers had already seized English forts and were even now scouring the country for English traders. For a week their scouts had followed Washington as spies. Expecting instant retaliation from Fort Duquesne, Washington retreated swiftly to his camping place at Great Meadows and cast up a log barricade known as Fort Necessity. A few days later comes a company of regular troops. By July 1st he has some 400 men, but at Fort Duquesne are 1,400 French. The French wait only for orders from Quebec, then march 900 bushrovers against Washington. July 3rd, towards midday, they burst from the woods whooping and yelling. Washington chose to meet them on open ground, but the French were pouring a crossfire over the meadow, and to compel them to attack in the open. Washington drew his men behind the barricade. By nightfall the Virginians were out of powder. 12 had been killed and 43 were wounded. By midnight the French beat a parley. All they desired was that the English evacuate the fort. To fight longer would have risked the extermination of Washington's troops. Terms of honorable surrender were granted, and the next day, the day which Washington was to make immortal, July 4th, the English retreated from Fort Necessity. Such was the peace in the Ohio Valley. Though the peace is still continued, English dispatches in 1755 2 regiments of the line under Major General Braddock to protect Virginia, along with a fleet of 12 men of war under Admiral Boscawen. France keeps up the farce by sending out Baron Dieskau with 3,000 soldiers and Admiral La Motte with 18 ships. Coasting off Newfoundland, the English encounter 3 of the French ships that have gone astray in the fog. "Is it peace or war?" shout the French across the decks. "Peace," answers a voice from the English deck, and instantaneously a hurricane cannonade rakes the decks of the French, killing 80. 2 of the French ships surrendered. The other escaped through the fog. Such was the peace. So began the famous 7 Years' War, and Major General Braddock, in session with the colonial governors, plans the campaign that is to crush New France's pretensions south of the Great Lakes. Acadia, Lake Champlain, the Ohio, these are to be the theaters of the contest. Braddock himself, accompanied by Washington, marches with 2,200 men over the Alleghanies along the old trail of the Monongahela against Fort Duquesne. Of Braddock, the least said the better. A gambler, full of arrogant contempt towards all people and things that were not British, hail fellow well met to his boon companions. Heartless towards all outside, the pale of his own pride, a blustering bully yet dogged, and withal a gentleman after the standard of the age, he was neither better nor worse than the times in which he lived. Of Braddock's men, 1,500 were British regulars, the rest Virginian bushfighters, and the redcoat troops held such contempt towards the buckskin frontiersmen that friction arose from the first about the relative rank of regulars and provincials. From the time they set out, the troops had been retarded by countless delays. There was trouble buying up supplies of beef cattle among the frontiermen. Scouts scoured the country for horses and wagons to haul the great guns and heavy artillery. Braddock's high mightiness would take no advice from colonels about single file march on a bush trail and swift raids to elude ambushed foes. Everything proceeded slowly, ponderously, with the system and routine of an English guardroom. Scouts to the fore, and on both flanks 300 bushwhackers went ahead, widening the bridle path to a 12-foot road for wagons, and along this road moved the troops, 5 and 6 abreast, the red coats agleam through the forest foliage, drums rolling, flags flying, steps keeping time as if on parade. Braddock and his officers mounted on spirited horses, the heavy artillery and supply wagons lagging far behind in a winding line. End of section 24. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section 25 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. Laut. From 1713 to 1755, Part 3. What happened has been told times without number in story and history. It was what the despised colonials feared and any bushranger could have predicted. July 9th, in stifling heat, the marchers had come to a loop in the Monongahela River. Braddock thought to avoid the loop by fording twice. He was now within 8 miles of Fort Duquesne, the modern Pittsburgh. Though Indian raiders had scalped some wanderers from the trail, and insolent messages had been occasionally found scrawled in French on birch trees, not a Frenchman had been seen on the march. The advance guard had crossed the second ford about midday when the road markers at a little opening beyond the river saw a white man clothed in buckskin, but wearing an officer's badge, dash out of the woods to the fore, wave his hat, and disappear. A moment later the well-known war whoop of the French bushrovers tore the air to tatters, and bullets rained from ambushed foes in a sheet of fire. In vain the English drums rolled, and soldiers shouted, "The King! God save the King!" One officer tried to rally his men to rush the woods, but they were shot down by a torrent of bullets from an unseen foe. The Virginian bushfighters alone knew how to meet such an emergency. Jumping from tree to tree for shelter like Indians dancing sideways to avoid the enemy's aim, they had broken from rank to fight in bushman fashion when Braddock came galloping furiously from the rear and ordered them back in line. What use was military rank with an invisible foe? As well shoot air as an unseen Indian. Again the Virginians broke rank, and the regulars, huddled together like cattle in the shambles, fired blindly and succeeded only in hitting their own provincial troops. Braddock stormed and swore and rode like a fury incarnate, roaring orders which no one could hear, much less obey. 5 horses were shot under him, and the dauntless commander had mounted a fresh one when the big guns came plunging forward. But the artillery on which Braddock had pinned his faith only plowed pits in the forest mold. Of 80 officers, 60 had fallen, and like proportion of men. Braddock ordered a retreat. The march became a panic, the panic frenzied terror. The men who had stood so solidly under withering fire now dashing in headlong flight from the second to the first ford and back over the trail, breathless as if pursued by demons. Artillery, cattle, supplies, dispatch boxes, all were abandoned. Washington's clothes had been riddled by bullets, but he had escaped injury. Braddock reeled from his horse mortally wounded, to be carried back on a litter to that scene of Washington's surrender the year before. 4 days later the English general died there. Of the English troops, more than 1,000 lay dead, blistering in the July sun, maimed and scalped by the Indians. Braddock was buried in his soldier's coat beside the trail, all signs of the grave effaced to prevent vandalism. Of all the losses, the most serious were the dispatch boxes, for they contained the English plans of campaign from Acadia to Niagara, and were carried back to Fort Duquesne, where they put the French on guard. The jubilant joy at the French fort need not be described. When he heard of the English advance, Contrecoeur, the commander, had been cooped up with less than 1,000 men, half of whom were Indians. Had Braddock once reached Fort Duquesne, he could have starved it into surrender without firing a gun, or shelled it into kindling wood with his heavy artillery. Beaujeu, an officer under Contrecoeur, had volunteered to go out and meet the English. My son, will you walk into the arms of death?" demanded the Indian chiefs. "My fathers, will you allow me to go alone?" answered Beaujeu, and out he sallied with 600 picked men. It was Beaujeu whom Braddock's men had seen dash out and wave his hat. The brave Frenchman fell, shot at the first volley from the English, and his Indian friends avenged his death by roasting 30 English prisoners alive. The Isthmus of Chignecto, or the boundary between New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, was the scene of the borderland fights in Acadia. To narrate half the forays, raids, and ambuscades would require a volume. Fights as gallant as Dollard's at the Sault waged from Beauséjour, the French fort north of the boundary, to Grand Pré and Annapolis, where the English were stationed. After the founding of Halifax, the Abbé Le Loutre, whose false, foolish counsels had so often endangered the habitant farmer, moved his mission in the center of Acadia up to Beauséjour on the New Brunswick side. Here he could be seen with his Indians toiling like a demon over the trenches, when Monckton, the English general, came on June 1, 1855, with the British fleet to land his forces at Fort Lawrence, the English post on the south side. Colonel Lawrence was now English governor of Acadia, and he had decided with Monckton that once and for all the French of Acadia must be subjugated. The French of Beauséjour had in all less than 1,500 men, half of whom were simple Acadian farmers forced into unwilling service by the priest's threats of Indian raid in this world and damnation in the next. Day dawn of June 4th, the bugles blew to arms, and English forces, some 4,000, had marched to the south shore of the Missaguash River, where the French on the north side uttered a whoop and emitted a clatter of shots. Black-hatted, sinister, tireless, the priest could be seen urging his Indians on. The English brought up 3 field cannon and under protection of their scattering fire laid a pontoon bridge. Crossing the river, they marched within a mile of the fort. That night the sky was alight with flame, for Vergor, the French commander, and Abbot Le Loutre set fire to all houses outside the fort walls. In a few days the English cannon had been placed in a circle round the fort and set such strange music humming in the ears of the besieged that the Acadian farmers deserted and the priests nervously thought of flight. Louisburg could send no aid, and still the bombs kept bursting through the roofs of the fort houses. One morning a bomb crashed through the roof of the breakfast room, killing 6 officers on the spot, and the French at once hung out the white flag. But when the English troops marched in on June 16th at 7 in the evening, Le Loutre had fled overland through the forests of New Brunswick for Quebec. Their scant welcome awaited the renegade priest. The French governors had been willing to use him as their tool at a price, $800 a year, but when the tool failed of its purpose they cast him aside. Le Loutre sailed for France, but his ship was captured by an English cruiser and he was imprisoned for 8 years on the island of Jersey. Meanwhile, how was fate dealing with the Acadian farmers? Ever since the Treaty of Utrecht, they had been afraid to take the oath of unqualified loyalty to England, lest New France, or rather Abbé Le Loutre, let loose the hounds of Indian massacre on the peaceful settlements. Besides, had not the priest assured them year in and year out that France would recover Acadia and put to the sword those habitants who had forsworn France? And they had been equally afraid to side with the French, for in case of failure the burden of punishment would fall on them alone. For almost half a century they had been known as neutrals. Of their population of 12,000, 3,000 had been lured away to Prince Edward Island and Cape Breton. When Cornwallis had founded Halifax, he had intended to wait only till the English were firmly established, when he would demand an oath of unqualified allegiance from the Acadians. They, on their part, were willing to take the oath with one proviso, that they should never be required to take up arms against the French, or they would have been willing to leave Acadia, as the Treaty of Utrecht had provided, in case they did not take the oath of allegiance. But in the early days of English possession, the English governors were not willing they should leave. If the Acadians had migrated, it would simply have strengthened the French in Cape Breton and Prince Edward Island and New Brunswick. Obstructions had been created that prevented the supply of transports to move the Acadians. The years had drifted on and a new generation had grown up, knowing nothing of treaty rights, but only that the French were threatening them on one side if they did not rise against England, and the English on the other side if they did not take oath of unqualified allegiance. Cornwallis had long since left Halifax, and Lawrence, the English governor, while loyal to a fault, was, like Braddock, that type of English understrapper who had wrought such irreparable injury to English prestige purely from lack of sympathetic insight with colonial conditions. For years before he had become governor, Lawrence's days had been embittered by the intrigues of the French with the Acadian farmers. He had been in Halifax when the Abbé Le Loutre's Indian brigands had raided and slain as many as 30 workmen at a time near the English fort. He had been at the Isthmus of Chignecto that fatal morning when some Indians dressed in the suits of French officers waved a white flag and lured Captain Howe of the English fort across stream, where they shot him under flag of truce in cold blood. These are not excuses for what Lawrence did. Nothing can excuse the infamy of his policy towards the Acadians. There are few blacker crimes in the history of the world, but these facts explain how a man of Lawrence's standing could assume the responsibility he did. In addition, Lawrence was a bigoted Protestant. He not only hated the Acadians because they were French, he hated them as a colony of rattlesnakes because they were Catholics, and being an Englishman, he despised them because they were colonials. France and England were now on the verge of the great struggle for supremacy in America. 18 French frigates had come to Louisburg and 3,000 French regulars to Quebec. If Lawrence did not yet know that Braddock had been defeated on July 9th at Duquesne, as his friends declare in his defense, it is a strange thing, for by August the bloody slaughter of the Monongahela was known everywhere else in America, from Quebec to New Spain. With Lawrence and Monckton and Murray and Boscawen and the other English generals sent to conduct the campaign in Acadia, the question was what to do with the French habitants. Let two facts be distinctly stated here, and with great emphasis. First, the colonial officers, like Winslow from Massachusetts, knew absolutely nothing of the English officers' plans. They were not admitted to the conferences of the English officers and were simply expected to obey orders. Second, the English government knew absolutely nothing of the English officers' course till it was too late for remedy. In fact, later dispatches of that year inquire sharply what Lawrence meant by an obscure threat to drive the Acadians out of the country. Did a darker or more sinister motive underlie the policy of Lawrence and his friends? Poems, novels, histories have waged war of words over this. Only the facts can be stated. Land to the extent of 20,000 acres each, which had belonged to the Acadians, was ultimately deeded to Lawrence and his friends. Charges of corruption against Lawrence himself were lodged with the British government, both by mail and by personal delegates from Halifax. Unfortunately, Lawrence died in Halifax in 1760 before the investigation could take place, and whether true or false, the odium of the charges rests upon his fame. What he did with the Acadians is too well known to require telling. In secret conclave the infamous edict was pronounced. Quick messengers were sent with secret dispatches to the officers of land forces and ships at Annapolis, at Mines, at Chignecto, to repair to the towns of the Acadians, where, upon opening their dispatches, they would find their orders, which were to be kept a secret among the officers. The colonial officers, on reading their orders, were simply astounded. It is the most grievous affair that ever I was in my life, declared Winslow. The edict was that every man, woman, and child of the Acadians should be forcibly deported, in Lawrence's words, in such a way as to prevent the reunion of the colonists. The men of the Acadian settlements were summoned to the churches to hear the will of the King of England. Once inside, doors were locked, English soldiers placed on guard with leveled bayonet, and the edict read by an officer standing on the pulpit stairs or on a table. The Acadians were snared like rats in a trap. Outside were their families, hostages for the peaceful conduct of the men. Inside were the brothers and husbands, hostages for the good conduct of the families outside. Only in a few places was there any rioting, and this was probably caused by the brutality of the officers. Murray and Monckton and Lawrence refer to their prisoners as popish recusants, poor wretches, rascals who have been bad subjects. While the Acadians were to be deported so they could never reunite as a colony, it was intended to keep the families together and allow them to take on board what money and household goods they possessed. But there were interminable delays for transports and supplies. From September to December the deportation dragged on, and when the Acadians, patient as sheep in the shambles, became restless, some of the ships were sent off with the men while the families were still on land. In places the men were allowed ashore to harvest their crops and care for their stock, but harvest and stock fell to the victors as burning hayracks and barns nightly lighted to flame the wooded background and placid seas of the fair Acadian land. Before winter set in, the Acadians had been scattered from New England to Louisiana. A few people in the Chignecto region had escaped to the woods of New Brunswick, and one shipload overpowered its officers and fled to St. John River, but in all 6,600 people were deported. It is the blackest crime that ever took place under the British flag, and the expulsion was only the beginning of the sufferers' woes. Some people found their way to Quebec, but Quebec was destitute and in the throes of war. The wanderers came to actual starvation. The others wandered homeless in Boston, in New York, in Philadelphia, in Louisiana. After the peace of 1763, some 800 gathered together in Boston and began the long march overland through the forests of Maine and New Brunswick to return to Acadia. Singing hymns, dragging their baggage on sleighs, pausing to hunt by the way, these sad pilgrims toiled more than 1,000 miles through forest and swamp, and at the end of 2 years found themselves back in Acadia. But they were like ghosts of the dead revisiting scenes of childhood. Their lands were occupied by new owners. Of their herds naught remained but the bleaching bone heaps where the lowing cattle had huddled in winter storms. New faces filled their old houses. Strange children rambled beneath the little dormer windows of the Acadian cottages, and the voices of boys at play in the apple orchards shouted in an alien tongue. The very names of the places had vanished. Beauséjour was now Cumberland. Beaubassin had become Amherst. Coquid was now Truro. Grand Pré was now known as Horton. The heartbroken people hurried on like ghosts to the unoccupied lands of St. Mary's Bay. St. Mary's Bay, where long ago Priest Aubry had been lost. Here they settled to hew out for themselves a second home in the wilderness. It will be recalled that Braddock's plans had been captured by the French, and those plans told Baron Dieskau, who had come out to command the French troops, that the English under William Johnson, a great leader of the Iroquois, injured to bush life like an Indian, were to attack the French fort at Crown Point on Lake Champlain. Now observe, on the Ohio, Braddock the regular had been defeated. In Acadia, Lawrence and Monckton and Murray, the English generals, had brought infamy across England's renowned by their failure to understand colonial conditions. At Lake Champlain the conditions are reversed. Johnson, the English leader, is, from long residence in America, almost a colonial. Dieskau, the commander of the French, is a veteran of Saxon wars, but knows nothing of bushfighting. What happens? Dieskau had intended to attack the English at Oswego, but the plans for Johnson on Lake Champlain brought the commander of the French rushing up the Richelieu River with 3,000 soldiers, part regulars, part Canadians. Crown Point, called Fort Frederick by the French, was reached in August. No English are here, but scouts bring word that Johnson has built a fort on the south end of Lake George, and leaving only 500 men to garrison it, is moving up the lake with his main troops. Fired by the French victories over Braddock, Dieskau planned to capture the English fort and ambush Johnson on the march. Look at the map! The south end of Lake Champlain lies parallel with the north end of Lake George. The French can advance on the English one of two ways: portage over to Lake George and canoe up the lake to Johnson's fort, or ascend the marsh to the south of Lake Champlain, then cross through the woods to Johnson's fort. Dieskau chose the latter trail. Leaving half his men to guard the baggage, Dieskau bade 1,500 picked men follow him on swiftest march with provisions in haversack for only 8 days. September 8th, 10 a.m., the marchers advanced through the woods and Johnson's fort, when suddenly they learn that their scout has lied. Johnson himself is still at the fort. Instead of 500 are 4,000 English. Advancing along the trail V-shape, regulars in the middle, Canadians and Indians on each side, the French come on a company of 500 English wagoners. In the wild melee of shouts the English retreat in a rabble. "Pursue! March! Fire! Force the place!" yells Dieskau. Dashing forward sword in hand, thinking to follow so closely on the heels of the rabble that he can enter the English fort before the enemy know, but his Indians have forsaken him, and Johnson's scouts have forewarned the approach of the French. Instead of ambushing the English, Dieskau finds his own army ambushed. He had sneered at the uninformed plowboys of the English. "The more there are, the more we shall kill," he had boasted; but now he discovers that the rude bushwhackers, who fought like boys in the morning, at noon fought like men, and by afternoon fought like devils. Their sharpshooters kept up a crash of fire to the fore, and 1,500 doubled on the rear of his army. "Folding us up," he reported, "like a pack of cards." Dieskau fell, shot in the leg and in the knee, and a bullet struck the cartridge box of the servant who was washing out the wounds. "Lay my telescope and coat by me and go," ordered Dieskau. "This is as good a deathbed as any place. Go," he thundered, seeing his second officer hesitate. "Don't you see you are needed? Go and sound a retreat." A third shot penetrated the wounded commander's bladder. Lying alone, propped against a tree, he heard the drums rolling a retreat, when one of the enemy jumped from the woods with pointed pistol. "Scoundrel!" roared the dauntless Dieskau. "Dare to shoot a man weltering in his blood!" The fellow proved to be a Frenchman who had long ago deserted to the English, and he muttered out some excuse about shooting the devil before the devil shot him. But when he found out who Dieskau was, he had him carried carefully to Johnson's tent, where every courtesy was bestowed upon the wounded commander. Johnson himself lay wounded. All that night Iroquois kept breaking past the guard into the tent. "What do they want?" asked Dieskau feebly. "To skin you and eat you," returned Johnson laconically. Whose was the victory? The losses had been about even, 250 on each side. Johnson had failed to advance to Crown Point, but Dieskau had failed to dislodge Johnson. If Dieskau had not been captured, it is a question if either side would have considered the fight a victory. As it was, New France was plunged in grief. Joy bells rang in New England. Johnson was given a baronetcy and £5,000 for his victory. He had named the lake south of Lake Champlain after the English king, Lake George. So closed the first act in the tragic struggle for supremacy in America. End of section 25. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section 26 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. Laut. From 1756 to 1763, Part 1. How stand both sides at the opening of the year 1756, on the verge of the 7 Years' War, the struggle for a continent? There has been open war for more than a year, but war is not formally declared until May 18, 1756. Take Acadia first. The French have been expelled. The infamous Laut is still in prison in England, and when he is released in 1763, he toils till his death in 1773, trying to settle the Acadian refugees on some of the French islands of the English Channel. The smiling farms of Grand Pré and Port Royal lie a howling waste. Only a small English garrison holds Annapolis, where long ago Marc L'Escarbot and Champlain held happy revel, and the seat of government has been transferred to Halifax, now a settlement and fort of some 5,000 people. So much for the English. Across a narrow arm of the sea is Isle Royal, or Cape Breton, where the French are entrenched as a second Gibraltar in the fortress of Louisburg. Since the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle restored the fort to the French, millions have been spent strengthening its walls, adding to its armaments, but Intendant Bigot has had charge of the funds, and Intendant Bigot has a sponge-like quality of absorbing all funds that flow through his hands. Cannon have been added, but there are not enough balls to go round. The walls have been repaired, but with false filling, sand in place of mortar, so that the first shatter of artillery will send them clattering down in wet plaster. Take the Ohio next. Beautiful river is the highway between New France and Louisiana. By Braddock's defeat, the English have been driven out to a man. Matters are a thousandfold worse than before, for the savage allies of the French now swarm down the bush road cut by Braddock's army, and carry bloody havoc to all the frontier settlements of Pennsylvania and Virginia. How many pioneers perished in this border war will never be known. It is a tale itself, and its story is not part of Canada's history. George Washington was the officer in charge of 1,000 bushfighters to guard this frontier. Take the valley of Lake Champlain. This is the highway of approach to Montreal north, to Albany south. Johnson has defeated Dieskau here, but neither side was strong enough to advance from the scene of battle into the territory of the enemy. The English take possession of Lake George and entrench themselves at the south end of Fort William Henry. Sir William Johnson strings a line of forts up the Mohawk River towards Oswego on Lake Ontario, and he keeps his forest rangers under the famous scout Major Robert Rogers, scouring the forest and mountain trails of Lake Champlain for French marauder and news of what the French are doing. Rogers' Rangers, too, are a story by themselves, but a story which does not concern Canada. Skating and snowshoeing by winter, canoeing by night in summer, Roger passed and repassed the enemy's lines times without number, as if his life were charmed though once his wrist was shot when he had nothing to staunch the blood but the ribbon tying his wig, and once he stumbled back exhausted to Fort William Henry, to lie raging with smallpox for the winter. Among the forest rangers of New Hampshire and New York, Major Robert Rogers was without a peer. No danger was too great, no feat too daring for his band of scouts. The English have established Fort William Henry at the south end of Lake George. The French checkmate the move by strengthening Crown Point on Lake Champlain and moving a pace farther south into English territory, to Carillon, where the waters of Lake George pour into Champlain. Here on a high angle between the river and the lake, commanding all travel north and south, the French build Carillon or Fort Ticonderoga. As for the great Northwest, New France with her string of posts, Frontenac, Niagara, Detroit, Michilimackinac, Kaministiquia, Fort William, Fort Rogue, Winnipeg, Portage la Prairie, stretches clear across to the foothills of the Rockies. The English fur traders of Hudson Bay have, in 1754, sent Anthony Hendry up the Saskatchewan, but when Henry comes back with word of equestrian Indians, the Blackfeet on horseback, and treeless plains, the English set him down as a lying impostor. Indians on horseback? They had never seen Indians but in canoes and on snowshoes. Henry was dismissed as unreliable, and no Englishman went up the Saskatchewan for another 10 years. If the disasters of 1755 did nothing more, they at least stirred the home governments to action. Earl Loudon is sent out in 1756 to command the English, and to New France in May comes Louis Joseph, Marquis de Montcalm, age 44, soldier, scholar, country gentleman, with a staff composed of Chevalier de Lévis, Bourlamaque, and one Bougainville, to become famous as a navigator. Though New France consists of a good 3/4 of America, things are in evil plight that causes Montcalm many sleepless nights. Vaudreuil, the French governor, descendant of that Vaudreuil who long ago set the curse of Indian warfare on the borders of New England, had expected to be appointed chief commander of the troops, and jealousy resents Montcalm's coming. With the governor is lead intendant Bigot, come up from Louisburg. Bigot is a man of 60, of noble birth, a favorite of the butterfly women who rules the King of France, the Pompadour, and he has come to New France to mend his fortunes. How he planned to do it one may guess from his career at Louisburg, but Quebec offered better field, and it was to Bigot's interest to ply Montcalm and Vaudreuil with such tittle-tattle of enmity as would foment jealousy, keep their attention on each other, and their eyes off his own doings. As he had done at Louisburg, so he now did at Quebec. The king was requisitioned for enormous sums to strengthen the fort. Bigot's ring of friends acted as contractors. The outlay was enormous, the results trifling. "I think," complained the king, "that Quebec must be fortified in gold. It has cost so much." It was time of war. Enormous sums were to be expended for presents to keep the Indians loyal, and the king complains that he cannot understand how baubles of beads and powder horns cost so much, or how the western tribes seem to be more and more numerous, or how the French officers who distribute the presents become millionaires in a few years. A friend of Bigot's handled these funds. There are meat contracts for the army. A worthless, low-bred scamp is named Commissary General. He handles these contracts, and he, too, swiftly graduates into the millionaire class. Is hail fellow met with Bigot, drinks deep at the indigents' table, and gambles away as much as $40,000 in a single night. It is time of war, and it is time of famine too, for the crops have failed. Each inhabitant between the ages of 15 and 50 has been drafted into the army. Not counting Indians, there is an army of 15 to 20,000 to be fed. So Bigot compels the habitants to sell him provisions at a low price. These provisions he resells to the king for the army and to the citizens at famine prices. The king's warehouse down by the intendant's palace becomes known as Le Fripon, the cheat. And though the country is on verge of ruin, though poor people of the three towns are rioting in the streets for food, old women cursing the little wizened intendant with his pimpled face as he rolls past resplendent in carriage with horses whose harnesses is a blaze of silver, the troops threatening to mutiny because they are compelled to use horseflesh, though New France is hovering over a volcano of disaster, they dance to their death, thoughtless as butterflies, gay as children, these mannequin imitators of the French court, who are ruining New France that they may copy the vices of an old world playing at kingcraft. The regular troops are uniformed in white with facings of blue and red and gold and violet, three-cornered hat, and leather leggings to knee. What with chapel bells ringing, and bugle call and counter call echoing back from Cape Diamond, what with Monsieur Bigot's prancing horses and Madame Pine's flashy carriage, Madame Pine, of whom Bigot is so enamored he has sent her husband to some far western post, and passes each evening at her gay receptions, what with the grounding of the sentry's arms and the parade of troops. Quebec is a gay place these years of black ruin, and the gossips have all they can do to keep track of the amours and the duels and the high personages cultivating Madame Pine, for cultivated she must be by all those who covet place or power. A word from Madame Pine to Bigot is of more value than a bribe. Even Montcalm and de Lévis attend her revels. 20 people sup with Monsieur Bigot each night, either at the intendant's palace down by the Charles River, or 9 miles out towards Beauport, where he has built himself the Forest Hermitage, now known as Chateau Bigot, a magnificent country manor of red brick, hidden away among the hills with the gay shrubberies of French gardens set down in an American wilderness. Supper over by 7, the guests sit down to play, and the amount a man may gamble is his social barometer, whether he lose or win, cheat or steal. If dancing follows gambling, the rout will not disperse till 7 in the morning. What time is left of the 24 hours in a day will be devoted to public affairs. Montcalm's salary is only 25,000 francs, or $5,000. To maintain the dignity of the king, the commander-in-chief must keep the pace, and he too gives weekly suppers, with places set for 40 people, whom I don't know, he writes dejectedly to his wife, and don't want to know, and wish that I might spend the evenings quietly in my own chamber. To Montcalm, who was of noble birth with no shamming, this low-bred pretense and play at courtcraft became a bore. To his staff of officers a source of continual amusement, but de Lévis presently falls victim to a pair of fine eyes possessed by the wife of another man. War filled the summers, but the winters were given up to social life, and all midwinter social gaieties the most important was the official visit of the governor and the intendant to Montreal. By this time a good road had been cut from Quebec to Montreal along the north shore, and the sleighs usually set out in January or February. Bigot added to the occasion all the prestige of a social rout. All the grandames and cavaliers of Quebec were invited. Baggage was sent on ahead with servants to break the way, find quarters for the night, and prepare meals. After dinner at the Intendant's palace the sleighs set out, 2 horses to each, driven tandem because the sleigh road was too narrow for a team. Each sleigh held only 2 occupants, and to the damage done by fair eyes was added the glow of exhilaration from driving behind spirited horses in frosty air with the bells of 100 carrioles ringing across the snow. At 7 was pause for supper. High play followed till 10. Then early to bed and early to rise and on the road again by 7 in the morning. In Montreal was one continual round of dinners and dances. Between times, appointments were made to the military posts and trading stations of the up country. He who wanted a good post must pay his court to Madame Péan. No wonder Montcalm breathed a sigh of relief when Lent put a stop to the gaieties and he could quietly pass his evenings with the Sulpician priests. To break from Bigot's ring during the war was impossible. Creatures of his choosing filled the army, handled the supplies, controlled the Indians, and when the King's reproof became too sharp, Bigot simply threatened to resign, which wrought consternation, for no man of ability would attempt to unwind the tangle of Bigot's dishonesty during a critical war. Montcalm wrote home complaints in cipher. The French government bided its time, and Bigot tightened his vampire suckers on the lifeblood of the dying nation. The whole era is a theme for the allegatory of artist or poet. Montcalm had arrived in May of 1756. By midsummer he was leading 3,000 French artillerymen across Lake Ontario from Fort Frontenac, Kingston, to attack the English post on the south side, Oswego. Inside the fort walls were 700 raw English provincials, ill of scurvy from lack of food. The result needed scarcely to be told. 700 ill men behind wooden walls had no chance against 3,000 soldiers in health with heavy artillery. To take the English by surprise, Montcalm had crossed the lake on August 4th by night. 2 days later all the transport ships had landed the troops, and the cannon had actually been mounted before the English knew of the enemy's presence. On the east side of the river was Fort Ontario, a barricade of logs built in the shape of a star, housing an outguard of 370 men. On discovering the French, the sentries spiked their cannon, threw their powder in the river, and retired at midnight inside Oswego's walls. Working like beavers, Montcalm's men dragged 20 cannon to a hill commanding the fort, known as Fort Rascal, because the outfort there was useless to the English. Before Montcalm's cannonade, Oswego's walls, plastered with clay and rubble, fell like the staves of a dry barrel. The English sharpshooters then hid behind pork barrels placed in 3 tiers filled with sand. But Colonel Mercier, their officer, was literally cut in two by a cannon shot, and the women, cooped up inside the barracks, begged the officers to avoid Indian massacre by surrender. A white flag was waved, including women. Something under 1,000 English surrendered themselves prisoners to Montcalm. The Indians fell at once to mad plunder. Spite of the terms of honorable surrender, the English were stripped of everything, and only Montcalm's promise of $10,000 worth of presents to the savages prevented butchery. The victors decamped to Montreal, well pleased with the campaign of 1756. It need not be told that there were constant raids and counter-raids along the frontier during the entire year. Loudon, the English commander, did not arrive in New York till well on in midsummer of 1756, and he found far different material from the trained bushfighters in the hands of Montcalm. The English soldiers were raw provincial recruits, dressed at best in buckskin, but for the most part in the rough homespun which they had worn when they had left plough and carpenter's bench and fishing boat. When Montcalm was capturing Oswego, Loudon was licking his rough recruits into shape, making men out of mud for the campaign of 1757. Indeed, it was said of Loudon, and the saying stuck to him as characteristic of his campaign, that he resembled the wooden horse figure of a tavern sign, always on horseback but never rode forward. Instead of striking at Lake Champlain or on the Ohio, where the French were the aggressors, Loudon planned to repeat the brilliant capture of Louisburg. July of 1857 found him at Halifax, planting vegetable gardens to prevent scurvy, the cabbage campaign, as it was derisively called, and waiting for Gorham's Rangers to reconnoiter Louisburg. Gorham's scouts brought back word that the French admiral had come in with 24 men of war and 7,000 men. To overpower such strength meant a prolonged siege. It was already August. Loudon sailed back to New York without firing a gun, while the English fleet, trying to reconnoiter Louisburg, suffered terrible shipwreck. Montcalm was not the enemy to let chance of Loudon's absence from the scene of action pass unimproved. While Loudon is pottering at Halifax, Montcalm marshals his troops to the number of 8,000, including 1,000 Indians at Carillon or Ticonderoga, where Lake George empties into Lake Champlain. Portaging 250 flatboats with as many birch canoes up the river, the French invade the mountain wilderness of Lake George. Towards the end of July, Lévis leads part of the troops by land up the west shore towards the English post of Fort William Henry. Montcalm advances on the lake with the flatboats and canoes, and the rafts with the heavy artillery. Each night Lévis' troops kindle their signal fires on the mountain slope, and each night Montcalm from the lake signals back with torches. It needs artist's brush to paint the picture. The forested mountains, green and lonely and silent in the shimmering sunlight of the summer sky. The lake gold as molten metal in the fire of the setting sun. The soldiers in their gay uniforms of white and blue, hoisting tent cloths on oar sweeps for sails as a breeze dimples the waters. The French voyageurs clad in beaded buckskin chanting some ditty of old world fame to the rhythmic dip of the Indian paddles. The Indians naked, painted for war, with glitter in their eyes of a sinister intent which they have no mind to tell Montcalm. And then, at the south of Lake George, nestled between the hills and the water, the little palisaded fort, Fort William Henry, with gates fast shut and 2,000 bushfighters behind the walls, weak from an epidemic of smallpox, and as usual, so short of provisions that siege means starvation. End of section number 26. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section 27 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. Laut. From 1756 to 1763, Part 2. 20 miles southeastward is another English fort, Fort Edward, where General Webb with 1,600 men is keeping the road barred against advance to Albany. Soon as scouts bring word to Fort William Henry of the advancing French, Lieutenant Monro sends frantic appeal to Webb for more men. But Webb has already sent all the men he can spare. If he leaves Fort Edward, the French, by a flank movement through the woods, can march on Albany. So Monro unplugs his 17 cannon, locks his gates, and bids his fate. Montcalm follows the same tactics at Oswego, brings heavy artillery against slab walls. For the first week of August, 800 of his men are digging trenches by night to avoid giving target for the fiery bombs whizzing through the dark from Monro's cannon. By day they lie hidden in the woods with a cordon of sharpshooters encircling the fort. Montcalm encamped on the west to prevent help from Sir William Johnson up the Mohawk. Lévis on the southeast to cut off aid from Webb. Monro sends yet one last appeal for help. 2,000 men against 8,000. The odds are eloquent of his need. Montcalm's scouts let the messenger pass through the lines as if unseen, but they make a point of catching the return messenger and holding Webb's answer that he cannot come, till their cannon have torn great wounds in the fort walls. Then Bougainville, blindfold, carries Webb's answer to Monro and demands the surrender of the fort. Monro still has a little ammunition, still hopes against hope that Johnson or Webb or Loudon will come to the rescue, and he keeps his big guns singing over the heads of the French in the trenches till all the cannon have burst but 7, and there are not 10 rounds of shells left. Then Colonel Young, with a foot shot off, rides out on horseback waving a white flag. 300 English have been killed. As many again are wounded or ill of smallpox, and to the remaining garrison of 1,600 Montcalm promises safe conduct to General Webb at Fort Edward. Then the English march out. That night, August 9th, the vanquished English camp with Montcalm's forces. The Indians, meanwhile, ramping through the fort for plunder, have maddened themselves with traders' rum. Before daybreak they have butchered all the wounded lying in the hospital and cut to pieces the men ill of smallpox, a crime that brought its own punishment in contagion. Next morning, when the French guard tried to conduct the disarmed English along the trail to Fort Edward, the Indians snatched at the clothing, the haversacks, the tent kit of the marchers. With their swords the French beat back the drunken horde. In answer, the war hatchets were waved over the heads of the cowering women. The march became a panic, the panic a massacre, and for 24 hours such bedlam raged as might have put fiends to shame. The frenzied Indians would listen to no argument but blows, and when the English prisoners appealed to the French for protection, the French dared not offend their savage allies by fighting to protect the English victims. "Take to the woods," they warned the men, and the women were quickly huddled back to shelter of the fort. Of the men, 60 were butchered on the spot, and some 700 captured to be held for ransom. The remnant of the English soldiers, along with the women, were held till Indian frenzy had spent itself, then sent to Fort Edward. August 16th a torch was put to the combustibles of the fort ruins, and as the French boats glided out on Lake George for the St. Lawrence, explosion after explosion, flame leaping above flame, proclaimed that of Fort William Henry there would remain naught but ashes and charred ruins and the skeletons of the dead. So closed the campaign of 1757. For 3 years hand running, England had suffered defeat. The spring of 1758 witnessed a change. The change was the rise to power of a man who mastered circumstances instead of allowing them to master him. Such men are the milestones of human progress. whether heroes or quiet toilers unknown to the world. The man was Pitt, the English statesman. Instead of a weak ministry fighting the machinations of France, it was now Pitt versus Pompadour, the English patriot against the light women who ruled the councils of France. From fighting weakly on the defensive, England sprang into the position of aggressor all along the line. The French were to be attacked at all points simultaneously, at Louisburg on the east, at Ticonderoga or Carillon on Lake Champlain, at Duquesne on the Ohio, at Frontenac on Lake Ontario, and finally at Quebec itself. London is recalled as commander in chief. Abercrombie succeeds to the position with the brilliant young soldier Lord Howe as right-hand man. But Pitt takes good care that there shall be good chiefs and good right-hand men at all points. The one mistake is Abercrombie. Mrs. Nabby Crombie, the soldiers called him. He was an indifferent, negative sort of man. And indifferent, negative sorts of people, by their dishwater goodness, can sometimes do more harm in critical positions than the branded criminal. Red tape had forced him on Pitt, but Pitt trusted to the excellence of the subordinate officers, especially Lord Howe. Louisburg first! No more dilly-dallying and delay to plant cabbages. The thing is to reach Louisburg before the French have entered the harbor. Men of war are stationed to intercept the French vessels coming from the Mediterranean, and before winter has passed Admiral Boscawen has sailed for America with 150 vessels, including 40 men of war, frigates, and transports carrying 12,000 men. General Amherst is to command the land forces, and with Amherst is Brigadier James Wolfe, aged 31, a tall, slim, fragile man, whose delicate frame is tenanted by a lion spirit, or, to change the comparison, by a motive power too strong for the weak body that held it. By May the fleet is in Halifax. By June Amherst has joined Boscawen, and the ships beat out for Louisburg through heavy fog, with a sea that boils over the reefs in angry surf. Louisburg was in worse condition than during the siege of 1745. The broken walls have been repaired, but the filling is false, sand-grit. Its population is some 4,000, of whom 3,800 are the garrison. On the ships lying in the harbor are 3,000 marines, a defensive force. In all, 6,800. On walls and in bastions are some 450 heavy guns, cannon, and mortars. Imagine a triangle with the base to the west, the two sides running out to sea on the east. The fort is the apex. The wall of the base line is protected by a marsh. On the northeast side is the harbor protected by reefs and 3 batteries. Along the south side, Drucourt, the French commander, has stationed 2,000 men at 3 different points where landing is possible, to construct batteries behind barricades of logs. Fog had concealed the approach of the English, but such a groundswell was raging over the reefs as threatened any ship with instant destruction. For a week Amherst and Wolfe and Lawrence row up and down through the rolling mist and raging surf and singing winds to take stock of the situation. With those batteries at the landing places there is only one thing to do: cannonade them. Hold their attention in a life-and-death fight while the English soldiers scramble through the surf for the shore. From sunrise to sundown of the 8th, furious cannonading set the green seas churning and tore up the French barricades as by hurricane. At sunset the firing ceased. and 3 detachments of troops launched out in whaleboats at 3 in the morning, 2 of the detachments to make a feint of landing, while Wolfe with the other division was to run through the surf for the shore at Freshwater Cove. The French were not deceived. They let Wolfe approach within range, when the log barricade flashed to flame with 1,000 sharpshooters. Wolfe had foreseen the snare and had waved his troops off when he noticed that 2 boatloads were rowing ashore through a tremendous surf under shelter of a rocky point. Quickly he signaled the other boats to follow. In a trice the boats had smashed to kindling on the reefs, but the men were wading ashore, muskets held high overhead, powder pouches in teeth, and rushed with bayonets leveled against the French, who had dashed from cover to prevent the landing. This unexpected landing had cut the French off from Louisburg. Retreating in panic, they abandoned their batteries and 50 dead. The English had lost 109 in the surf. It is said that Wolfe scrambled from the water like a drowned rat and led the rush with no other weapon in hand but his cane. To land the guns through the jostling sea was the next task. It was done, as in 1745, by a pontoon bridge of small boats, but the work took till the 29th of June. Wolfe meanwhile has marched with 1,200 men round to the rear of the marsh and come so suddenly on the Grand and Lighthouse batteries, which defend the harbor, that the French abandon them to retreat within the walls. This gives the English such control of the harbor entrance that Drucourt, the French commander, sinks 6 of his ships across the channel to bar out Boscawen's fleet, the masts of the sunken vessels sticking above the water. Amherst's men are working like demons, building a road for the cannon across the marsh and trenching up to the back wall, but they work only at night and undiscovered by the French till the 9th of July. Then the French rush out with a whoop to drive them off, but the English already have their guns mounted, and Drucourt's men are glad to dash for shelter behind the cracking walls. It now became a game of cannon play, pure and simple. Boscawen from harbor front hurls his whistling bombs overhead, to crash through roofs inside the walls. Wolfe from the lighthouse battery throws shells and flaming combustibles straight into the midst of the remaining French fleet. At last, on July 21st, masts, sails, tar ropes take fire in a terrible conflagration, and 3 of the fleet burn to the waterline with terrific explosions of their powder magazines. Then the flames hiss out above the rocking hulls. Only 2 ships are left to the French, and the deep bomb-proof casements inside the fort between outer and inner walls, where the families and the wounded have been sheltered, are now in flame. Amherst loads his shells with combustibles and pours one continuous rain of fiery death on the doomed fort. The houses, which are of logs, flame like kindling wood, and now the timber work of the stone bastion is burning from bombs hurtling through the roofs. The walls crash down in masses. The scared surgeons, all bloody from amputating shattered limbs, no longer stand in safety above their operating tables. It is said that Madame Drucourt, the governor's wife, actually stayed on the walls to encourage the soldiers. With her own hands fires some of the great guns, and when the overworked surgeons flagged from terror and lack of sleep, it was Madame Drucourt who attended to the wounded. Drucourt is for holding out to the death, until one dark night the English row into the harbor and capture his last 2 ships. Then Drucourt asks for terms. July 26. But the terms are stern, utter surrender, and Drucourt would have fought till every man fell from the walls. had not one of the civil officers rushed after the commander's messenger carrying the refusal, and shouted across the ditches to the English, "We accept! We surrender! We accept your terms!" Counting soldiers, marines, and townspeople, in all 5,000 French passed over to Amherst, to be carried prisoners on Boscawen's fleet to England. Wolfe was for proceeding at once to Quebec, but Amherst considered the season too late and determined to complete the work where he was. One detachment goes to receive the surrender of Isle St. John, henceforth known as Prince Edward Island. Another division proceeds up St. John River, New Brunswick, burning all settlements that refuse unconditional surrender. Wolfe's grenadiers are sent to reduce Gaspé and Miramichi and northern New Brunswick, and now, lest blundering statecraft for a second time return the captured fort to France. Amherst and Boscawen order the complete disarmament and destruction of Louisburg. What cannon cannot be removed are tumbled into the marsh or upset into the sea. The stones from the walls are carried away to Halifax. By 1760, of Louisburg, the glory of New France, the pride of America, there remains not a vestige but grass slopes overgrown by nettles, ditches with rank growth of weeds, stone piles where the wild vines grow, and an inner yard where the cows of the fisherfolk pasture. Not a poor beginning for the campaign of 1758, though bad enough news has come from Major General Abercrombie, which was the real explanation of Amherst's refusal to push on to Quebec. Abercrombie, with 15,000 men, the pick of the regulars and provincials, had launched out on Lake George on the 5th of July with over 1,000 boats, to descend the lake northward to the French fort of Carillon or Ticonderoga. Again it would require artist's brush to paint the scene. Rogers' Rangers, dressed in buckskin, led the way in birch canoes. Lord Howe was there, dressed like a bushfighter, and with bagpipes setting the echoes ringing amid the lonely mountains, were the Highland regiments in their tartan plaids. Flags floated from the prow of every boat. Each battalion had its own regimental band. Scarcely a breath dimpled the waters of the lake, and the sun shone without a cloud. Little wonder those who passed through the fiery acclama that was to come afterwards looked back on this scene as the fairest in their lives. Montcalm had only arrived at Ticonderoga on June 30th. There was no doubting the news. His bushrovers brought in word that the English were advancing in such multitudes their boats literally covered the lake. It looked as if the fate of Fort William Henry were to be reversed. Montcalm never dreamed of Abercrombie attacking without artillery. To stay cooped up in the fort would invite destruction. Therefore Montcalm ordered his men out to construct a circular breastwork from the River of the Chutes on the southeast, which empties Lake George, round towards Lake Champlain on the northwest. Huge trees were felled, pile on pile, topmost branches spiked and pointed outwards. Behind these Montcalm entrenched his 4,000 men, lying in lines 3 deep, with grenadiers in reserve behind to step up as the foremost lines fell. At a cannon signal from the fort the men were to rise to their places, but not to fire till the English were entangled in the brushwood. It was blistering hot weather. It is said that the troops took off their heavy three-cornered hats and lay in their shirt sleeves, hand on musket, speaking no word, but waiting. On came the English in martial array, pausing in the Narrows at 5 o'clock for the troops' evening meal, moving on before daylight of July 6 to the landing place. The Rangers had brought in word that Lévis was coming post haste to Montcalm's aid. Abercrombie thought to defeat Montcalm before reinforcements could come, and now he committed his cardinal error. He advanced across the portage without his heavy artillery. Halfway over, the voice of the French scouts rang out. "Who goes there?" "French," answered the English soldiers. But the French were not tricked. The ambushed scouts fired. Lord Howe, the very spirit of the English army, dropped dead, shot through the breast, though the English avenged his loss by cutting the French scouts to pieces. On the night of the 7th the English army bivouacked in sight of the French barricade. Promptly at 12 o'clock next day a cannon shot from Ticonderoga brought every Frenchman behind the tree line to his place at a leap. Abercrombie had ordered his men to rush the barricade. There was fearful silence till the English were within 20 paces of the trees. There they broke from quick march to a run with a wild halloo. Death unerring blazed from the French barricade. Not bullets only, but broken glass and ragged metal that tore hideous wounds in the ranks of the English. Caught in the brushwood, unable even to see their foes, the maddened troop wavered and fell back. Again Abercrombie roared the order to charge. 6 times they hurled themselves against the impassable wall, and 6 times the sharpshooters behind the lines met the advance with a rain of fire. The Highland troops to the right went almost mad. Lord John Murray, their commander, had fallen, and not a tenth of their number remained unwounded. But the broadswords wrought small havoc against the spiked branches of the log barricade. Obstinate as he was stupid, Abercrombie kept his men at the bloody but futile attempt till the sun had set behind the mountains, etching the sad scene with the long painted shadows. Already almost 2,000 English had fallen, 700 killed, the rest wounded. The French behind the barricade, where Montcalm marched up and down in his short sleeves, grimed with smoke, encouraging the men, had lost less than 400. In a spirit of hilarious bravado, a young Frenchman sprang to the top of the barricade and waved a coat on the end of his bayonet. Mistaking it for a flag of surrender, the English ceased firing and dashed up with muskets held on the horizontal above heads. They were actually scaling the wall when a French officer, realizing the blunder, roared, "Shoot! Shoot, you fools! Don't you see these men will seize you?" End of section 27. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section 28 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. Laut. From 1756 to 1763, Part 3. Cleaning guns and eating snatches of food, Montcalm's men slept that night in their places behind the logs. Montcalm had passed from man to man, personally thanking the troops for their valor. When daylight came over the hills with wisps of fog-like cloud banners from the mountain tops, and the sunlight pouring gold mist through the valley, the French rose and rubbed their eyes. They could scarcely believe it. Sure Abercrombie would come back with his heavy guns. Like the mists of the morning, the English had vanished. Far down the lake they were retreating, in such panic terror they had left their baggage. Places were found on the portage by French scouts where the English had fled in such haste marchers had lost their boots in the mud and not stopped to find them. Such was the battle of Carillon or Ticonderoga. Good reason for Amherst refusing to go on to Quebec. The year closed with two more victories for the English. Brigadier John Forbes and Washington succeeded in cutting their way up to Fort Duquesne by a new road. They found the fort abandoned, and taking possession in November, renamed it Pittsburg, after the great English statesman. The other victory was at Frontenac, or Kingston. As the French had concentrated at Lake Champlain, leaving Frontenac unguarded, Bradstreet gained permission from Abercrombie to lead 3,000 men across Lake Ontario against La Salle's old fur post. Crossing from the ruins of old Oswego, Bradstreet encamped beneath the palisades of Frontenac on the evening of August 25th. By morning he had his cannons in range for the walls. Inside the fort, Commandant de Noyan had less than 100 men. At 7 in the evening of August 27th he surrendered. Bradstreet permitted the prisoners to go down to Montreal on parole, to be exchanged for the English prisoners held in Quebec. Furs to the value of $80,000, 20 cannon, and 9 vessels were captured. Bradstreet divided the loot among his men, taking for himself not so much as a penny's worth. The fort was destroyed. So were the vessels. The guns and provisions were carried across the lake and deposited at Fort Stanwix, east of old Oswego. The loss of Duquesne on the Ohio and Fort Frontenac on Lake Ontario cut French dominion in America in two. Henceforth there was no highway from New France to Louisiana. In September, Abercrombie was recalled. Amherst became chief commander. Wolfe had gone home to England ill. It was while sojourning at the fashion resort, Bath, that he fell desperately in love with a Miss Lowther, to whom he became engaged. Then came the summons from Pitt to meet the cabinet ministers in the War Office of London. Wolfe was asked to take command of the campaign in 1759 against Quebec. It had been his ambition in Louisburg to proceed at once against Quebec. Here was his opportunity. It need not be told. He told it. Amherst now, on the field south of Lake Champlain, received £10 a day as commander-in-chief. For the greater task of reducing Quebec, Wolfe was to receive £2 a day. Under him were to serve Monckton, Townshend, and Murray. Admiral Saunders was to command the fleet. Wolfe advised sending a few ships beforehand to guard the entrance to the St. Lawrence, and Durell was dispatched for this purpose long before the main armaments set out. By April 30th the combined fleet and army were at Halifax. Wolfe was a force of some 8,500 men. Wolfe, now only in his 33rd year, had been the subject of such jealousy that he was actually compelled to sail from Louisburg in June without 1 penny of ready money in his army chest. Underling officers, whose duty it was to advance him money on credit, had raised difficulties. Cheers and cheers yet again rent the air as the fleet at last set out for the St. Lawrence. The soldiers on deck, shouting themselves hoarse as Louisburg faded over the watery horizon. The officers at table the first night out at sea, drinking toast after toast to British colors on every French fort in America. At Quebec was fast and furious preparation for the coming siege. Bougainville had been sent to France from Lake Champlain in 1758 with report of the victory at Ticonderoga. In vain he appealed for more money, more men for the coming conflict. The French government sent him back to Quebec with a bundle of advice and platitudes and titles and badges and promotions and soft words. But of the sinew which makes war, men and money, France had not to spare. The rumor of the English invasion was confirmed by Bougainville. Every man capable of bearing arms was called to Quebec except the small forces at the outposts, and Bourlamaque at Champlain was instructed, if attacked by Amherst, to blow up Fort Carillon, then Crown Point, and retire. Grain was gathered into the state warehouses, and so stripped of able-bodied men were the rural districts that the crops of 1759 were planted by the women and children. Fire ships and rafts were constructed, the channel of St. Charles River closed by sinking vessels, and a bridge built higher up to lead from Quebec City across the river eastward to Beauport and Montmorency. Along the high cliffs of the St. Lawrence, from Montmorency Falls to Quebec, were constructed earthworks and entrenchments to command the approach up the river. What frigates had come in with Bougainville were sent higher up the St. Lawrence to be out of danger. But the crews, numbering 1,400, were posted on the ramparts of Upper Town. Counting mere boys, Quebec had a defensive force variously given as from 9,000 to 14,000, but deducting raw levies, who scarcely knew the rules of the drill room, it is doubtful if Montcalm could boast of more than 5,000 able-bodied fighters. Still he felt secure in the impregnable strength of Quebec's natural position. July 29th, when the enemy lay encamped beneath its trenches, he could write, "Unless they, the English, have wings, they cannot cross a river and effect a landing and scale a precipice." One cruel feature there was of Quebec's preparations. To keep the habitants on both sides of the river loyal, Vaudreuil, the governor, issued a proclamation telling the people that the English intended to massacre the inhabitants, men, women, and children. Meanwhile, morning, noon, and night, the chapel bells are ringing, lilting, and calling the faithful to prayers for the destruction of the heretic invader. Nuns lie prostrate day and night in prayer for the colony's deliverance from the English. Holy processions march through the streets, nuns and priests and little children in white, and rough soldiery in uniforms with the blue facings, to pray heaven's aid for victory. And while the poor people starve for bread, poultry is daily fattened on precious wheat that it may make tenderest meat for intendant's bigot's table, where the painted women and drunken gamblers and gay officers nightly feast. Signal fires light up the hills with ominous warning as the English fleet glides slowly abreast the current of the St. Lawrence, now pausing to sound where the yellow rifle of the current shows shallows, now following the course staked out by flags, here depending on the Frenchmen, whom they have compelled to act as pilot. Nightly from hill to hill the signal fires leap to the sky, till one flames from the Cape Tourmente, and Quebec learns that the English are surely very near. Among the Englishmen who are out in the advance boat sounding is a young man, James Cook, destined to become a great navigator. June 25th, sail after sail, frigate after frigate, bristling with cannon, literally swarming with soldiers and marines, glide round the ends of Orleans Island, through driving rain and a squall, and to clatter of anchor chains and rattle of falling sails, come to rest. Pray heaven they be wrecked as Sir Hoveden Walker's fleet was wrecked long ago. sighs the nuns of Quebec. If they have prayed half as hard as their corrupt rulers, their bigots and their kings and their painted women whose nod could set Europe on fire with war, if the Holy Sisterhood had prayed for this gang of vampires whose vices had brought doom to the land to be swallowed in some abyss, their prayers might have been more effective with heaven. Next day a band of rangers lands from Wolfe's ships and finds the island of Orleans deserted. On the church door the curé has pinned a note, asking the English not to molest his church, and expressing sardonic regret that the invaders have not come soon enough to enjoy the fresh vegetables of his garden. Wolfe for the first time gazes on the prize of his highest ambition, Quebec. He is at Orleans, facing the city. To his right is the cataract of Montmorency. From the falls past Beauport to St. Charles River, the St. Lawrence banks are high cliffs. Above the cliffs are Montcalm's entrenched fighters. Then the north shore of the St. Lawrence suddenly sheers up beyond St. Charles River into a lofty, steep precipice. The precipice is Quebec City, Upper Town and the convents and the ramparts and Castle St. Louis nestling on an upper ledge of the rock below Cape Diamond. Lower Town crowding between the foot of the precipice and tidewater. Look again how the St. Lawrence turns in a sharp angle at the precipice. Three sides of the city are water. St. Charles River nearest Wolfe, then the St. Lawrence across the steep face of the rock, then the St. Lawrence again along a still steeper precipice to the far side. Only the rear of the city is vulnerable, but it is walled and inaccessible. Quebec was a prize for any commander's ambition, but how to win it? The night of June 28th is calm, warm, pitch dark, the kind of summer night when the velvet heat touches you as with a hand. The English soldiers of the crowded transports have gone ashore, when suddenly out of the darkness glide fire ships as from an underworld, with flaming mast poles and hulls in shadow roaring with fire, throwing out combustibles, drifting straight down on the tide towards the English fleet. But the French have managed badly. They have set the ships on fire too soon. The air is torn to tatters by terrific explosions that light up the outlines of the city spires and churn the river to billows. Then the English sailors are out in small boats, avoiding the suck of the undertow. Throwing out grappling hooks, they tow the flaming fire rafts away from their fleet. It is the first play of the game, and the French have lost. Monckton goes ashore on Point Levis side next day. Townshend has landed his troops east of the Montmorency on the north shore. It is the second play of the game, and Wolfe has violated every rule of war, for he has separated his forces in three divisions close to a powerful enemy. He is counting on Montcalm's policy, however, and Montcalm's play is to lie inactive, sleeping in his boots, refusing to be lured to battle till winter drives the English off. It is usual in all accounts of the great struggle to find that certain facts have been suppressed. Let us frankly confess that when the English Rangers were foraging they brought back French scalps, and when the French Indians went scouting they returned with English scalps. However, manners were improving. Strict orders are given. This is not a war on women. Neither women nor children are to be touched. Wolfe posts proclamations on the parish churches, calling all the habitants to stand neutral. In answer, they tear the proclamations down. By July 12th Wolfe's batteries on the south side of the river are preparing to shell the city. A band of 500 students and habitants rows across from Quebec by night to dislodge the English gunners by mistaking their own shots for shots of the enemy, fall on each other in the dark, and retreat in wild confusion. Then the English cannon begin to do business. In a single day half the houses of Lower Town are battered to bits, and high-tossed bombs have plunged through roofs of Upper Town, burning the cathedral and setting a multitude of lesser buildings on fire. In the confusion of cannonade and counter-cannonade and a city on fire, shrouding the ruins in a pall of smoke, some English ships slip up the river beyond Quebec. But there the precipice of the river bank is still steeper, and Bougainville is on guard with 2,000 men. For 30 miles around the English rangers have laid the country waste. Still Montcalm refuses to come out and fight. The enforced inaction exasperates Wolfe, whose health is failing him, and who sees the season passing, no nearer the object of his ambition than when he came. As he had stormed the batteries of Louisburg, so now he decides to storm the heights of Montmorency. To any one who has stood on the knob of rock above the gorge where the cataract plunges to the St. Lawrence, or has scrambled down the bank, slippery with spray, and watched the black underpool whirl out to the river, Wolfe's venture must seem madness, for French troops line the entrenchments above the cliff, and below a redoubt or battery had been built. Below the cataract, when the tide ebbed, was a place which might be forded from sunrise to sunset all the last days of July. Wolfe's cannon boomed from levees across the city, from the fleet in mid-channel, from the land camp on the east side of Montmorency. Montcalm rightly guessed this presaged a night assault. To hide his design, Wolfe kept his transport shifting up and down the St. Lawrence, as if to land at Beauport halfway to the city. All the same, two armed transports, as if by chance, managed to get themselves stranded just opposite the redoubt below the cliff, where their cannon would protect a landing. Montcalm saw the move and strengthened the troops behind the earthworks on the top of the cliff. Towards sunset the tide ebbed, and at that time cannon were firing from all points with such fury that the St. Lawrence lay hidden in smoke. As the air cleared, 2,000 men were seen wading and fording below the falls. There was a rush of the tall grenadiers for the redoubt. The French retreated firing, and the cliff above poured down an avalanche of shots. At that moment Wolfe suffered a cruel and unforeseen check. A frightful thunderstorm burst on the river, lashing earth and air to darkness. It was impossible to see 5 paces ahead or to aim a shot. The cliff roared down with miniature rivulets, and the slippery clay bank gave to every step of the climbers, slithering down waist deep in mud and weeds. Powder was soaked. As the rain ceased, Indians were seen sliding down the cliff to scalp the wounded. Wolfe ordered a retreat. The drums rolled the recall, and the English escaped pell-mell, the French hooting with derision at the top of the banks, the English yelling back strong oaths for the enemy to come out of its rat-hole and fight like men. At the ford the men, soaked like water rats, and a sorry rabble, got into some sort of rank and burned the 2 stranded vessels as they passed back to the east side. In less than an hour 443 men had fallen, the most of them killed, many both dead and wounded, into the hands of the Indian scalpers. One can guess Wolfe's fearful despair that night. A month had passed. He had accomplished worse than nothing. In another month the fleet must leave the St. Lawrence to avoid autumn storms, fragile at all times. Wolfe fell ill, ill of fever and of chagrin, and those officers over whose head he had been promoted did not spare their criticisms, their malice. It is so easy to win battles of life and war in theory. As for Quebec, it was felt the siege was over, the contest won. Still bad news had come from the west. Niagara had fallen before the English, and the forts on Lake Champlain were abandoned to Amherst. Nothing now barred the English advance down the Richelieu to Montreal. Montcalm dispatches levies to Montreal with 800 men. End of section 28. Recording by Linda Ray Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section number 29 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. Laut. From 1756 to 1763, Part 4. Why did Amherst not come to Wolfe's aid? His enemies say because the commanding general was so sure the siege of Quebec would fail that he did not want any share of the blame. That may be unjust. Amherst was of the slow, cautious kind who marched doggedly to victory. He may not have wished to risk a second Ticonderoga. Wolfe's position was now desperate. His only alternatives were success or ruin. "You can't cure me," he told his surgeon, "but mend me up so I can go on for a few days." What he did in those few days left his name immortal. Robert Stobo, who had been captured from Washington's battalions on the Ohio, and who knew every foot of Quebec from 5 years of captivity, had escaped, joined Wolfe, and drawn plans of all surroundings. From his ship above Quebec Wolfe could see there was one path just behind the city where men might ascend to the Plains of Abraham outside the rear wall. But the path was guarded, and Bougainville's troops patrolled westward as far as Cape Rouge. It was now September. From their trenches above the river the French could see the English evacuating camp at Montmorency. They were jubilant. Surely the English were giving up the siege. Night after night English transports loaded with soldiers ascended the St. Lawrence above Quebec. What did it mean? Was it a feint to draw Montcalm's men away from the east side? The French general was sleeplessly anxious. He had not passed a night in bed since the end of June. The fall rains were beginning, and another month of work in the trenches meant half the army invalided. The most of the English fleet was working up and down with the tide between the western limits of Quebec and Cape Rouge, 9 miles away. Bougainville's force was increased to 3,000 men, and he was ordered to keep especial watch westward. The sleepiness of the precipice was guard enough near the town. Wednesday, the 12th of September, the English troops were ordered to hold themselves in readiness. They passed the day cleaning their arms, and were ordered not to speak after nightfall or permit a sound to be heard from the ranks. Admiral Saunders, with the main fleet, was to feign attack on the east side of the city. Admiral Holmes, with Wolfe's army, now numbering not 4,000 men, was to glide down with the tide from Cape Rouge above Quebec. Because the main fleet lay on the east side, Montcalm felt sure the attack would come from that quarter. Deserters had brought word to Wolfe that some flatboats with provisions were coming down the river to Quebec that night. Here, then, the position: Saunders on the east side, opposite Beauport, feigning attack; Montcalm watching him from the Beauport cliffs; Wolfe 9 miles up the river west of the city; Bougainville watching him, watching too for those provisions, for Quebec was down to empty larder. It was said that as Wolfe rested his ship, the Sutherland, off Cape Rouge, he felt strange premonition of approaching death, and repeated the words of Gray's elegy: "The paths of glory lead but to the grave." But this has been denied. Certainly he had such strange consciousness of impending death that, taking a miniature of his fiancée from his breast, he asked a fellow officer to return it to her. About midnight the tide began to ebb, and 2 lanterns were hung as a sign from the masthead of the Sutherland. Instantly all the ships glided silent as the great river down with the tide. The night was moonless. Near the little bridle path now known as Wolfe's Cove the ships draw ashore. Sharp as iron on stone a sentry's voice rings out: "Who goes?" "The French," answers an officer who speaks perfect French. "What regiment?" "The Queen's," replies the officer who chances to know that Bougainville has a regiment of that name. Thinking they were provision transports, this sentry was satisfied. Not so another. He ran down to the water's edge, and peering through the darkness called: "Why can't you speak louder?" "Hush you! We'll be overheard," answers the English officer in French. Thus the English boats glided towards the little bridle path that led up to the rear of the city. Wolfe's Cove is not a path steep as a stair in the face of a rock, as most of the school books teach. It is a little weed-grown, stony gully, easy to climb, but slant and narrow, where I have walked many a night to drink from the spring near the foot of the cliff. 24 volunteers led the way up the stony path, silent and agile as cats. At the top are the tents of the sentries, who rush from their couches to be overpowered by the English. Before daybreak the whole army has ascended to the plateau behind the city, known as the Plains of Abraham. No use entering here into the dispute whether Wolfe took his place where the goal now stands, or farther back from the city wall. Roughly speaking, the main line of Wolfe's forces, 3 deep, with himself, Monckton, and Murray in command, faced the rear of Quebec about 3/4 of a mile from what was then the wall. To his left was the wooded road now known as St. Louis. He posted Townshend facing this, at right angles to his front line. Another battalion lay in the woods to the rear. There were, besides, a reserve regiment and a battalion to guard the landing. What was Wolfe's position? Behind him lay Bougainville with 3,000 French soldiers, fresh and in perfect condition. In front lay Quebec with 3,000 more. To his right was the river. To his left, across the St. Charles, Montcalm's main army of 5,000 men. "When your enemies blunder, don't interrupt them," Napoleon is reported to have advised. If some one had not blundered badly now, it might have been a second Ticonderoga with Wolfe, but some one did blunder most tragically. Montcalm had come from the trenches above Beauport, where he had been guarding against Saunders' landing, and he had ordered hot tea and beer served to the troops, when he happened to look across the St. Charles River toward Quebec. It had been cloudy, but the sun had just burst out, and there, standing in the morning light, were the English in battle array, red coat and tartan kilt, grenadier and Highlander, in the distance a confused mass of color, which was not the white uniform of the French. "This is a serious business," said Montcalm hurriedly to his aide. Then, spurs to his black horse, he was galloping furiously along the Beauport road, over the resounding bridge, across the St. Charles, up the steep cobblestone streets that led from Lower to Upper Town, and out by the St. Louis road to the Plains of Abraham. In Quebec all was confusion. Who had given the order for the troops to move out against the English without waiting for Bougainville to come from Cape Rouge? But there they were, huddling disordered columns that crowded on each other, filing out of the St. Louis and St. John gates, with a long string of battalions following Montcalm up from the St. Charles. And Ramesay, who was commandant of the city, refused to send out part of his troops, and Vaudreuil, who was at Beauport, delayed to come; and though Montcalm waited till 10 o'clock, Bougainville did not come up from Cape Rouge with his 3,000 men. Easy to criticize and say Montcalm should have waited till Bougainville and Vaudreuil came. He could not wait, for Wolfe's position cut his forces in two, and the army was without supplies. With his 4,500 men he accepted fate's challenge. Bagpipes shrilling, English flags waving to the wind, the French soldiers shouting riotously, the two armies moved towards each other. Then the English halted, silent, motionless statues. The men were refreshed, for during the 4 hours' wait from daylight Wolfe had permitted them to rest on the grassed plain. The French came bounding forward, firing as they ran and bending down to reload. The English waited till the French were but 40 yards away. They were not to throw away their fire, Wolfe had ordered. Now 40 yards, if you measure it off in your mind's eye, is short space between hostile armies. It is not as wide as the average garden front in a suburban city. Then suddenly the thin red line of the English spoke in a crash of fire. The shots were so simultaneous that they sounded like one terrific crash of ear-splitting thunder. The French had no time to halt before a second volley rent the air. Then a clattering fire rocketed from the British like echoes from a precipice. With wild halloo the British were charging, 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 the Highlanders leading with their broadswords flashing overhead and their mountain blood on fire. Wolfe to the fore of the grenadiers till a shot broke his wrist, wrapping his handkerchief about the wound as he ran. The victorious young general was dashing forward when a second shot hit him and a third pierced his breast. He staggered a step, reeled, fell to the ground. 3 soldiers and an officer ran to his aid and carried him in their arms to the rear. He would have no surgeon. It was useless, he said. But the day is ours. I see that you keep it, he muttered, sinking back into unconsciousness. A moment later he was roused by wild, hilarious, jubilant, heart-shattering shouts. "Gad! They run! See how they run!" said an English voice. "Who run?" demanded Wolfe, roused as if from the sleep of death. "The enemy, sir. They give way everywhere." "Go, one of you," commanded the dying general. "Tell Colonel Burton to march Webb's regiment down Charles River to cut off retreat by the bridge. Now God be praised," he added, sinking back. "I die in peace." And the spirit of Wolfe had departed, leaving as a heritage a new empire of the North and an immortal fame. Fate had gone hard against the gallant Montcalm. The first volley from the English line had mowed his soldiers down like ripe wheat. At the second volley the ranks broke and the ground was thick strewn with the dead. When the English charged, the French fled in wildest panic downhill for the St. Charles. Wounded and faint, Montcalm on his black charger was swept swiftly along St. Louis road in the blind stampede of retreat. Near the walls a ball passed through his groins. Two soldiers caught him from falling and steadied him on either side of his horse through St. Louis Gate, where women, waiting in mad anxiety, saw the blood dripping over his horse. My God, our Marquis is slain!" they screamed. "It is nothing, nothing, good friends. Don't trouble about me," answered the wounded general as he passed for the last time under the arched gateway of St. Louis Road. "How long do I have to live?" he asked the surgeon into whose house he had been carried. "Few hours, my lord." "So much the better," answered Montcalm. "I shall not live to see Quebec surrendered." Before daylight he was dead. Wrapped in his soldier's cloak, laid in a rough box, the body was carried that night to the Ursuline convent, where a bursting bomb had scooped a great hole in the floor. Sad-eyed nuns and priests crowded the chapel. By torchlight, amid tears and sobs, the body was laid to rest. Both generals had died as they had lived, gallantly. Today they are both regarded as heroes and commemorated by monuments. But how did their governments treat them? Of course there were wild huzzas in London and solemn memorial services over Wolfe. But when his aged mother petitioned the government that her dead son's salary might be computed at £10 a day, the salary of a commander in chief, instead of £2 a day, she was refused in as curtly uncivil a note as was ever penned. Montcalm had died in debt, and when his family petitioned the French government to pay these debts, the king thought it should be done, but he did not take the trouble to see that his good intention was carried out. It was easy and cheaper for orators to talk of heroes giving their lives for their country. There are no better examples in history of the truth that glory and honor and true service must be their own reward, independent of any compensation, any suffering, any sacrifice. Though the panic retreat continued for hours and Quebec was not surrendered for some days, the battle was practically decided in 10 minutes. The campaign of next year was gallant but fruitless. In April, before the fleet has come back to the English, de Lévis throws himself with the remnants of the French army against the rear wall of Quebec, and as Montcalm had come out to fight Wolfe, so Murray marches out to fight de Lévis. Both sides claim the Battle of Ste. Foy as victory, but another such victory would have exterminated the English. Lévis outside the walls, Murray glad to be inside the walls. Each side waited for the spring fleet. If France had come to Canada's aid, even yet the country might have been won, for sickness had reduced Murray's army to less than 3,000 able men. But the flag that flaunted from the ship that sailed into the harbor of Quebec on the 9th of May was British. That decided Canada's fate. De Lévis retreated swiftly from Montreal, but by September the slow-moving General Amherst has closed in on Montreal from the west, and up the St. Lawrence from the east proceeds General Murray. De Lévis and Vaudreuil had less than 2,000 fighting men at Montreal. September 8 they capitulated, and 3 years later, by the Treaty of Paris, Canada passed under the dominion of England. Officers, many of the nobility, Bigot and his crew, sailed for France, where the intendant's ring were put on trial and punished for their corruption and misrule. Bigot suffered banishment and the confiscation of property. The other members of his clique received like sentences. Spite of the hopes of her devoted founders, like Champlain and Maisonneuve, spite of the blood of her martyrs and the prayers of her missionaries, spite of all the pathfinding of her explorers, spite of the dauntless warfare of her soldier knights, like Frontenac, Iberville, and Montcalm, New France had fallen. Why? For two reasons. Because of England's sea power, because of the unblushing, shameless, gilded corruption of the French court, which cared less for the fate of Canada than the leer of a painted fool behind her fan. But be this remembered, and here was the hand of overruling destiny or providence. The fall of New France, like the fall of the seed to the ready soil, was the rebirth of a new nation. Henceforth it is not New France, the appendage of an old world nation. It is Canada, a new dominion. Today wander round Quebec. Tablets and monuments consecrate many of the old hero days. Though the British government rebuilt a line of walls in the early 1800s, you will find it hard to trace even a vestige of the old French walls. Mounds will tell you where there were bastions. A magnificent boulevard tops the most of the old ramparts. An imposing hotel stands where Castle St. Louis once frowned over the St. Lawrence. Of the palace where the intendant held his revels, there are not even ruins. If you drive out past Beauport, you will find at the end of the 9-mile forest path the crumbling brick walls of Chateau Bigot, the Hermitage, half buried in the days when I visited it, with rose vines and orchard trees gone wild. That is all you will find of the court clique whose folly brought Canada's doom. But as you drive back from Beauport, there towers the city from the rocky heights above the St. Lawrence. Chapel spire and cross and domed cathedral roofs aglint in the sunlight like a city of gold. The church, baptized by the blood of its martyrs, is there in pristine power, and the fruitful meadows bear witness to the prosperity of the habitant on whom the burden fell in the days of the ancient regime. Who shall say that habitant and church do not deserve the piece of power they hold in the government of the Dominion? End of section 29. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section number 30 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. Laut. From 1763 to 1812, Part 1. Quebec has fallen. As jackals gather to feast on the carcasses of the dead lion, so rallies a rabble of adventurers on the trail of the victorious army. Sutlers, traders, teamsters, riffraff, soldiers of fortune, stampede to Montreal and Quebec as to a new gold field. When Major Robert Rogers, the English forest ranger, proceeds up the lakes to take over the western fur posts, Presque Isle, Detroit, Michilimackinac, he is followed by hosts of adventurers looking for swift way to fortune by either the fur trade or by picking the bones of the dead lion. Major Rogers, beating up Lake Ontario and Lake Erie with 200 bushwhackers, pausing in camp near modern Sandusky, meets the renowned Ottawa warrior Pontiac, who had fought with the French against Braddock, and now wants to know in voice of thunder what all this talk about the French being conquered means. How dare the French, because they have proved poltroons, deed away the Indian lands of Canada? How dare Rogers, the white chief of the English Rangers, come here with his pale-faced warriors to Pontiac's land? How Rogers answered the veteran red-skinned warrior is not told. All that is known is, the French gave up their western furs with bad grace, and the English commandants forgot to appease the wound to the Indians' pride by the customary gifts over solemn powwow. At Detroit and Michilimackinac the French quietly withdrew from the palisades and built their whitewashed cottages outside the limits of the fort. 2,500 French habitants there are at Detroit. If the 400 or 500 English adventurers who swarmed to Canada on the heels of the English army thought to batten on the 60,000 defeated French inhabitants, far otherwise thought and decreed the English generals, Sir Jeffrey Amherst and Murray, who succeeded him. You will observe that the French are British subjects as much as we are, and treat them accordingly, ruled Amherst and General Murray, who practically became the first governor of Canada on Amherst's withdrawal, at once set himself to establish justice. No more forced labor, no more carrion birds of the official classes like Bigot, fattening on the poor habitants. British government in Canada for the next few years is known as the period of military rule. At Quebec, at Three Rivers, at Montreal, the commanding officers established martial law with biweekly courts, and in the parishes the local French officers, or seigneurs, are authorized to hear civil cases. By the terms of surrender the people have been guaranteed their religious liberty, and the Treaty of Paris, which cedes all Canada to England in 1763, repeats this guarantee, though it leaves a thorn of trouble in the flesh of England by reserving to France, for the benefit of the Grand Banks fishermen, the islands of St. Pierre and Miquelon, as well as shore rights of fishing on the west coast of Newfoundland. Also the proprietary rights of Jesuits, Sulpicians, Franciscans are to remain in abeyance for the pleasure of the English crown. The rights of the sisterhoods are at once confirmed. One of General Murray's first acts as governor is to convey gentle hint to the Abbé Le Loutre, now released from prison and come back to Canada, that his absence will be appreciated by the government. Within a few years there are 500 English residents in Montreal and Quebec, and now trouble begins for the government. That wrangle between English and French, between Protestant and Catholic, which is to go on for 100 years and retard Canada's progress by a century. Being British-born subjects, the few hundred demand that the governor call an elective assembly, but by the laws of England, Roman Catholics must abjure their religion before they can take office, and by the Treaty of Paris the Catholics of Canada have been guaranteed the freedom of their religion. To grant an elective assembly now would mean that the representatives of the 500 English traders would rule over 70,000 French. When accusing the French Catholics of Quebec of remaining a solitary, so that they may wield the balance of power, it is well to remember how and when the quarrel began. Murray sides with the French and stands like a rock for their right. He will have no elective assembly under present conditions, and he puts summary stop to the business English magistrates and English bailiffs have hatched against the rights of the habitant, of seizing lands for debt at a time when money is scarce, summoning the debtor simultaneously to two different courts, then charging such outrageous fees that the debtor's land is sold for the fees, to be brought in by the rascal ring who have arranged the plot. Ordinances are still proclaimed in primitive fashion by the crier going through the streets, shouting the laws to beat of drum. But as the crier shouts in English, the habitants know no more of the laws than if he shouted in Greek. As Murray opposes the clamour of the English minority, the English petition the home government for Murray's recall. In the light of the fact there were no schools at all in Canada except the Catholic seminaries, and that of the 500 English residents only 200 had permanent homes in Montreal and Quebec, it is rather instructive to read as one of the grievances of the English minority that the only teachers in Canada were Catholics. The governor generalship is offered to Chatham, the great statesman, at £5,000 a year. Chatham refusing the position, there comes in 1768 as governor, at £1,200 a year, Sir Guy Carleton, fellow soldier and friend of Wolfe in the Great War, who follows in Murray's footsteps, stands like a rock for the rights of the French, orders debtors released from jail, fees reduced, and a stoppage of forced land sales. Bitter is the disappointment to the land jobbers, who had looked for a partisan in Carleton. Doubly bitter, for Carleton goes one better than Murray. For years the French government had issued paper money in Quebec. At the conquest, 17,000,000 of these worthless government promissory notes were outstanding in the hands of the habitants. Knowing that the paper money is to be redeemed by the English government, English jobbers are now busy buying up the paper among the poor French at 15 cents on the dollar. Carleton sends the town crier from parish to parish, warning the habitants to hold their money and register the amounts with the magistrates till the whole matter can be arranged between England and France. The first newspaper is established now in Quebec, the Quebec Gazette, printed in both English and French. Also the first trouble now arises from having ceded France the two tiny islands south of Newfoundland, St. Pierre and Miquelon. By English navigation laws, all trade must be in English ships. Good. The smugglers slip into St. Pierre with a cargo. By night a ship with a white sail slips out of St. Pierre with that cargo. At Gaspé the sail of that ship is red. At Saguenay it is yellow. At Quebec it is perhaps brown. Ostensibly the ship is a fishing smack, but it leaves other cargo than fish at the habitant hamlets of the St. Lawrence, and the smuggling from St. Pierre that began in Carleton's time is continued today in the very same way. And Guy Carleton, though he is an Englishman and owes his appointment to the complaints of the English minority against Murray, remains absolutely impartial. Good reason for the wisdom of his policy. There are rumblings from the New England colonies that forewarn the coming earthquake. For years friction has been growing between the mother country and the colonies. The story of the Revolution does not belong to the story of Canada. For years far-sighted statesmen had predicted that the minute New England ceased to fear New France, ceased to need England's protection, that minute the growing friction would flame in open war. Carleton foresaw that to pander to the English minority would sacrifice the loyalty of the French. Thus he reported to the home government, and the Quebec Act of 1774 came to relief of the French. By it, Canada's boundaries were extended across the region of the Ohio to the Mississippi. French laws were restored in all civil actions. English law was to rule in criminal cases, which meant trial by jury. The French are relieved from oaths of offices and enabled to serve on the jury. Also, the Catholic clergy is entitled to collect its usual tithe of 1/26 from the Catholics. An elective assembly is refused for reasons that are plain, but a legislative council is granted, to be appointed by the crown. For the expense of the government a slight tax is levied on liquor, but as the St. Pierre smuggling is now flourishing, the tax does not begin to meet the cost of government, and the difference is paid from the imperial treasury. However badly the imperial government blundered with the New England colonies, her treatment of Quebec was an object lesson in colonizing to the world. Had she treated her New England colonies half as justly as she treated Quebec, British America might today extend to Mexico. Had she treated Quebec half as unjustly as she treated her own offspring of New England, the United States might today extend to the Arctic Circle. The man who saved Canada to England, in the first place by wisdom, in the second place by war, was Sir Guy Carleton. While the English and French, Protestant and Catholic, wrangle for power in Quebec, there rages on the frontier one of the most devastating Indian wars known to American history. Not for nothing had Pontiac drawn himself to his full height and defied Major Rogers down on Lake Erie. From tribe to tribe the lithe coureurs ran, naked but for the breechcloth, painted as for war, carrying in one hand the tomahawk dipped in blood, in the other the wampum belt of purple, typifying war. The French had deeded away the Indian lands to the English! The news ran like wildfire, ran by moccasin telegram from Montreal up Ottawa River to Michilimackinac, from Niagara westward to Detroit, and southward to Presqu' Isle, and all that chain of forts leading southwestward to the Mississippi. Was it a conspiracy of Pontiac, as it had been called? Hardly. It was more one of those general movements of unrest or discontent, of misunderstanding, that but awaits the appearance of a brave leader to become a torrent of destruction. Pontiac, the Ottawa chief, was such a leader, and his standard rallied Indians from Virginia, from the Mississippi, from Lake Superior. Of the universal unrest among the Indians the English were not ignorant, but they failed to realize its significance, failed, too, to realize that the French fur traders, cast out of the western forts and now roaming the wilds, fanned the flame, gave presents of gunpowder and firearms to the savages, and egged the hostiles on against the new possessors of Canada, in order to divert the fur trade to French traders still in Louisiana. Down at Miami, southwest of Lake Erie, Ensign Holmes hears in March of 1763 that the war belt has been carried to the Illinois. Up at Detroit, in May, Pontiac is camped on the east side of the river with 800 hunters. Daily the French farmers, who supply the fort with provisions, carry word to Major Gladwin that the Indians are acting strangely, holding long and secret powwow, borrowing files to saw off the barrels of their muskets short. A Frenchwoman, who has visited the Indians across the river for a supply of maple sugar, comes to Gladwin on May 5th with the same story. From 800 the Indians increased to 2,000. Old Catherine, a toothless squaw, comes shaking as with the palsy to the fort, and with mumbling words warns Gladwin to beware, beware. So does a young girl whose fine eyes have caught the fancy of Gladwin himself. Breaking out with bitter weeping, she covers her head with her shawl and bids her white lover have a care how he meets Pontiac in council. Gladwin himself was a seasoned campaigner, who had escaped the hurricane of death with Braddock and had also served under Amherst at Montreal. In his fort are 120 soldiers and 40 traders. At the wharf lie 2 armed schooners, Beaver and Gladwin. When Pontiac comes with his 60 warriors, Gladwin is ready for him. In the council house the warriors seat themselves, weapons concealed under blankets. But when Pontiac raises the wampum belt that was to be the signal for the massacre to begin, Major Gladwin, never moving his light blue eyes from the snaky gleam of the Indian, waves his hand, and at the motion there is a roll of drums, a grounding of the sentries' arms, trampling of soldiers outside, a rush as the white men marching. Pontiac is dumbfounded and departs without giving the signal. Back in his cabin of rushes across the river, he rages like a maniac and buries a tomahawk in the skull of the old squaw Catherine. Monday, May 9th, at 10 o'clock, he comes again, followed by a rabble of hunters. The gates are shut in his face. He shouts for admittance. The sentry opens the wicket and in trader's vernacular bids him go about his business. There is a wild war yell. The siege of Detroit begins. The story of that siege would fill volumes. For 15 months it lasted, the French remaining neutral, selling provisions to both sides. Gladwin defiant inside his palisades, the Indians persistent as enraged hornets. The two English officers who have been out hunting are waylaid, murdered, skinned, the skins sewed into powder pouches, the bloody carcasses set drifting down on the flood of the waters past the fort walls. Desperately in need of provisions from the French, Gladwin consents to temporary truce, while Captain Campbell and others go out to parley with the Indians. Gladwin obtains cartloads of provisions during the parley, but Pontiac violates the honor of war by holding the messengers captive. Burning arrows are shot at the fort walls. Gladwin's men sally out by night, hack down the orchards that conceal the enemy, burn all outbuildings, and come back without losing a man. Nightly, too, lapping the canoe noiselessly across water with the palm of the hand, one of the French farmers comes with fresh provisions. Gladwin has sent a secret messenger with letter in his powder pouch through the lines of the besiegers to Niagara for aid. May 30th, moving slowly, all sails out, the English flag flying from the prow, comes a convoy of sailboats up the river. Cheer on cheer rent the air. The soldiers at watch in the galleries inside the palisades tossed their caps overhead, but as the ships come nearer, the whites were paralyzed with horror. Silence froze the cheer on the parted lips. Indian warriors manned the boats. The convoy of 96 men had been cut to pieces, only a few soldiers escaping back to Niagara, a few coming on, compelled by the Indians to act as rowers. As the boats passed the fort, whoops of derision, wild war chants, eldritch screams rose from the Indians. One desperate white captive rose like a flash from his place at the rowlocks, caught his Indian captor by the scruff of the neck, and threw him into the river. But the redskin grappled the other in a grip of death, turning over and over, locked in each other's arms, the hate of the inferno in their faces. Soldier and Indian swept down to watery death in the river tide. Taking advantage of the confusion, and under protection of the fort guns, one of the other captives sprang into the river and succeeded in swimming safely to the fort. Terrible was the news he brought. All the other forts south of Niagara, with the exception of Fort Pitt, Miami, St. Joseph, Presque Isle, lay in ashes. From some not a man had escaped to tell the story. That night it was a pitch dark, soft velvet warm summer darkness. From the fort the soldiers could see the 60 captives from the convoy burning outside at the torture stakes. Then, as gray morning came, mangled corpses floated past on the river tide. June 18th, another vessel glides up the river with help, but the garrison is afraid of a second disaster, for 800 warriors have lain in ambush along the river. Gladwin orders a cannon fired. The boat fires back answer, but the wind falls and she is compelled to anchor for the night below the fort. 60 soldiers armed to the teeth are on board, but the captain is determined to outtrick the Indians, and he permits only 12 of his men at a time on deck. Darkness has barely fallen on the river before the waters are alive with canoes, and naked warriors clamber to the decks like scrambling monkeys, so that they have outnumbered their prey that they forgot all caution. At the signal of a hammer, knock on deck, rap, 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 3 times short and sharp, up swarm the soldiers from the hatchway. 14 Indians dropped on deck in as many seconds. Others were thrown on bayonet points into the river. It is said that after the fight of a few seconds on the ship, the decks looked like a butcher's shambles. Finally, the schooner anchored at Detroit, to the immense relief of the beleaguered garrison. So elated were the English, one soldier dashed from a sally port and scalped a dying Indian in full view of both sides. Swift came Indian vengeance. Captain Campbell, the truce messenger, was hacked into pieces. By July 28th, Dalzell had come from Niagara with nearly 200 men, including Rogers, the famous Indian fighter. Both Dalzell and Rogers are mad for a rush from the fort to deal with one crushing blow to the Indians. Here the one mistake of the siege was made. Gladwin was against all risk, for the Indians were now dropping off to the hunting field, but Dalzell and Rogers were for punishing them before they left. In the midst of a dense night fog the English sallied from the fort at 2 o'clock on the 31st of July for Pontiac's main camp, about 2 miles up the river, boats rowing upstream abreast the marchers. It was hot and sultry. The 250 bushrangers marched in shirt sleeves, 2 abreast. A narrow footbridge led across a brook, since known as Bloody Run, to cliffs behind which the Indians were entrenched. Along the trail were the whitewashed cottages of the French farmers, who stared from their windows in their nightcaps, amazed beyond speech at the rashness of the English. On a smaller scale it was the repetition of Braddock's defeat on the Ohio. Indians lay in ambush behind every house, every shrub, in the long grass. They only waited till Dalzell's men had crossed the bridge and were charging the hill at a run. Then the war whoop shrilled both to fore and to rear. The Indians doubled up on their trapped foe from both sides. Rogers' Rangers dashed for hiding in a house. The drum beat retreat. Under cover of Rogers' shots from one side, shots from the boats on the other, Dalzell's men escaped at a panic run back over the trail with a loss of some 60 dead. In September came more ships with more men, again to be ambushed at the Narrows, and again to reach Detroit, as the old record says, bloody as a butcher's shop. So the siege dragged on for more than a year at Detroit. Winter witnessed a slight truce to fighting, for starvation drove the Indians to the hunting field. But May saw Pontiac again encamped under the walls of Detroit, till word came from the French on the lower Mississippi in October, definitely and for all, they would not join the Indians. Then Pontiac knew his cause was lost. End of section 30. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section 31 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North, by Agnes C. Laut. From 1763 to 1812, Part 2. Up the Michilimackinac, similar scenes were enacted. Major Earthington and Captain Leslie had some 35 soldiers. There were also hosts of traders outside the walls, among whom was Alexander Henry of Montreal. Word had come of Pontiac at Detroit, but Etherington did not realize that the uprising was general. June 4th was the king's birthday. Shops had been closed. Flags blew above the fort. Gates were wide open. Squaws with heads under shawls sat hunched around the house steps, with that concealed beneath their shawls which the English did not guess. All the men except Henry, who was writing letters, and some Frenchmen who understood the danger signs, had gone outside the gates to watch a fast and furious game of lacrosse. Again and again the ball came bounding towards the fort gates, only to be whisked to the other end of the field by a deft toss, followed by the swift runners. No one was louder in applause than Etherington. The officers were completely off guard. Suddenly the crowd swayed, gave way, opened, and down the fields towards the fort gates surged the players. A dexterous pitch! The ball was inside the fort. After it dashed the Indians. In a flash weapons were grasped from the shawls of the squaws. Musket and knife did the rest. When Henry heard the war whoop and looked from a window, he saw Indian warriors bending to drink the blood of the hearts that were yet warm. For 2 days Henry lived in the rubbish heap of the attic in the house of Langlade, a pioneer of Wisconsin. Of the whites at Michilimackinac, only 20 escaped death, and they were carried prisoners to the lower country for ransom. From Virginia to Lake Superior, such was the Indian war known as Pontiac's campaign. Fort Pitt held out like Detroit. Niagara was too strong for assault, but in September 24 soldiers who had been protecting Portage past the falls were waylaid and driven over the precipice at the place called Devil's Hole. More soldiers sent to the rescue met like fate, horses and wagons being stampeded over the rocks, 70 men in all being hurled to death in the wild canyon. Amherst, who was a military commander at the time, was driven nearly out of his senses. A foe like the French, who would stand and do battle, he could fight. But this phantom foe, that vanished like mist through the woods, baffled the English soldier. In less than 6 months 2,000 whites had been slain, and Amherst could not even find his foe, let alone strike him. "Can we not inoculate them with smallpox, or set bloodhounds to track them?" he writes distractedly. By the summer of 1764 the English had taken the war path. Bradstreet was to go up the lakes with 1,200 men. Bouquet, with like forces, to follow the old Pennsylvania road to the Ohio. Both generals to unite somewhere south of Lake Erie. Of Bradstreet the least said the better. He had done well in the Great War when he captured Fort Frontenac almost without a blow, but now he strangely played the fool. He seemed to think that peace, peace at any price, was the object, whereas peace that is not a victory is worthless with the Indian. Deputies met him on the 12th of August near Presque Isle, Lake Erie. They carried no wampum belts and were really spies. Without demanding reparation, without a word as to restoring harried captives, without hostages for good conduct, Bradstreet entered into a fool's peace with his foes, proceeded up to Detroit, and was back at Niagara by winter, though he must have realized the worthlessness of the campaign when his messengers sent to the Illinois were ambushed. When Bouquet heard of the sham peace, he was furious and repudiated Bradstreet's treaty in toto. Bouquet was a veteran of the Great War, and he knew bushfighting from 7 years' experience on Pennsylvania frontiers. Slowly, with his 1,500 Rangers and 500 Highlanders, express riders keeping the trail open from fort to fort, scouts to fore, Bouquet moved along the old army trail used by Forbes to reach Fort Pitt. Friendly Indians had been warned to keep green branches as signals in the muzzles of their guns. All others were to be shot without mercy. Indians vanished before his march, like mist before the sun. August 5th found Bouquet south of Fort Pitt at a place known as Bushy Run. The scouts had gone ahead to prepare nooning for the army at the run. In 7 hours the men had marched 17 miles in spite of sweltering heat. But at one, just as the thirsty columns were nearing the rest place, the crack, crack, crack of rifle shots to the fore set every man's blood jumping. From quick march they broke to a run, priming guns, ball in mouth, as they ran. A moment later the old trick of Braddock's ambush was being repeated, but this time the Indians were dealing with a seasoned man. Bouquet swung his fighters in a circle round the stampeding horses and provision wagons. The heat was terrific, the men almost mad with thirst, the horses neighing and plunging and breaking away to the woods, and the army stood, a red-coated tartan-plaid target for invisible foes. But this time the men were fighting as Indians fight, breaking ranks, jumping from tree to tree. It isn't easy to keep men standing as targets when they can't get at the foe. But Bouquet, riding from place to place, kept his men in hand till darkness screened them. 60 had fallen. A circular barricade was built of flour bags. Inside this the wounded were laid, and the army camped without water. The agonies of that night need not be told. Here the neighing of horses would bring down a clatter of bullets aimed in the dark, and the groans of the wounded, trampled by the stampeding cavalcade, would mingle with the screams of terror from the horses. The night continued hot almost as day in the sultry forest, and the thirst with both man and beast became anguish. Another such day and another such night, and Bouquet could foresee his fate would be worse than Braddock's. Passing from man to man, he gave the army their instructions for the next day. They would form into 3 platoons, with the center battalion advance to the fore, as if to lead attack. Suddenly the center was to feign defeat, and turn as if in panic flight. It was to be guessed that the Indians would pursue headlong. Instantly the flank battalions were to sweep through the woods in wide circle and close in on the rear of the savages. Then the fleeing center was to turn. The savages would be surrounded. Daybreak came with a crackling of shots from ambush. Officers and men carried out instructions exactly as Bouquet had planned. At 10 o'clock the center column broke ranks, wavered, turned, fled in wild panic. With the whooping of a wolf pack in full cry, the savages burst from ambush in pursuit. The sides deployed. A moment later the center had turned to fight the pursuer, and the Highlanders broke from the woods, yelling their slogan, with broadswords cutting a terrible hand-to-hand swath. 60 Indians were slashed to death in as many seconds. Though the British lost 115, killed and wounded, the Indians were in full flight, blind terror at their heels. The way was now open to Fort Pitt, but Bouquet did not dally inside the palisades. On down the Ohio he pursued the panic-stricken savages, pausing neither for deputies nor reinforcements. At Muskingum Creek the Indians sent back the old men to sue objectively for peace at any cost. Bouquet met them with the stern front that never fails to win respect. They need not palm off their lie that the fault lay with the foolish young warriors. If the old chiefs would not control the young braves, then the whole tribe, the whole Indian race, must pay the penalty. In terror the deputies hung their heads. He would not even discuss the terms of peace. Bouquet declared, till the Indians restored every captive, man, woman, and child, even the child of Indian parentage born in captivity. The captives must be given suitable clothing, horses, and presents. 12 days only would he permit them to gather the captives. If man, woman, or child were lacking on the 12th day, he would pursue them and punish them to the utmost ends of earth. The Indians were dumbfounded. These were not soft words. Nor thus had the French spoken, with the giving of manifold presents. But powder was exhausted. No more was coming from the French traders of the Mississippi. Winter was approaching, and the Indians must hunt or starve. Again the couriers are sent spurring the woods from tribe to tribe with wampum belts. But this time the belts are the white bands of peace. While Bouquet waits he sends back over the trail for hospital nurses to receive the captives, and the army is sent knocking up rude barricades of log and thatch in the wilderness. Then the captives begin to come. It is a scene for the brush of artist, for all frontier men who have lost friends have rallied to Bouquet's camp, hoping against hope and afraid to hope. There is the mother whose infant child has been snatched from her arms in some frontier attack, now scanning the lines as they come in, mad with hope and fear. There is the husband whose wife has been torn away to some savage's tepee, searching, searching, searching among the sad, wild-eyed, ill-clad rabble for one with some resemblance to the wife he loved. There is the father seeking lost daughters and afraid of what he may find. And there are the captives themselves, some of the women demented from the abuse they have received. England may have spent her millions to protect her colonies, but she never spent in anguish what these rude frontiersmen suffered at Bouquet's camp. So ended what is known as the Pontiac War. Up at Detroit in 1765, Pontiac, in council with the whites, explained that he has listened to bad advice, but now his heart is right. "Father, you have stopped the rum barrel while we talked," he says grimly. "As our business is finished, we request that you open the barrel, and that we may drink and be merry." Not a very heroic curtain fall to a dramatic life. But pause a bit. The Pontiac War was the last united stand of a doomed race against the advance of the conquering alien. And the Indian is defeated, and he knows it, and he acknowledges it, and he drowns his despair in a vice, and so he passes down the long trail of time with his face to the west, doomed, hopeless, pushed westward and ever west. Pontiac goes down the Mississippi to his friends, the fur traders of St. Louis. One morning in 1767, after a drinking bout, he is found across the river, lying in camp, with his skull split to the neck. By the sword he had lived, by the sword he perished. Was the murder the result of a drunken quarrel? Or did some frenzied frontiersman with deathless woes bribe the hand of the assassin? The truth of this matter is unknown, and Pontiac's death remains a theme for fiction. What with struggles for power and Indian wars, one might think that the few hundred English colonists of Quebec and Montreal had all they could do. Not so. Their quarrels with the French Catholics and fights with the Indians are merely incidental to the main aim of their lives, to the one object that has brought them stampeding to Canada as to a new gold field, namely, quick way to wealth. And the only quick way to wealth was by the fur trade. In the wilderness of the up country wander some 2,000 or 3,000 cast off wood rovers of the old French fur trade. As the prodigals come down to Ottawa, down the Detroit, down the St. Lawrence, the English and Scotch merchants of Montreal and Quebec meet them. Mighty names those merchants have in history now, McGillivrays and Mackenzies and McGills and Henrys and McLeods and McGregors and Ogilvies and McTavishes and Camerons. But at this period of the game the most of them were what we today would call petty merchants or peddlers. In their storehouses, small one-story frame affairs, were packed goods for trade. With these goods they quickly outfitted the French bushrover, $3,000 worth to a canoe, and packed the fellow back to the wilderness to trade on shares before any rival firm could hire him. Within 5 years of Wolfe's victory in 1759, all the French bushrovers of the up country had been re-engaged by merchants of Montreal and Quebec. Then imperceptible changes came. The changes that work so silently they are like destiny. Because it is unsafe to let the rascal bushrovers and voyageurs go off by themselves with $3,000 worth to the canoe load, the merchants began to accompany them westward. Bourgeois, the voyageurs called their outfitters. Then, because success in fur trade must be kept secret, the merchants ceased to have their men come down to Montreal. They meet them with the goods halfway at La Vérendrye's old stamping ground on Lake Superior, first at the place called Grand Portage, then, when the United States boundary is changed in 1783, at Kaministiquia, or modern Fort William, named after William McGillivray. Pontiac's war puts a stop to the new trade, but by 1766 the merchants are west again. Henry goes up the Saskatchewan to the forts and comes back with such wealth of furs he retires a rich magnate of Montreal. The Frobisher brothers strike for a new hunting ground. So do Peter Pond and Bostonius, Pegman and the Mackenzies, Alexander and Roderick. Instead of following up the Saskatchewan, they strike from Lake Winnipeg northward for Churchill River and Athabasca, and they bring out furs that transform those peddlers into merchant princes. A little later the chief buyer of the Montreal furs is one John Jacob Astor of New York. Then another change. Rivalry hurts the fur trade, especially do different prices demoralize the Indians. The Montreal merchants pool their capital and become known as the Northwest Fur Company. They now hire their voyageurs outright on salary. No man is paid less than what would be $500 in modern money with board, and any man may rise to be clerk, trader, wintering partner, with shares worth £800, $4,000, that brings dividends of 200 and 300%. The petty merchants whom Murray and Carleton despised become in 20 years the opulent aristocracy of Montreal, holding the most of the public offices, dominating the government, filling the judgeships, and entertaining with a lavish hospitality that put vice-regal splendor in the shade. The Beaver Club is the great rendezvous of the Montreal partners. Fortitude in distress is the motto, and lords of the ascendant is their practice. No man, neither governor nor judge, may ignore these Nor'westers, and it may be added that they are a law unto themselves. One example will suffice. A French merchant of Montreal took into his head to have a share of this wealth-giving trade. He was advised to pool his interests with the Nor'westers, and he foolishly ignored the advice. In camp at Grand Portage on Lake Superior, he is told all the country hereabout belongs to the Nor'westers, and he must decamp. "Show me proofs this country is yours," he answers. "Show me the title deed, and I shall decamp." Next night a band of Nor'westers, voyageurs well plied with rum, came down the strand to the intruder's tents. They cut his tents to ribbons, scattered his goods to the four winds, and beat his voyageurs into insensibility. "Voila! There are our proofs," they say. The French merchant hastens down to Montreal to bring lawsuit. But the judges, you must remember, are shareholders in the Northwest Company, and many of the Legislative Council are Nor'westers. What with real delays and sham delays and put-offs and legal fees, justice is a bit tardy. While the case is pending, the French merchant tries again. This time he is not molested at Fort William. They let him proceed on his way up the old trail to Lake of the Woods, the trail found by La Vérendrye, and halfway through the wilderness, where the cataract offers only one path for portage, the Frenchman finds Nor'westers building a barricade. He tears it down. They build another. He tears that down. They build a third. Fast as he tears down, they build up. He must either go back baffled by the suave, smiling, lawless rivals, or fight on the spot to the death. But there is neither glory nor wealth being killed in the wilderness, where not so much as the sands of the shore will tell the true story of the crime. So the French merchant compromises, sells out to the Nor'westers at cost plus carriage, and retires to the St. Lawrence, cursing British justice. It may be guessed that the sudden irruption of the peddlers, these bush banty, these Scotch soldiers of fortune, with French bullies for fighters, roused the ancient and honorable Hudson Bay Company from its half-century slumber of peace. Anthony Henry, who had gone up the Saskatchewan far as the Blackfoot country of the foothills, they had dismissed as a liar in the 50s because he had reported that he had seen Indians on horseback, whereas the sleepy factors of the Bay ports knew very well they had never saw any kind of Indians except Indians in canoes. But now in the 60s it is noted by the company that not so many furs are coming down from up country. It is voted the French-Canadian paddlers of Montreal be notified of the company's exclusive monopoly to the trade of these regions. One Finlay is sent to Quebec to look after the Hudson's Bay Company's rights. But while the English company talks about its rights, the Nor'westers go into the field and take them. The English company rubs its eyes and sits up and scratches its heavy head, and passes an order that Mr. Moses Norton, chief factor of Churchill, and Mr. Samuel Hearne to explore the up country. Hearne has heard of far-away Meadow River, far enough away in all conscience from the Canadian peddlers, and thither in December 1770 he finds his way, after two futile attempts to set out. Matonabbee, great chief of the Chippewyans, is his guide. Matonabbee, who brings furs from Athabasca, is now accompanied by a regiment of wives to act as beasts of burden in the sledge traces, camp servants, and cooks. Hearne sets out in midwinter in order to reach the Coppermine River in summer, by which he can descend to the Arctic in canoes. Storm or cold, bog or rock, Matonabbee keeps fast pace. So fast he reaches the Great Caribou Traverse before provisions have dwindled and in time for the spring hunt. Here all the Indian hunters of the north gather twice a year to hunt the vast herds of caribou going to the seashore for summer. Back to the up country for the winter, herds in countless thousands upon thousands, such multitudes the clicking of the horns sounds like wind in a leafless forest, the tramp of the hoofs like galloping cavalry. Store of meat is laid up for Hearne's voyage by Matabee's Indians, and a band of warriors joins the expedition to go down Coppermine River. If Hearne had known Indian customs as well as he knew the fur trade, he would have known that it boded no good when Matabee ordered the women to wait for his return in the Athabasca country of the west. Absence of women on the march meant only one of two things, a war raid or hunt, and which it was soon enough Hearne learned. They had come at last on July 12, 1771, on Coppermine River, a mean little stream flowing over rocky bed in the barren lands of the Little Sticks trees, when Hearne noticed, just above a cataract, the domed teepee tops of an Eskimo camp. It was night, but as bright as day in the long light of the north. Instantly, before Hearne could stop them, his Indians had stripped as for war, and fell upon the sleeping Eskimo in ruthless massacre. Men were brained as they dashed from the domed tents, women speared as they slept, children dispatched with less thought than a white man would give to killing a fly. In vain, Hearne, with tears in his eyes, begged the Indians to stop. They laughed him to scorn, and doubtless wondered where he thought they yearly got the 10,000 beaver pelts brought to Churchill. A few days later, July 17, 1771, Hearne stood on the shores of the Arctic, heaving to the tide and afloat with ice. But the horrors of the massacre had robbed him of an explorer's exultation. Though he was first of pathfinders to reach the Arctic overland, Manatonby led Hearne back to Churchill in June of 1772 by a wide westward circle through the Athabasca Bear Lake country, which the Hudson's Bay people thus discovered only a few years before the Nor'westers came. No longer dare the Hudson's Bay Company ignore the up country. Hearne is sent to the Saskatchewan to build Fort Cumberland, and Matthew Cocking is dispatched to the country of the Blackfeet, modern Alberta, to beat up trade, where his French voyageur, Louis Primeau, deserts him bag and baggage, to carry the Hudson's Bay furs off to the Nor'westers. No longer does the English company slumber on the shores of its frozen sea. Yearly are voyageurs sent inland, patoons of the woods, given bounty to stay in the wilds, luring any trade from the Nor'westers. End of section 31. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section number 32 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North, by Agnes C. Laut. From 1763 to 1812, Part 3. The Quebec Act, guaranteeing the rights of the French Canadians, had barely been put in force before the Congress of the revolting English colonies set up proclamations to be posted on the church doors of the parishes, calling on the French to throw off the British yoke, to join the American colonies, to seize the opportunity to be free. Unfortunately for this alluring invitation, Congress had but a few weeks previously put on record its unsparing condemnation of the Quebec Act. Inspired by those New Englanders who, for a century, had suffered from French raids, Congress had expressed its verdict on the privileges granted to Quebec in these words: "Nor can we suppress our astonishment that a British Parliament should establish a religion that has drenched your island (England) in blood." This declaration was the cardinal blunder of Congress as far as Canada was concerned. Of the merits of this quarrel the simple French habitant knew nothing. He did what his curé told him to do, and the Catholic Church would not risk casting in its lot with a Congress that declared its religion had drenched England in blood. English habitants of Montreal and Quebec, who had flocked to Canada from the New England colonies, were far readier to listen to the invitation of Congress than were the French. Governor Carleton had fewer than 800 troops, and naturally the French did not rally as volunteers in the impending war between England and her English colonies. Should the Congress troops invade Canada? The question was hanging fire when Ethan Allen, with his 200 Green Mountain Boys of Vermont, marched across to Lake Champlain in May of 1775, hobnobbed with the guards of Ticonderoga, who drank not wisely but too well, then rode by night across the Narrows and knocked at the wicket beside the main gate. The sleepy guards, not yet sober from the night's carouse, admitted the Vermonters as friends. In rushed the whole 200. In a trice the Canadian garrison of 44 were all captured and Allen was thundering on the chamber door of Laplace, the commandant. It was 5 in the morning. Laplace sprang up in his nightshirt and demanded in whose name he was ordered to surrender. Ethan Allen answered in words that have gone down in history: "In the name of the great Jehovah and the Continental Congress." Later fell Crown Point. So began the war with Canada in the Great Revolution. And now, from May to September, Arnold's Green Mountain Boys sweep from Lake Champlain down the Richelieu to the St. Lawrence. As Iberville's bold bushrovers long ago swept through these woods, however, the American rovers take no permanent occupation of the different forts on the falls of the Richelieu River, preferring rather to overrun the parishes, dispatching secret spies, and waiting for the habitants to rally. And they came once too often, once too far, these bold banditti of the wilderness, clad in buckskin, musket over shoulder, coonskin cap. Montreal is so full of spies, so full of friendlies, so full of Bostonians in sympathy with the revolutionists, that Allen feels safe in paddling across the St. Lawrence one September morning to the Montreal side with only 150 men. Montreal has grown in these 10 years to a city of some 12,000, but the gates are fast shut against the American scouts. And while Allen waits in some barns of the suburbs, presto! Out sallies Major Garden with twice as many men armed to the teeth, who assault the barns at a rush. 5 Americans drop at the first crack of the rifles. The Canadians are preparing to set fire to the barns. Allen's men will be picked off as they rush from the smoke. Wisely, he saves his Green Mountain Boys by surrender. 35 capitulate. The rest have escaped through the woods. Carleton refuses to acknowledge the captives as prisoners of war. He claps irons on their hands and irons on their feet, and places them on a vessel bound for England, to be treated as rebels to the crown. It is said those of Allen's men who deserted were French Canadians in disguise, which may explain why Carleton made such severe example of his captives and at once purged Montreal of the disaffected by compelling all who would not take arms to leave. Carleton's position was chancy enough in all conscience. The habitants were wavering. They refused point blank to serve as volunteers. They supplied the invaders with provisions. Spies were everywhere. Practically no help could come from England till spring, and scouts brought word that two American armies were now marching in force on Canada. One by way of the Richelieu, 1,200 strong, led by Richard Montgomery of New York, directed against Montreal; the other by way of the Kennebec, with 1,500 men under Benedict Arnold, to attack Quebec. Carleton is at Montreal. He rushes his troops, 690 out of 800 men, up the Richelieu to hold the forts at Chambly and St. John's against Montgomery's advance. Half September and all October Montgomery camps on the plains before St. John's. His rough soldiers, clad for the most part in their shirt sleeves, trousers, and coon cap, with badges of liberty or death worked in the cap bands, or sprigs of green put in their hats in lieu of soldier's uniform. Inside the fort, Major Preston, the English commander, has almost 700 men, with ample powder. It is plain to Montgomery that he can win the fort in only one of two ways: shut off provisions and starve the garrison out, or get possession of heavy artillery to batter down the walls. It is said that fortune favors the dauntless. So it was with Montgomery, for he was enabled to besiege the fort in both ways. Carleton had rushed Colonel Maclean to the relief of St. John's with a force of French volunteers, but the French deserted en masse. Maclean was left without any soldiers. This cut off St. John's from supply of provisions. At Chambly Fort was a Major Stopford with 80 men and a supply of heavy artillery. Montgomery sent a detachment to capture Chambly for the sake of its artillery. Stopford surrendered to the Americans without a blow, and the heavy cannon were forthwith trundled along the river to Montgomery at St. John's. Preston sends frantic appeal to Carleton for help. He has reduced his garrison to half rations, to quarter rations, to very nearly no rations at all. Carleton sends back secret express. He can send no help. He has no more men. Montgomery tactfully lets the message pass in. After siege of 45 days, Preston surrenders with all the honors of war, his 688 men marching out, arms reversed, and going aboard Montgomery's ships to proceed as prisoners up Lake Champlain. The way is now open to Montreal. Benedict Arnold, meanwhile, with the army directed against Quebec, has crossed from the Kennebec to the Chaudière, paddled across St. Lawrence River, and on the very day that Montgomery troops take possession of Montreal, November 13th, Arnold's army has camped on the Plains of Abraham behind Quebec walls, whence he scatters his foragers, ravaging the countryside far west as Three Rivers for provisions. The trials of his canoe voyage from Maine to the St. Lawrence at swift pace have been terrific. More than half his men have fallen away either from illness or open desertion. Arnold has fewer than 700 men as he waits for Montgomery at Quebec. What of Guy Carleton, the English governor now? Canada's case seems hopeless. The flower of her army had been taken prisoners, and no help could come before May. Desperate circumstances either make or break a man, prove or undo him. As reverses closed in on Carleton, like the wrestlers of old, he but took tighter grip on his resolutions. On November 11th, 2 days before Preston's men surrendered, Carleton, with 2 or 3 military officers disguised as peasants, boarded one of 3 armed vessels to go down from Montreal to Quebec. All the cannon at Montreal had been dismounted and spiked. What powder could not be carried away was buried or thrown into the river. Amid funeral silence, shaking hands sadly with the Montreal friends who had gathered at the wharf to say farewell, the English governor left Montreal. That night the wind failed, and the three vessels lay with limp sails. At Sorel, at Three Rivers, at every hamlet on both sides of the St. Lawrence, lay American scouts to capture the English governor. All next day the vessels lay windbound. Desperate for the fate of Quebec, Carleton embarked on a river barge propelled by sweeps. Passing Sorel at night, Carleton and his disguised officers could see the campfires of the American army. Here oars were laid aside and the raft steadied down the tide by the rowers paddling with the palms of their hands. Three Rivers was found in possession of the Americans, and a story is told of Carleton, foredone from lack of sleep, dozing in an eating house or tavern with his head sunk forward upon his hands, when two or three American scouts broke into the room. Not a sign did the English party in peasant disguise give of alarm or uneasiness, which might have betrayed the governor. "Come, come," said one of the English officers in French, slapping Sir Guy Carleton carelessly on the back. "We must be going," and the governor escaped unsuspected. November 19th, to the unexpressible relief of Quebec, Carleton reached the capital city. Quebec now had a population of some 5,000. All able-bodied men who would not fight were expelled from the city. What with the small garrison, some marines who happened to be in port, and the citizens themselves, 1,800 defenders were mustered. On the walls were 150 heavy cannon, and all the streets leading from Lower to Upper Town had been barricaded with cannon mounted above. At each of the city gates were posted battalions. Sentries never left the walls, and the whole army literally slept in its boots. It will be remembered that the natural position of Quebec was worth an army in itself. On all sides there was access only by steepest climb. In front, where the modern visitor ascends from the wharf to Upper Town by Mountain Street, steep as a stair, barricades had been built. To the right, where flows St. Charles River past Lower Town, platforms mounted with cannon guarded approach. To the rear was the wall behind which camped Arnold. To the left, sheer precipice, above which the defenders had suspended swinging lanterns that lighted up every movement on the path below along the St. Lawrence. Early in December comes Montgomery himself to Quebec, on the very ships which Carleton had abandoned. Carleton refuses even the letter demanding surrender. Montgomery is warned that forthwith any messenger sent to the walls would come at peril of being shot as a rebel. Henceforth what communication Montgomery has with the inhabitants must be by throwing proclamations inside or bribing old habitant women as carriers. For the habitants continue to pass in and out of the city with provisions, and a deserter presently brings word that Montgomery has declared he will eat his Christmas dinner in Quebec or in hell. Whereupon Carleton retorts, he may choose his own place, but he shan't eat in Quebec. Montgomery was now in the same position as Wolfe at the Great Siege. His troops daily grew more ragged. Many were without shoes, and smallpox was raging in his camp. He could not tempt his foe to come out and fight. Therefore he must assault the foe in its own stronghold. It will be remembered Wolfe had feigned attack to the fore and made the real attack to the rear. Montgomery reversed the process. He feigned attack to the rear gates of St. John and St. Louis, and made the real attack to the fore from the St. Charles and the St. Lawrence. While a few soldiers were to create noisy hubbub at St. John and St. Louis gates from the back of the city, Arnold was to march through Lower Town from the Charles River side, Montgomery along the narrow cliff below the citadel, through Lower Town to that steep mountain street which tourists today ascend directly from the wharves of the St. Lawrence. On the squares of Upper Town the two armies were to unite and fight Carleton. The plan of attack practically encompassed the city from every side. Spies had brought rumors to Carleton that the signal for assault for the American troops was to be the first dark stormy night. Christmas passed quietly enough without Montgomery carrying out his threat, and on the night before New Year's all was quiet. Congress soldiers had dispersed among the taverns outside the walls, and Carleton felt so secure he had gone comfortably to bed. For a month shells from the American guns had been whizzing over Upper Town, with such small damage that citizens had continued to go about as usual. On the walls was a constant popping from the sharpshooters of both sides, and occasionally an English sentry, parading the walls at an imminent risk of being a target, would toss down a cheery "Good morrow, gentlemen," to a Congress trooper below. Then, quick as a flash, both men would lift and fire, but the results were small credit to the aim of either shooter, for the sentry would duck off the wall untouched, just as the American dashed for hiding behind barricade or house of Lower Town. Some of the Americans wanted to know what were the lanterns and lookouts which the English had constructed above the precipice of Cape Diamond. Some wag of a habitant answered these were the sign of a wooden horse with hay in front of it, and that the English general, Carleton, had said he would not surrender the town till the horse had caught up to the hay. Sulking riflemen of the Congress troops had taken refuge in the mansion of Bigot's former magnificence, the Intendant's Palace, and Carleton had ordered the cannoneers on his walls to knock the house down. So fell the house of Bigot's infamy. Towards 2 a.m. of December 31st, the wind began to blow a hurricane. The bright moonlight became obscured by flying clouds, and earth and air were wrapped in a driving storm of sleet. Instantly the Congress troops rallied to their headquarters behind the city. Montgomery at quick march swept down the steep cliff of the river to the shore road, and in the teeth of a raging wind led his men round under the heights of Cape Diamond to the harbor front. Heads lowered against the wind, coon-skin caps pulled low over eyes, ash-colored flannel shirts buttoned tight to necks, gun casings and sacks wrapped loosely round loaded muskets to keep out the damp. The marchers tramped silently through the storm. Overhead was the obscured glare where the lanterns hung out in a blare of snow above Cape Diamond. Here rockets were sent up as a signal to Arnold on St. Charles River. Then Montgomery's men were among the houses of Lower Town, noting well that every window had been barricaded and darkened from cellar to attic. Somewhere along the narrow path in front of the town, Montgomery knew that barricades had been built with cannon behind, but he trusted to the storm concealing his approach till his men could capture them at a rush. At Prix de Ville, just where the traveler approaching harbor front may today see a tablet erected in memory of the invasion, was a barricade. Montgomery halted his men. Scouts returned with word that all was quiet and in darkness. The English evidently asleep, and uncovering muskets, the Congress fighters dashed forward at a run. But it was the silence that precedes the thunderclap. The English had known that the storm was to signal attack, and guessing that the rockets foretokened the assailants' approach, they had put out all lights behind the barricade. Until Montgomery's men were within a few feet of the log, there was utter quiet. Then a voice shrieked out, "Fire! Fire!" Instantly a flash of flame met the runners like a wall. Groans and screams split through the muffling storm. Montgomery and a dozen others fell dead. The rest had broken away in retreat, a rabble without a commander, carrying the wounded. Behind the barricade was almost as great confusion among the English, for Quebec's defenders were made up of boys of 15 and old men of 70, and the first crash of battle had been followed by a panic, when half the guards would have thrown down their arms if one John Coffin, an expelled royalist from Boston, had not shouted out that he would throw the first man who attempted to desert into the river. Meantime, how had it gone with Arnold? An English officer was passing near St. Louis Gate when, some time after 2 o'clock, he noticed rockets go up from the river beyond Cape Diamond. He at once sounded the alarm. Bugles called to arms, drums rolled, and every bell in the city was set ringing. In less than 10 minutes every man of Quebec's 1,800 was in place. American soldiers marching through St. Roch, Lower Town, have described how the tolling of the bells rolling through the storm smote cold on their hearts, for they knew their designs had been discovered and they could not turn back, for a juncture must be effected with Montgomery. A moment later the sham assaults were peppering the rear gates of Quebec, but Guy Carleton was too crafty a campaigner to be tracked by any sham. He rightly guessed that the real attack would be made on one of the two weaker spots leading up from Lower Town. "Now is the time to show what stuff you are made of," he called to the soldiers as he ordered more detachments to the place whence came crash of heaviest firing. This was at Sault au Malot Street, a narrow, steep thoroughfare barely 20 feet from side to side. Up this little tunnel of a street Arnold had rushed his men, surmounting one barricade where they exchanged their own wet muskets for the dry guns of the English deserters, dashing into houses to get possession of windows as vantage points over, some accounts say, yet another obstruction, till his whole army was cooped up in a canyon of a street, directly below the hill front on which had been erected a platform with heavy guns. It was a gallant rush, but it was futile, for now Carleton outgeneraled Arnold. Guessing from the distance of the shots that the attack to the rear was sheer sham, the English general rushed his fighters downhill by another gate to catch Arnold on the rear. Quebec houses are built close and cramped. While these troops were stealing in behind Arnold to close on him like a trap, it was an easy trick for another English battalion to scramble over house roofs, over back walls, and up the very stairs of houses where Arnold's troops were guarding the windows. Then Arnold was carried past his men badly wounded. "We are sold," muttered the Congress troops, "caught like rats in a trap." Still they pressed toward in hand-to-hand scuffle, with shots at such close range the Boston soldiers were shouting, "Quebec men, do not fire on your true friends!" with absurd pitching of each other by the scruff of the neck from the windows. Daylight only served to make plainer the desperate plight of the entrapped raiders. At 10 o'clock 500 Congress soldiers surrendered. It must not for one moment be forgotten that each side was fighting gallantly for what it believed to be right, and each bore the other the respect due to a good fighter and upright foe. In fact, with the exception of 2 or 3 episodes mutually regretted, it may be said there were fewer bitter thoughts that New Year's morning than have arisen since from this war. The captured Americans had barely been sent to quarters in convents and hospitals before a Quebec merchant sent them a gift of several hogsheads of porter. When the bodies of Montgomery and his fellow comrades in death were found under the snowdrifts, they were reverently removed and interred with the honors of war just inside St. Louis Gate. End of section 32. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section 33 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. Laut. From 1763 to 1812, Part 4. Though the invaders were defeated, Quebec continued to be invested till spring, the thud of exploding bombs doing little harm except in the case of one family, during spring, when a shell fell through the roof to a dining room table, killing a son where he sat at dinner. As the ice cleared from the river in spring, both sides were on the watch for first aid. Would Congress send up more soldiers on transports, or would English frigates be rushed to the aid of Quebec? The Americans were now having trouble collecting food from the habitants, for the French doubled the invaders' success, and Congress paper money would be worthless to the holders. One beautiful clear May moonlight night a vessel was espied between 9 and 10 at night, coming up the river full sail before the wind. Was she friend or foe? Carleton and his officers gazed anxiously from the citadel. Guns were fired as signal. No answer came from the ship. Again she was hailed, and again, yet she failed to hang out English colors. Carleton then signaled he would sink her, and set the rampart cannon sweeping her bows. In a second she was ablaze, a fire ship sent by the enemy loaded with shells and grenades and bombs that shot off like a fusillade of rockets. At the same time a boat was seen rowing from the far side of her with terrific speed. Carleton's precaution had prevented the destruction of the harbor fleet. 3 days later, at 6 in the morning, the firing of great guns announced the coming of an English frigate. At once every man, woman, and child of Quebec poured down to the harbor front, half dressed, mad with joy. By midday Guy Carleton had led 800 soldiers out of the plains of Abraham to give battle against the Americans. But General Thomas of the Congress army did not wait. Such swift flight was taken that artillery, stores, tents, uneaten dinners cooked and on the table were abandoned to Carleton's men. General Thomas himself died of smallpox at Sorel. At Montreal all was confusion. The city had been but marking time, pending the swing of victory at Quebec. In the spring of 1776, Congress had sent 3 commissioners to Montreal to win Canada for the new republic. One was the famous Benjamin Franklin, another a prominent Catholic, but the French-Canadian clergy refused to forget the attack of Congress on the Quebec Act and remained loyal to England. For almost a year, in desultory fashion, the campaign against Canada dragged on. Carleton reoccupying and fortifying Montreal, Three Rivers, St. John's, and Chambly, then pushing up Champlain Lake in October of 1776 with 3 large vessels and 90 small ones. Between Valcour Island and the mainland he caught Benedict Arnold with the Congress boats on October 11th, and succeeded in battering them to pieces before Arnold could extricate them. As the boats sank, the American crews escaped ashore, but the English went no farther south than Crown Point this year. If Carleton had failed at Quebec, there can be no doubt Canada would have been permanently lost to England. For the following year France openly espoused the cause of Congress, and proclamations were secretly smuggled all through Canada to be posted on church doors, calling on Canadians to remain loyal to France. Curiously enough, it was Washington, the leader of the Americans, who checkmated this move. With a wisdom almost prophetic, he foresaw that if France helped the United States, and then demanded Canada as her reward, the old border warfare would be renewed with tenfold more terror. No longer would it be bushrover pitted against frontiersmen. It would be France against Congress, and Washington refused to give the aid of Congress to the scheme of France embroiling America in European wars. The story of how Clark, the American, won the Mississippi forts for Congress is not part of Canada's history, nor are the terrible border raids of Butler and Brant, the Mohawk, who sided with the English and left the Wyoming Valley south of the Iroquois Confederacy a blackened wilderness, and the homes of 1,000 settlers smoking ruins. It is this last raid which gave the poet Campbell his theme in Gertrude of Wyoming. By the Treaty of Versailles in 1783, England acknowledged the independence of the United States, and Canada's area was shorn of her fairest territory by one fell swath. Instead of the Ohio being the southern boundary, the middle line of the Great Lakes divided Canada from her southern neighbor. The river St. Croix was to separate Maine from New Brunswick. The sole explanation of this loss to Canada was that the American commissioners knew their business and the value of the ceded territory, and the English commissioners did not. It was one of the many conspicuous examples of what loyalty has cost Canada. England is to give up the western posts to the United States, from Miami to Detroit and Michilimackinac and Grand Portage. In return, the United States federal government is to recommend to the states' governments that all property confiscated from Royalists during the war be restored. General Haldimand, a Swiss who has served in the 7 Years' War, succeeds Carleton as governor in 1778. The times are troublous. There is still a party in favor of Congress. The great unrest, which ends in the French Revolution, disturbs habitants' life. Then that provision of the Quebec Act by which legislative councillors were to be nominated by the Crown works badly. Councillors, judges, Crown attorneys, even bailiffs are appointed by the Colonial Office of London, and find it more to their interest to stay currying favor in London than to attend to their duties in Canada. The country is cursed by the evil of absent officeholders, who draw salaries and appoint incompetent deputies to do the work. As for the social unrest that fills the air, Haldimand clasps the malcontents in jail till the storm blows over. But the tricks of speculators who have flocked to Canada give trouble of another sort. Naturally, the ring of English speculators, rather than the impoverished French, become ascendant in foreign trade, and during the American War the ring got such complete control of the wheat supply that bread jumped to famine price. Just as he had dealt with the malcontents soldier fashion, so Haldimand now had a law passing forbidding tricks with the price of wheat. Like Carleton, Haldimand too came down hard on the land jobbers, who tried to jockey poor French peasants out of their farms for bailiffs' fees. It may be guessed that Haldimand was not a popular governor with the English clique. Nevertheless, he kept sumptuous bachelor quarters at his mansion near Montmorency Falls, was a prime favorite with the poor and with the soldiers, and sometimes deigned to take lessons in pickle making and home keeping from the grand dames of Quebec. In 1786 Carleton comes back as Lord Dorchester. Congress had promised to protect the property of those royalists who had fought on the losing side in the American Revolution, but for reasons beyond the control of Congress that promise could not be carried out. It was not Congress but the local governments of each individual state that controlled property rights. In vain Congress recommended the states' governments to restore the property confiscated from the royalists. The states' governments were in a condition of chaos, packed by jobbers and land grabbers and the riffraff that always infest the beginnings of a nation. Instead of protecting the royalists, the states' governments passed laws confiscating more property and depriving those who had fought for England of even holding office. It was easy for the tricksters who had got possession of loyalist lands to create a social ostracism that endangered the very lives of the beaten royalists, and there set towards Canada the great emigration of the United Empire Loyalists. To Nova Scotia, to Brunswick, to Prince Edward Island, to Ontario, they came from Virginia and Pennsylvania and New York and Massachusetts and Vermont, in thousands upon thousands. The story of their sufferings and far wanderings has never been told and probably never will, for there is little official record of it, but it can be likened only to the expulsion of the Acadians multiplied by 100-fold. To the maritime provinces along came more than 30,000 people. To the eastern townships of Quebec, to the regions of Kingston and Niagara and Toronto in Ontario, came some 20,000 more. It needs no trick of fancy to call up the scene, and one marvels that neither poet nor novelist has yet made use of it. Here were fine old royalist officers of New York reduced from opulence to penury, from wealth to such absolute destitution they had neither clothing nor food, nor money to pay ship's passage away, now crowded with their families and such wrecks of household goods as had escaped raid and fire on some cheap government transport or fishing schooner bound from New York harbor to Halifax or Fundy Bay. Of the 13,000 people bound for Halifax, there can scarcely be a family that has not lost brothers or sons in the war. Family plate, old laces, heirlooms, even the father's sword in some cases, have long ago been pawned for food. If one finds, as one does find all through Nova Scotia, fine old mahogany and walnut furniture brought across by the Loyalists, it is only because walnut and mahogany were not valued at the time of the Revolution as they are today, and instead of welcome at Halifax, the refugees met with absolute consternation. What is a town of 5,000 people to do with so many hungry visitants? Are they quartered about in churches, in barracks, in halls knocked up, till they can be sent to farms? And these are not common immigrants coming fresh from toil in the fields of Europe. They are gently nurtured men and women, representing the aristocracy and wealth and conservatism of New York. This explains why one finds among the prominent families of Nova Scotia the same names as among the most prominent families of Massachusetts and New York. To the officers and heads of families, the English government granted from 2,000 to 5,000 acres each, and to sons and daughters of Loyalists 200 acres each, besides £3,000,000 in cash, as necessity for it arose. On the north side of Fundy Bay hardships were even greater, for the Loyalists landed from their ships on the homeless shores of the wildwood wilderness. Rude log cabins of thatch roof and plaster walls were knocked up, and there began round the log cabin that tiny clearing which was to expand into the farm. The coming of the Loyalists really peopled both New Brunswick and Prince Edward Island, the former becoming a separate province in 1784, named after the ruling house of England, the latter named after the Duke of Kent, who was in command of the garrison at Charlottetown. More strenuous still was the migration of the United Empire Loyalists from the south. Rich old planters of Virginia and Maryland, who had had their colored servants by the score, now came with their families in rude tented wagons, fine Chippendales jumbled with heavy mahogany furnishings, up the old Cumberland Army Road to the Ohio, and across from the Ohio to the southern townships of Quebec, to the backwoods of Niagara and Kingston and Toronto and modern Hamilton, and west as far as what is now known as London. I have heard descendants of these old Southern Loyalists tell how hopelessly helpless were these planter families, and used to hundreds of negro servants, and now bereft of help in a backwoods wilderness. It took but a year or so to wear out the fine laces and pompous ruffles of their aristocratic clothing, and men and women alike were reduced to the backwoods costume of coon cap, homespun garments, and Indian moccasins. Often one could witness such anomalies in their log cabins as gilt mirrors and spindly glass cabinets ranged in the same apartment as stove and cooking utensils. If the health of the father failed or the war had left him crippled, there was nothing for it but for the mother to take the helm, and many a Canadian can trace lineage back to a United Empire Loyalist woman who planted the first crop by hand with a hoe and reaped the first crop by hand with a sickle. Sometimes the jovial habits of the planter life came with the Loyalists to Canada, and winter witnessed furbishing up of old flounces and laces to celebrate all-night dance in log houses where partitions were carpets and tapestries hung up as walls. Sometimes, too, at least, I have heard descendants of the Eastern Township people tell the story. The jovial habits kept the father tippling and card-playing at the village inn, while the lonely mother kept watch and ward in the cabin of the snow-padded forests. Of necessity, the Loyalists banded together to help one another. There were sugarings off in the maple woods every spring for the year's supply of homemade sugar. Glorious nights and days in the spring forests, with the sap trickling from the trees to the scooped-out troughs, with the grown-ups working over the huge kettle where the molasses was being boiled to sugar, with the young of heart, big and little, gathering round the huge bonfires at night in the woods for the sport of a taffy pull, with molasses dripping on sticks and huge wooden spoons taken from the pot. There were threshings when the neighbors gathered together to help one another beat out their grain from the straw with a flail. There were harvest homes and quilting bees and loggings and barn raisings. Clothes were handmade, sugar was homemade, soap was homemade, and for years and years the only tea known was made from steeping dry leaves gathered in the woods, the only coffee made from burnt peas ground up. Such were the United Empire Loyalists, whose lives some unheralded poet will yet sing, not an unfit stock for a nation's empire builders. At the same time that the Loyalists came to Canada, came Joseph Brant. Thayendanegea, the Mohawk, with the remnant of his tribe who had fought for the English. To them the government granted some 700,000 acres in Ontario. It is not surprising that the United Empire Loyalists objected to living under the French laws of the Quebec Act. They had fought for England against Congress, but they wanted representative government, and the Constitutional Act was passed in 1791, dividing the country into Upper and Lower Canada, each to have its own parliament consisting of a governor, a legislative council appointed by the crown, and an assembly elected by the people. There was to be no religious test. Naturally, old French laws would prevail in Quebec, English laws in Ontario or Upper Canada. By this act, too, land known as the clergy reserves was set apart for the Protestant Church. The first parliament in Quebec met in the bishop's palace in December of 1792, the first parliament of Ontario in Newark or Niagara in September of the same year, the most of the newly elected members coming by canoe and dugout, and, as the Indian summer of that autumn proved hot, holding many of the sessions in shirt sleeves out under the trees. Lieutenant Governor Simcoe reporting that the electors seemed to have favored men of the lower order, who kept but one table and ate with their servants. The earlier sessions of the Ontario House were marked by acts to remove the capital from the boundary across to Toronto, and to legalize marriages by Protestant clergymen other than of the English Church. It is amusing to read how Governor Simcoe regarded the marriage bill as an opening of the floodgates to republicanism. But for all their shirt sleeves, the legislators enjoyed themselves and danced till morning in Navy Hall, the governor's residence. Mad Tom Talbot, the governor's aide-de-camp, losing his heart to the fine eyes of Bryant's Indian niece, daughter of Sir William Johnson of the old Lake George battle. Down at Quebec, things were managed with more pomp, and no social event was complete without the presence of the Duke of Kent, military commandant, now living in Haldimand's old house at Montmorency, Nova Scotia, had held parliaments since 1758, when Halifax elected her first members. Besides the United Empire Loyalists, other settlers were coming to Canada. The Earl of Selkirk, a patriotic young Scotch nobleman, had arranged for the removal of evicted Highlanders to Prince Edward Island in 1803, and to Baldoon on Lake St. Clair. Then Mad Tom Talbot, Governor Simcoe's aide, descendants of the Talbots of Castle Malahide, and boon comrade of the young soldier who became the Duke of Wellington, becomes so enamored of wilderness life that he gives up his career in Europe, gains grant of lands between London and Port Dover, and lays foundations of settlements in Western Ontario, spite of the fact he remains a bachelor. The man who had danced at royalty's balls and drunk deep of pleasure at the beck of princes, now lived in a log house of 3 rooms, laughed at difficulties, baked his own bread, milked his own cows, made his own butter, washed his own clothes, ironed his own linen, and taught colonists who bought his lands how to do without the rotten refuse of Manchester warehouses, the term he applied to the broadcloth of the newcomer. Under the French regime, Canada had consisted of a string of fur posts isolated in a wilderness. It will be noticed that it now consisted of 5 distinct provinces of nation builders. End of section 33. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section number 34 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. Laut. From 1812 to 1820, Part 1. While Canada waged war for her national existence against her border neighbors to the south, as in the days of the bushrovers' raids of old, afar in the west, in the burnt wood, iron rock region of Lake Superior, on the lonely, wind-swept prairies, at the foothills where each night's sunset etched the long shadows of the mountain peaks in somber replica across the plains, in the forested solitude of the tumultuous Rockies, was the ragged vanguard of empire blazing a path through the wilderness. Voyageur and burnt road runner, trapper and explorer, pushing across the hinterlands of earth's end, from prairie to mountains and mountains to sea. It was a side clap of the great American Revolution that the last French cannon were pointed against the English forts on Hudson Bay. When France sided with the American colonies, a fleet of French frigates was dispatched under the great Admiral La Pérouse against the fur posts of the English company. One sleepy August afternoon in 1782, when Samuel Hearne, governor of Fort Churchill, was sorting furs in the courtyard, gates wide open, cannon unloaded, guards dispersed, the fort was electrified by the sudden apparition of 3 men-of-war, sails full blown, sides bristling with cannon, plowing over the waves straight for the harbor gate. French colors fluttered from the masthead, sails rattled down, anchors were cast, and in a few minutes small boats were out sounding the channel for position to attack the fort. Hearne had barely 40 men, and the most of them were decreps, unfit for the hunting field. As sunset merged into the long white light of northern midnight, 400 French mariners landed on the sands outside Churchill. Hearne had no alternative. He surrendered without a blow. The fort was looted of furs, the Indians driven out, and a futile attempt made to blow up the massive walls. Hearne and the other officers were carried off captives. Matonabee, the famous Indian guide, came back from the hunt to find the wooden structures of Churchill in flame. He had thought the English were invulnerable, and his pagan pride could not brook the shame of such ignominious defeat. Withdrawing outside the shattered walls, Matonabee blew his brains out. A few days later, Port Nelson, to the south, had suffered like fate. The English officers were released by La Pérouse on reaching Europe. As for the fur company servants, they waited only till the French sails had disappeared over the sea. Then they came from hiding and rebuilt the burnt forts. Such was the last act in the great drama of contest between France and England for supremacy in the north. For 200 years, explorers have been trying to find a northern passage between Europe and Asia by way of America, from east to west. Now that Canada has fallen into English hands, now too that the Russian sea otter hunters are coasting down the west side of America towards that region which Drake discovered long ago in California, England suddenly awakens to a passion for discovery of that mythical northwest passage. Instead of seeking from east to west, she sought from west to east, and sent her navigator round the world to search for opening along the west coast of America. To carry out the exploration, there was selected as commander that young officer, James Cook, who helped to sound the St. Lawrence for Wolfe, and had since been cruising the South Seas. On his ships, the Resolution and the Discovery, was a young man whose name was to become a household word in America, Vancouver, a midshipman. March of 1778, the Resolution and Discovery came rolling over the long swell of the sheeny Pacific towards Drake's Land of New Albion, California. Suddenly, one morning, the dim sky resolved into the clear-cut edges of high land, but by night such a roaring hurricane had burst on the ships as drove them far out from land, too far to see the opening of Juan de Fuca, leading in from Vancouver Island, though Cook called the cape there Flattery, because he had hoped for an opening and been deluded. Clearer weather found Cook abreast a coast of sheer mountains, with snowy summits, jagging through the clouds in tent peaks. A narrow entrance opened into a two-horned cove. Small boats towed the ships in amid a flotilla of Indian dugouts, whose occupants chanted weird welcome to the echo of the surrounding hills. Women and children were in the canoes. That signified peace. The ships were moored to trees, and the white men went ashore in that harbor to become famous as the rendezvous of Pacific fur traders, Nootka Sound, on the seaside of Vancouver Island. Presently the waters were literally swarming with Indian canoes, and in a few days Cook's crews had received thousands of dollars' worth of sea otter skins for such worthless baubles as tin mirrors and brass rings and bits of red calico. This was the beginning of the fur trade in sea otter with Americans and English. Some of the naked savages were observed wearing metal ornaments of European make. Cook did not think of the Russian fur traders to the north, but easily persuaded himself these objects had come from the English fur traders of Hudson Bay, and so inferred there must be a northwest passage. By April, Cook's ships were once more afloat, gliding among the sylvan channels of countless wooded islands, up past Sitka harbor, where the Russians later built their fort, round westward beneath the towering opal dome of Mount St. Elias, where Bering had named, to the waters bordering Alaska, but, as the world knows, though the ships penetrated up the channel of many roly waters, they found no open passage. Cook comes down to the Sandwich Islands, New Year of 1779. There the vices of his white crew arouse the enmity of the pagan savages. In a riot over the theft of a rowboat, Cook and a few men are surrounded by an enraged mob. By some mistake, the white sailors rowing out from shore fire on the mob surrounding Cook. Instantly a dagger rips under Cook's shoulder blade. In another second, Cook and his men are literally hacked to pieces. All night the conch shells of the savages blow their war challenge through the darkness and the signal fires dance on the mountains. By dint of persuasion and threats, the white men compel the natives to restore the mangled remains of the commander. Sunday, February 21st, amid a silence as of death over the waters, the body of the dead explorer is committed to the deep. The chance discovery of the sea otter trade by Cook's crew at Nootka brings hosts of English and American adventurers to the Pacific coast of Canada. There is Meares, the English officer from China, who builds a rabbit hutch of a barracks at Nootka and almost involves England and Spain in a war because the Spaniards, having discovered this region before Cook, knock the log barracks into kindling wood and forcibly seize an English trading ship. There is Robert Gray, the Boston trader, who pushes the prow of his little ship, Columbia, up a spacious harbor south of Juan de Fuca in May of 1792, and discovers Columbia River, so giving the United States flag prior claim here. There is George Vancouver, the English commander, set out by his government in 1791 to 1793 to receive Nootka formally back from the Spaniards of California, and to explore every inlet from Vancouver Island to Alaska. As luck would have it, Vancouver, the Englishman, and Gray, the American, are both hovering off the mouth of the Columbia in April of 1792, but a gale drives the ships offshore through turgid water plainly indicates the mouth of a great river somewhere near. Vancouver goes on up north. Gray, the American, comes back, and so Vancouver misses discovering the one great river that remains unmapped in America. Up Puget Sound, named after his lieutenant, up Fuca Straits, round Vancouver Island, past all those inlets like seas on the mainland of British Columbia, coasts Vancouver, rounding south again to Nootka in August. In Nootka lie the Spanish frigates from California, bristling with cannon, the red and yellow flag blowing to the wind above the palisaded fort. In solemn parade with Maquina, the Nootka chief, clad in a state of nature, as guest of the festive board, Don Quadra, the Spanish officer, dines and wines Vancouver. But when it comes to business, that is another matter. Vancouver understands that Spain is to surrender all sovereignty north of San Francisco. Don Quadra, with pompous bow, maintains that the international agreement was to surrender rights only north of Juan de Fuca, leaving the rest of the northwest coast free to all nations for trade. Incidentally, it may be mentioned, Don Quadra was right, but the two commanders agreed to send home to their respective governments for instructions. Meanwhile, Robert Gray, the American, comes rolling into port with news he has discovered Columbia River. Vancouver is skeptical and chagrined. Having failed to discover the river, he goes down coast to explore it. It may be added, he sends his men higher up the river than Gray has gone, and has England's flag of possession as solemnly planted as though Robert Gray had never entered Columbia's waters. The next 2 years Vancouver spends exploring every nook and inlet from Columbia River to Lynn Canal. Once and for all and forever he disapproves the myth of a Northwest Passage. His work was negative, but it established English rights where America's claims ceased and Russia's began, namely between Columbia River and Sitka, or what is now known as British Columbia. As the beaver had lured French bushrovers from St. Lawrence to the Rockies, so the sea otter led the way to the exploration of the Pacific coast. Artist brush and novelist pen have drawn all the romance and the glamour and the adventure of the beaver's hunter's life. But the sea otter's hunter's life is almost an untold tale. Pacific coast Indians were employed by the white traders for the wildest of hunting. The sea otter is like neither otter nor beaver, though possessing habits akin to both. In size, when full grown, it is about the length of a man. Its pelt has the ebony shimmer of seal tipped with silver. Cradled on the waves, sleeping on their backs in the sea, playful as kittens, the sea otters only come ashore when driven by fierce gales. But they must come above to breathe, for the wave wash of storm would smother them. Their favorite sleeping grounds used to be the kelp beds of the Alaskan islands. Storm or calm, to the kelp beds rowed the Indian hunters in their boats of oiled skin, light as paper. If heavy surf ran, concealing sight and sound, the hunters stood along the shore shouting through the surf and waiting for the wave wash to carry in the dead body. If the sea were calm, the hunters circled in bands of 20 or 30, spearing the sea otter as it came up to breathe. But the best hunting was when hurricane gales churned sea and air to spray. Then the sea otter came to the kelp beds in herds, and through the storm over the wave-dashed reefs, like very spirits of the storm incarnate, rushed the hunters, spear in hand. It is not surprising that the sea otter hunters perished by tens of thousands each year, or that the sea otter dwindled from a yield of 100,000 a year to a paltry 200 of the present day. Meanwhile, Nor'west traders from Montreal and Quebec, English traders from Hudson Bay, have gone up the Saskatchewan far as the Athabasca and the Rockies. What lies beyond? Whither runs this great river from Athabasca Lake? Whence comes the great river from the mountains? Will the river that flows north or the river that comes from the west, either of them lead to the Pacific coast, where Cook's crews found wealth of sea otter? The lure of the unknown is the lure of the siren. First you possess it, then it possesses you. Cooped up in his fort on Lake Athabasca, Alexander Mackenzie, the Nor'wester, begins wondering about those rivers. But you can't ask businessmen to bank on the unknown, to write blank checks for profits on what you may not find. And the Nor'westers were all stern businessmen. For every penny's outlay they exacted from their wintering partners and clerks not 10 but 100-fold. And Alexander Mackenzie received no encouragement from his company to explore these unknown rivers. The project got possession of his mind. Sometimes he would pace the little log barracks of Fort Chipewyan from sunset to day dawn, trying to work out a way to explore those rivers, or, sitting before the huge hearth place, he would dream and dream till, as he wrote his cousin Roderick, I did not know what I was doing or where I was. Finally he induced his cousin to take charge of the fort for a summer. Then, assuming all risk and outlay, he set out on his own responsibility June 3, 1789, to follow the great river down to the Arctic Ocean. English chief, who often went down to Hudson Bay for the rival company, went as Mackenzie's guide, and there were also in the canoes 2 or 3 white men, some Indians as paddlers, and squaws to cook and make moccasins. The canoes passed Peace River pouring down from the mountains, then 6 dangerous rapids, where many a Nor'west voyager had perished. One of Mackenzie's canoes going smash over the falls with a squaw, who swam ashore. Then Rampart shores came, broader and higher than the St. Lawrence or the Hudson, the boats skimming ahead with blankets hoisted for sails through foggy days and nights of driving rain. Cramped and rain-soaked, bailing water from the canoes with huge sponges, the Indians began to whine that the way was hard white man hard. Then the river lost itself in a huge lagoon, Slave Lake, named after defeated Indians who had taken refuge here, and the question was, which way to go through the fog across the marshy lake? Poking through rushes high as a man, Mackenzie found a current, and, hoisting a sail on his fishing pole, raced out to the river again on a hissing tide. Here lived the Dog Rib Indians, and they frightened Mackenzie's men cold with gruesome tales of horrors ahead, of terrible waterfalls, of land of famine and hostile tribes. The effect was instant. Mackenzie could not obtain a guide till English chief hoisted a slave Indian into the canoe on a paddle handle. Though Mackenzie himself nightly slept with the vermin-infested guide to prevent desertion, the fellow escaped one night during the confusion of a thunderstorm. Again a chance hunter was forcibly put into the canoe as guide, and the explorer pushed on for another month. North of Bear Lake, Indian warriors were seen flourishing weapons alongshore, and Mackenzie's men began to remark that the land was barren of game. If they became winter-bound, they would perish. Mackenzie promised his men if he did not find the sea within 7 days, he would turn back. Suddenly the men lost track of day, for they had come to the region of long light. The river had widened to swamp lands. Between the 13th and 14th of July, the men asleep on the sand were awakened by a flood of water lapping in on their baggage. What did it mean? For a minute they did not realize. Then they knew. It was the tide. They had found the sea. Hilarious as boys, they jumped from bed to man their canoes and chased whales. September 12th, all sails up before a driving wind, the canoes raced across Athabasca Lake to the fort landing. Roderick, his nephew, shouting a welcome. MacKenzie had laid one of the two ghosts that haunted his peace. Now he must lay the other. Where did Peace River come from? His achievement on Mackenzie River had been greeted by the other Nor'west partners with a snub. Nevertheless, Mackenzie asked for leave of absence that he might go to London and study the taking of astronomic observations in order to explore that other river flowing from the mountains. And in London, though poor and obscure, he heard all about Cook's voyages and Meare's brush with the Spaniards at Nootka, and plans for Captain Vancouver to make a final exploration of the Pacific coast. Hurrying back to the Nor'westers' fort on Peace River, he was beset by the blue devils of despondency. What if Peace River did not lead to the Pacific Ocean at all? What if he were behind some other discoverer? What if the venture proved a fool's trip leading to blind nowhere? He was only a junior partner and could ill afford either money or time for failure. End of section 34. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section 35 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. Laut. From 1812 to 1820, Part 2. Nevertheless, when the furs have been dispatched from Montreal, Mackenzie launches out on May 9th of 1793 with a 30-foot birch canoe, 6 voyageurs, and Alexander Mackay as lieutenant for the hinterland beyond the Rockies. This time the going was against stream, hard paddling, but safer than with a swift current in a river with dangerous rapids. 10 days later the river has become a canyon of tumbling cascades, the mountains sheer wall on each side, with snowy peaks jagged up through the clouds. To portage baggage up such cliffs was impossible, yet it was equally impossible to go on up the canyon, and Mackenzie's men became so terrified they refused to land. Jumping to foothold on the wall, a tow rope in one hand, an axe in the other, Mackenzie cut steps in the cliff, then signaled above the roar of the rapids for the men to follow. They stripped themselves to swim if they missed footing, and obeyed, trembling in every limb. The tow rope was warped round trees, and the loaded canoe tracked up the cascade. At the end of that portage the men flatly refused to go on. Mackenzie ignored the mutiny and ordered the best of provisions spread for a feast. While the crew rested, he climbed the face of a rocky cliff to reconnoiter. As far as eye could see were cataracts walled by mighty precipices. The canoe could not be tracked up such waters. Mackay, who had gone prospecting a portage, reported that it would be 9 miles over the mountain. Mackenzie did not tell his men what was ahead of them, but he led the way up the steep mountain, cutting trees to form an outer railing, and up this trail the canoe was hauled, tow line round trees, the men swearing and sweating and blowing like whales. 3 miles was the record that day, the voyageurs throwing themselves down to sleep at 5 in the afternoon, wrapped in their blanket coats, lying close to the glacier's edges. 3 days it took to cross this mountain, and the end of the third day found them at the foot of another mountain. Here the river forked. MacKenzie followed the south branch, or what is now known as the Parsnip. Often at night the men would be startled by rocketing echoes like musketry firing, and they would spring to their feet to keep guard with backs to trees till morning. But presently they learned the cause of the pistol-shot reports. They were now on the uplands among the eternal snows. The sharp splittings, the far boomings, the dull breaking thuds were frost cornices of overhanging snow crashing down in avalanches that swept the mountain slopes clear of forests. A short portage from the Parsnip over a low ridge to a lake, and the canoe is launched on a stream flowing on the far side of the divide. Bad River, a branch of the Fraser, though MacKenzie mistakes it for an upper tributary of the great river discovered by Gray, the Columbia. Then, before they realize it, comes the danger of going with the current on a river with rapids. The stream sweeps to a torrent, mad and unbridled. The canoe is as a chip in a maelstrom, the precipices racing past in a blur, the Indians hanging frantically to the gunwales, bawling aloud in fear, the terrified voyageurs reaching, grasping, snatching at trees overhanging from the banks. The next instant a rock has banged through the bottom, tearing away the stern. The canoe reels in a swirl. Bang goes a rock through the bow. The birch bark flattens like a shingle. Another swirl, and to the amazement of all, instead of the death that had seemed impending, smashed canoe, baggage, and voyageurs are dumped on the shallows of a sandy reach. One can guess the gasp of relief that went up. Nobody uttered a word for some time. One voyageur who had grasped at a branch and been hoisted bodily from the canoe now came limping to the disconsolate group, and had stumbled with light pipe in teeth across the powder that had been spread out to dry, when a terrific yell of warning brought him to his senses and relieved the tension. MacKenzie spread out a treat for the men and sent them to gather bark for a fresh canoe. Other adventures on Bad River need not be given. This one was typical. The record was but 2 miles a day, and now there was no turning back. The difficulties behind were as great as any could have been before. June 15th, Bad River led them westward into the Fraser, but somewhere in the canyon between modern Quesnel and Alexandria the way became impassable. Besides, the river was leading too far south. MacKenzie struck up Blackwater River to the west. Caching canoe and provisions on July 4th, he marched overland. The Pacific was reached on July 22, 1793, near Bella Coola. By September, after perils too numerous to be told, MacKenzie was back at his fur post on Peace River. As his discoveries on this trip blazed the way to new hunting ground for his company, they brought both honor and wealth to MacKenzie. He was knighted by the English king for his explorations, and he retired to an estate in Scotland, where he died about 1820. Meanwhile, Napoleon has sold Louisiana to the United States. The American explorers, Lewis and Clark, have crossed from the Missouri to the Columbia, and now John Jacob Astor, the great fur merchant of New York, in 1811, sends his fur traders overland to build a fort at the mouth of the Columbia River. The Northwest Company in frantic haste dispatches explorers to follow up Mackenzie's work and take possession of the Pacific fur trade before Astor's men can reach the field. It becomes a race for the Pacific. Simon Fraser is sent in 1806 to build posts west of the Rockies in New Caledonia, and to follow that unknown river which Mackenzie mistook for the Columbia, on down to the sea. 2 years he passed building the posts that exist to this day as Fraser planned them. Fort McLeod at the head of Parsnip River, on a little lake set like an emerald among the mountains. Fort St. James on Stuart Lake, a reach of sheeny green waters like the Trossachs, dotted with islands and ensconced in mountains. Fraser Fort on another lake southward. Fort St. George on the main Fraser River. Then in May of 1808, with 4 canoes, Fraser descends the river named after him, accompanied by Stuart and Quesnel and 19 voyageurs. This was the river where the rapids had turned Mackenzie back, canyon after canyon tumultuous with the black whirlpools and roaring like a tempest. Before essaying the worst runs of the Cascades, Fraser ordered a canoe lightened at the prow and manned by the 5 best voyageurs. It shot down the current like a stone from a catapult. She flew from one danger to another, relates Fraser, who was watching the canoe from the bank, till the current drove her on a rock. The men disembarked, and we had to plunge our daggers into the bank to keep from sliding into the river as we went down to their aid, our lives hanging on a thread. Like Mackenzie, Fraser was compelled to abandon canoes. Each with a pack of 80 pounds, the voyageurs set out on foot down that steep gorge where the traveler today can see the trail along the side of the precipice like basketwork between Lillooet and Thompson River. In Fraser's day was no trail, only here and there bridges of trembling twig ladders across chasms, and over these swinging footholds the marchers had to carry their packs, the river rolling below, deep and ominous and treacherous. At Spuzzum, the river turned from the south straight west. Fraser knew it was not the Columbia. His men named it after himself. 40 days was Fraser going from St. George to Tidewater. Early in August he was back at his fur posts of New Caledonia. Yet another explorer did the Nor'westers send to take possession of the region beyond the mountains. David Thompson had been surveying the bounds between the United States and what is now Manitoba, when he was ordered to explore the Rockies in the region of the modern Banff. Up on Canoe River, Thompson and his men built canoes to descend the Columbia. Following the Big Bend, they go down the rolling milky tide past Upper and Lower Arrow Lakes, a region of mountainous sheer on each side as walls, with wisps of mist marking the cloud line. Then a circular sweep westward through what is now Washington, pausing at Snake River to erect formal claim of possession for England. Then a riffle on the current, a smell of the sea, and at 1 p.m. on July 15, 1811, Thompson glides within a view of a little raw new fort, Astoria. In the race to the Pacific, the Americans have gained the ground at the mouth of the Columbia just 2 months before Thompson came. In Astor's fort, Thompson finds old friends of the Northwest Company hired over by Astor. After war has broken out in open flame, it is easy to ascribe the cause to this, that, or the other act, which put the match to the combustibles, but the real reason usually lies far behind the one act of explosion, in an accumulation of ill feeling that provided the combustibles. So it was the fratricidal war of 1812 between Canada and the United States. The war was criminal folly, as useless as it was unnecessary. What caused it? What accumulated the ill feeling lying ready like the combustibles for the match? Let us see. The United Empire Loyalists have, by 1812, increased to some 100,000 of Canada's population, cherishing bitter memories of ruin and confiscation and persecution because Congress failed to carry out the pledge guaranteeing protection to the losing side in the Revolution. Then, because Congress failed to carry out her guarantee, England delayed turning over the western fur posts to the United States for almost 10 years, and whether true or false, the suspicion became an open charge that the hostility of the Indians to American frontiersmen was fomented by the British fur trader. Here, then, was cause for rankling anger on both sides, and the bitterness was unwittingly increased by England's policy. It was hard for the mother country to realize that the raw new nation of the United States, child of her very flesh and blood, kindred in thought and speech, was a power to be reckoned with, on even ground, looking on the level, eye to eye, and not just a bumptious underling nation, like a boy at the hobbledehoy age, to be hectored and chaffed and bullied and badgered and licked into shape, a sort of a protectorate appended to English interests. I once asked an Englishman why the English press was so virulently hostile to one of the most brilliant of her rising men. "Oh," he answered, "you must be English to understand that. We never think it hurts a boy to be well ragged when he is at school." Something of that spirit was in England's attitude to the new nation of the United States. England was hard pressed in life and death struggle with Napoleon. To recruit both army and navy, conscription was rigidly and ruthlessly enforced. Yet more! England claimed the right to impress British born subjects in foreign ports, to seize deserters in either foreign ports or on foreign ships, and most obnoxious of all, to search neutral vessels on the ocean highway for deserters from the British flag. It was an era of great brutality in military discipline. Desertions were frequent. Also, thousands of immigrants were flocking to the new nation of the United States and taking out naturalization papers. England ignored these naturalization papers when taken out by deserters. Let us see how the thing worked out. A passenger vessel is coming up New York harbor. A English frigate with cannon pointed swings across the course, signals the American vessel on American waters to slow up, sends a young lieutenant with some marines across to the American vessel, searches her from stern to stern, or compels the American captain to read the roster of the crew, forcibly seizes half a dozen of the American crew as British deserters, and departs, leaving the Americans gasping with wonder whether they are a free nation or a tail to the kite of English designs. It need not be explained that the offense was often aggravated by the swaggering insolence of the young officers. They considered the fury of the unprepared American crew a prime joke. In vain the government at Washington complained to the government at Westminster. England pigeonholed the complaint and went serenely on her way, searching American vessels from Canada to Brazil. Or an English vessel has come to Hampton Roads to wood and water. An English officer thinks he recognizes among the American crews men who have deserted from English vessels. 3 men defy arrest and show their naturalization papers. High words follow, broken heads and broken canes, and the English crew are glad to escape the mob by rowing out to their own vessel. It is surprising that the ill feeling on both sides accumulated till there lacked only the match to cause an explosion. The explosion came in 1807. HMS Leopard, cruising off Norfolk in June, encounters the United States ship Chesapeake. At 3 p.m. the English ship edges down on the American, loaded to the waterline with lumber, and signals a messenger will be sent across. The young English lieutenant going aboard the Chesapeake shows written orders from Admiral Berkeley of Halifax, commanding a search of the Chesapeake for 6 deserters. He is very courteous and pleasant about the disagreeable business. The orders are explicit. He must obey his admiral. The American commander is equally courteous. He regrets that he must refuse to obey an English admiral's orders, but his own government has given most explicit orders that American vessels must not be searched. The young Englishman returns with serious face. The ships were within pistol shot of each other, the men on the English decks all at their guns, the Americans off guard, lounging on the lumber piles. Quick as a flash, a cannon shot rips across the Chesapeake's bows, followed by a broadside, and another, and yet another that riddle the American decks to kindling wood before the astonished officers can collect their senses. 6 seamen are dead and 23 wounded when the Chesapeake strikes her colors to surrender. But the Leopard does not want a captive. She sends her lieutenant back, who musters the 400 American seamen, picks out 4 men as British deserters, learns that another deserter has been killed, and a 6th has jumped overboard rather than be retaken, takes his prisoners back to the Leopard, which proceeds to Halifax, where they are tried by court-martial and shot. It isn't exactly surprising that the episode literally set the United States on fire with rage, and that the American president at once ordered all American ports closed to British war vessels. The quarrel dragged on between the two governments for 5 years. England saw at once that she had gone too far and violated international law. She repudiated Admiral Berkeley's order, offered to apologize and pension the heirs of the victims, but as she would not repudiate either right of impressment or the right of search, the American government refused to receive the apology. End of section 35. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section number 36 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. Laut. From 1812 to 1820, Part 3. Other causes fanned the flame of war. The United States was now almost the only nation neutral in Napoleon's wars. To cripple English commerce, Napoleon forbids neutral nations trading at English ports. By way of retaliation, England forbids neutral nations trading with French ports, and the United States strikes back by closing American ports to both nations. It means blue ruin to American trade, but the United States cannot permit herself to be ground between the upper and nether millstones of two hostile European powers. Then, sharp as a gamester playing his trump card, Napoleon revokes his embargo in 1810, which leaves England the offender against the United States. Then Governor Craig of Canada commits an error that must have delighted the heart of Napoleon, who always profited by his enemy's blunders. Well meaning, but fatally ill and easily alarmed, Craig sends one John Henry from Montreal in 1809 as spy to the United States for the double purpose of sounding public opinion on the subject of war, and putting any Federalists in favor of withdrawing from the Union in touch with British authorities. Craig goes home to England to die. Henry fails to collect reward for his ignoble services, turns traitor, and sells the entire correspondence to the war party in the United States for $10,000. That spy business adds fuel to fire. Then there are other quarrels. A deserter from the American army is found teaching school near Cornwall in Canada. He is driven out of the little backwoods schoolhouse, pricked across the field with bayonets, out of the children's views, and shot on Canadian soil by American soldiers, an outrage almost the same in spirit as the British crew outrage on the Chesapeake. Also, in spite of apologies, the warships clash again. The English sloop Little Belt is cruising off Cape Henry in May of 1811, looking for a French privateer, when a sail appears over the sea. The Little Belt pursues till she sights the Commodore's blue flag of the United States frigate President. Then she turns about. But by this time the President has turned the tables on the little sloop, and is pursuing to find out what the former's conduct meant. Darkness settles over the two ships beating about the wind. "What sloop is that?" shouts an officer through a speaking trumpet from the American's decks. "What ship is that?" bawls back a voice through the darkness from the Little Englander. Then, before any one can tell who fired first, in fact, each accuses the other of firing first, the cannon are pouring hot shot into each other's hulls till 30 men have fallen on the decks of the Little Belt. Apologies follow, of course, and explanations, but that does not remedy the ill. In fact, when nations and people want to quarrel, they can always find a cause. War is declared in June of 1812 by Congress. It is war against England, but that means war against Canada, though there are not 4,500 soldiers from Halifax to Lake Huron. As for the American forces, they muster an army of some 150,000, but their generals complain they are untrained mob, and events justified the complaints. There is nothing for Canada to do but stand up to the war of England's making, and fight for hearth and home. Canada on the defensive, there is nothing for the States to do but invade, and the American generals don't relish the task with their untrained mob. Upper Canada or Ontario has not 400 soldiers from Kingston to Detroit River, but Major General Isaac Brock calls for volunteers. The clang of arms, of drill, of target practice resounds in every hamlet through Canada. At Kingston, at Toronto, at Fort George, Niagara, at Erie, where Niagara River comes from the lake, at Amherstburg, southwest of Detroit, are stationed garrisons to repel invasion, with hastily erected cannon and mortar commanding approach from the American side. And invasion comes soon enough. The declaration of war became known in Canada about the 20th of June. By July 3 General Hull of Michigan is at Detroit with 2,500 men preparing to sweep Western Ontario. July 3 an English schooner captures Hull's provision boat coming up Detroit River, but Hull crosses with his army on July 12 to Sandwich, opposite Detroit, and issues proclamation calling on the people to throw off the yoke of English rule. How such an invitation fell on United Empire Loyalist ears may be guessed. Meanwhile comes word that the Northwest Company's voyageurs, with 400 Indians, have captured Michilimackinac without a blow. The fall of Michilimackinac, the failure of the Canadians to rally to its flag, the loss of his provision boat dampen Hull's ardor, and so that on August 8 he moves back with his troops to Detroit. 8 days later comes Brock from Niagara with 500 Loyalists and 1,000 Indians under the great chief Tecumseh to join Procter's garrison of 600 at Amherstburg. The Canadians have come by open boat up Lake Erie from Niagara through furious rains, but they are fighting for their homes, and with eager enthusiasm follow Brock on up Detroit River to Sandwich, opposite the American fort. Indians come by night and lie in ambush south of Detroit to protect the Canadians while they cross the river. Then the cannon on the Canadian side begin a humming of bombs overhead. While the bombs play over the stream at Sandwich, Brock rushes 1,300 men across the river south of Detroit, and before midday of August 16 is marching his men through the woods to assault the fort, when he is met by an officer carrying out the white flag of surrender. While Brock was crossing the river, something had happened inside the fort at Detroit. It was one of those curious cases of blind panic when only the iron grip of the strong man can hold demoralized forces in hand. The American officers had sat down to breakfast in the mess room at day dawn, when a bomb plunged through the roof, killing 4 on the spot and splattering the walls with the blood of the mangled bodies. Disgraceful stories are told of Hill's conduct. Ashy with fright and trembling, he dashed from the room, and before the other officers knew what he was about, had offered to surrender his army, 2,500 arms, 33 cannon, an armed brig, and the whole state of Michigan. The case is probably more an example of nervous hysterics than treason, though the other American officers broke their swords with rage and chagrin, declaring they had been sold for a price. It was but the first of many times the lesson was taught in this war, that however well intentioned a volunteer's courage may be, it takes a seasoned man to make war. 10 minutes later a boy had climbed the flagstaff and hung out the English flag over Detroit. Of the captured American army, Brock permitted the volunteer privates to go home on parole. The regulars, including Hull, were carried back prisoners on the boats to Niagara to be forwarded to Montreal. At Montreal, Hull was given back to the Americans in exchange for 30 British prisoners. He was sentenced by court-martial to be shot for treason and cowardice, but the sentence was commuted. At Niagara River, where the main troops of Ontario were centered, Brock's victory was greeted with simply a madness of joy. From the first it had been plain that the principal fighting in Ontario would take place at Niagara, and along the river Brock had concentrated some 1,600 volunteer troops, raw farm hands, most of them, with a goodly proportion of descendants from the United Empire Loyalists who had furbished out their fathers' swords. But the army was in rags and tatters. Many men had no shoes. Before Brock captured the guns at Detroit, there had not been muskets to go round the men, and there were not cannon enough to mount the batteries cast up along Niagara River facing the American defenses. As the boats came down Lake Erie and disembarked the American prisoners on August 24th at Fort Erie on the Canadian side, opposite Black Rock and Buffalo, Wild yells of jubilation rent the air. By nightfall every camp on the Canadian side for the whole 40 miles of Niagara River's course echoed to shout and counter shout and a wild refrain which some poet of the haversack had composed on the spot. "We'll subdue the mighty Democrats and pull their dwellings down, and have the states inhabited with subjects of the crown." Take a survey of the Niagara region. South is Lake Erie, north is Lake Ontario, between them Niagara River flowing almost straight north through a steep dark gorge hewn out of the solid rock by the living waters of all the upper lakes, crushed and cramped, carving a turbulent way through this narrow canyon. Midway in the river's course the blue waters begin to race. The race becomes a dizzy madness of blurred, whirring, raging waters. Then there is the leap, the plunge, the shattering anger of inland seas hurling their strength over the sheer precipice in resistless force. Then the foaming whirlpool below, and the shadowy gorge, and the undercurrent eddying away in the swift-flowing waters of the river coming out on Lake Ontario. On one side are the Canadian forts, on the other the American, slab-walled all of them, with scarcely a stone foundation, except in bastions used as powder magazines. Fort Erie on the Canadian side faces Buffalo and Black Rock on the American side. Where the old French voyageurs used to portage past the falls, about halfway on the Canadian side, south of the precipice, is the village of Chippewa. Here Brock has stationed a garrison with cannon. Then halfway between the falls and Lake Ontario are high cliffs known as Queenston Heights, in plain view of the American town of Lewiston on the other side. Cannon line the river cliffs on both sides here. All about Lewiston the fields are literally white with the tents of General Van Rensselaer's army, now grown from 2,500 to almost 8,000. On the Canadian side cannon had been mounted on the cliffs known as Queenston Heights, possibly because the 200 men would make poor showing in tents. Brock has his soldiers here take quarters in the farmhouses. For the rest it is such a rural scene as one may witness any midsummer. Rolling yellow wheat fields surrounded by the zigzag rail fences, with square farmhouses of stone, and the fields invariably backed by the uncleared bushland. 6 miles farther down the river, where the waters join Lake Ontario, is the English post, Fort George, near the old capital, Newark, and just opposite the American fort of Niagara. With the exception of the Grand Island region of the river, it may be said that both armies are still in full view of each other. Sometimes when to the tramp, tramp, tramp of the sentry's tread a loud "All's well" echoes across the river from Lewiston to the Canadian side, some wag at Queenston will take up the cry throughout the dark and bawl back, "All's well here, too!" And all night long the two sentries bawl back and forward to each other through the dark. Sometimes, too, though strictest orders are issued against such ruffian warfare by both Van Rensselaer and Brock, the sentries chant shots at each other through the dark. Drums beat reveille at 4 in the morning, and the rub-a-dub-dub of Queenston Heights is echoed by rat-tat-too of Lewiston. Though river mist hides the armies from each other in the morning, iron baskets filled with oiled bark are used as telegraph signals, and one may guess how, when the light flared up of a night on the Canadian Heights, scouts carried word to the officers on the American side. One may guess, too, the effect on Van Rensselaer's big untrained army when, with the sun aglint on scarlet uniform, they saw their fellow countrymen of Detroit marched prisoners between British lines along the heights of Queenston, opposite Lewiston. Rage, depression, shame knew no bounds, and the army was unable to vent anger in the heroic attack, for England had repealed her embargo laws, and when Brock came back from Detroit he found that an armistice had been arranged, and both sides had been ordered to suspend hostilities till instructions came from the governments. The truce, it may be added, was only an excuse to enable both sides to complete preparations for the war. In a few weeks ball and bomb were again singing their shrill songs in mid-air. Brock's victory demoralized the rabble under the American Van Rensselaer. Desertions increased daily, and discipline was so notoriously bad Van Rensselaer and his staff dared not punish desertion for fear of the army, as one of them put it, falling to pieces. Van Rensselaer saw that he must strike, and strike at once, and strike successfully, or he would not have any army left at all. 2,000 Pennsylvanians had joined him, and on October 9th, at 1 in the morning, Lieutenant Elliott led 100 men with muffled paddles from the American side to two Canadian ships lying anchored off Fort Erie. One was the brig captured from Hull at Detroit, the other a sloop belonging to the Northwest Fur Company, loaded with peltries. Before the British were well awake, Elliott had boarded decks, captured the first ship with 40 prisoners, and was turning her guns on the other ship when Port Erie suddenly awakened with a belch of cannon shot. The Americans cut the cables and drifted on the captured ship downstream. The first ship was worked safely over to the American side, where it was welcomed with wild cheers. The brig was set on fire and abandoned. Van Rensselaer decided to take advantage of the elated spirit among the troops and invade Canada at once. Over on the Canadian side, Brock, at Fort George, wanted to offer an exchange of Detroit prisoners for the voyageurs on the captured fur ship, and Evans was ordered to paddle across to Lewiston with the offer, white handkerchief fluttering as a flag of truce. Evans could not mistake the signs as he landed on the American shore. Sentries dashed down to stop his advance at bayonet point. He was denied speech with Van Rensselaer and refused admittance to the American camp, and the reason was plain. A score of boats, capable of holding 30 men each, lay moored at the Lewiston shore. Along the rain-soaked road behind the shore floundered and marched troops, fresh troops joining Van Rensselaer's camp. It was dark before Evans returned to Queenston Heights, and close on midnight when he reached Major General Brock at Fort George. Brock thought Evans over-anxious, and both went to bed, or at least threw themselves down on a mattress to sleep. At 2 o'clock they were awakened by a sound which could not be mistaken, the thunderous booming of a furious cannonade from Queenston Heights. Brock realized that the 200 Canadians on the cliff must be repelling an invasion, but he was suspicious that the attack from Lewiston was a feint to draw off attention from Fort Niagara opposite Fort George, and he did not at once order troops to the aid of Queenston Heights. Evans' predictions of invasion were only too true. After one attempt to cross the gorge, which was balked by storm, Van Rensselaer finally got his troops down to the water's edge about midnight of October 12th to 13th. The night was dark, moonless, rainy, a wind which mingled with the roar of the river, drowning all sounds of marching troops. 300 men embarked on the first passage of the boats across the swift river, the poor old pilot literally groaning aloud in terror. 3 of the boats were carried beyond the landing on the Canadian side, and had to come back through the dark to get their bearings, but the rest, led by Van Rensselaer, had safely landed on the Canadian side, when the batteries of Queenston Heights flashed to life in sheets of fire, lighting up the dark tide of the river gorge and sinking half a dozen boatloads of men now coming on a second traverse. Instantly Lewiston's cannon pealed furious answer to the Canadian fire, and in the sheet lightning flame of the flaring batteries thousands could be seen on the American shore watching the conflict. As the Americans landed they hugged the rock cliff for shelter, but the mortality on the crossing boats was terrible, and each passage carried back quota of wounded. Van Rensselaer was shot in the thigh almost as he landed, but still he held his men in hand. A second shot pierced the same side. A third struck his knee. 6 wounds he received in as many seconds, and he was carried back in the boats to the Lewiston side. Then began a mad scramble through the darkness up a fisherman's path steep as a trail of mountain goat, sheer against the face of a cliff. When day dawned misty and gray over the black tide of the rolling river, the Canadian batterymen of Queenston Heights were astounded to see American sharpshooters mustered on the cliff behind and above them. A quick rush, and the Canadian batterymen were driven from their ground, the Canadian cannon silenced, and while wild shootings of triumph rose from the spectators at Lewiston, the American boats continued to pour soldiers across the river. It was at this stage Brock came riding from Fort George, so spattered with mud from head to heel he was not recognized by the soldiers. One glance was enough. The Canadians had lost the day. Sending messages to bid General Sheaffe hurry the troops from Fort George and the other runners to bring up the troops from Chippewa behind the Americans on Queenston Heights, Brock charged up the hill amid shriek of bombs and clatter of sharpshooters. He had dismounted and was scrambling over a stone wall. "Follow me, boys," he shouted to the British grenadiers. Then, at the foot of the hill, waving his sword, "Now take a breath. You will need it. Come on, come on." And he led the rush of 200 men in scarlet coats to dislodge the Americans. A shot pierced his wrist. "Push on, York volunteers!" he shouted. His portly figure in scarlet uniform was easy mark for the sharpshooters hidden in the brush of Queenston Heights. One stepped deliberately out and took aim. Though a dozen Canadian muskets flashed answer, Brock fell, shot through the breast, dying with the words on his lips, "My fall must not be noticed to stop the victory." Major MacDonell led in the charge up the hill, but the next moment his horse plunged frantically, and he reeled from the saddle fatally wounded. For a second time the British were repulsed, and the Americans had won the Heights, if not the day. End of section 36. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC.